energy sources. An eco-friendly solution as our energy demand intensifies while the need for a low-cost economic development grows. They are the cleanest forms of energy that harness power from sources that already exist in nature. One of them is energy from biomass, one of the oldest forms of renewable energy. One form of biomass is timber, that for thousands of years humans used to produce heat, while others are agricultural and stock farming waste, as well as urban waste. Today, processing biomass provides us with fuels used to produce heat, as well as electricity. These are called biofuels. One of them is biogas, which through the process of upgrading gives us biomethane, a renewable fuel and a promising solution for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, with multiple benefits. More precisely, it helps us produce what we call green energy at an affordable cost, with high energy security and a zero carbon footprint, thus reinforcing the circular economy, as well as regional and agricultural growth. The technology of biomethane processing is simple, both with regards to its production and its transmission through the already existing natural gas network. Biomethane has a similar chemical composition to natural gas, so it can perfectly serve as a substitute and not only be transmitted, but also stored within the same network. In DESFA, we strongly believe that the biomethane sector can contribute substantially to the goal for climate neutrality until 2050, paving the way for sustainable energy production and a greener future with zero carbon footprint.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον ΔΕΣΦΑ. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. ΔΕΣΦΑ. Enabler of a Sustainable Energy Future.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of those present and also to all of those connected virtually. We would like to welcome you at this first Hydrogen and Green Gases Forum. This is a new market for hydrogen and green gases. We are here 2 days before the election. However, we thought that this event should not wait any longer. So we did organize it, and we're happy to have so many of you present. When talking about promoting and using renewables and green hydrogen at the level of the EU, this is connected with regulatory issues, financial instruments, and many others that we're going to talk about today. However, at this juncture, there is a great business activity in this industry. At the same time, the government is preparing the national strategy, and after the election, we expect this strategy to be drawn up by the new government, and at the same time, there is a series of interesting major initiatives in the country, business or research initiatives. And in this context, there's a lot of interest. Therefore, Energy Press decided to organize this Hydrogen and Green Gases Forum, which we hope to become a milestone for this industry and to be the first of many other such events. And those of you who are following our work will know that we do not organize that many major conferences. We have more working events and working conference that we organize. Today, we would like to delve into the issues of renewables and hydrogen, topics that will have a central role in the period to come. European policies will be discussed, financial instruments, the national strategy, and the status of Greece in this regard, the readiness of networks and grids to accommodate biomethane, green gases, etc. The use of hydrogen in the transport sector and especially in shipping. This is also a very important topic. Equally important is the linkage of RES installations and hydrogen, the connection with current applications in industry, investment, etc. With these few introductory words, I would like to thank all the speakers. You will see that we have a distinguished team of speakers here with us today. We will begin with the Minister of Environment, who is connected and waiting. And we have a host of other distinguished speakers. We also would like to thank our sponsors. This support is important for such conferences to take place. I would like to ask all the speakers to stick with their time slot so as not to have too many delays. And after thanking you all, we will begin with Acting Minister of Environment and Energy, Pantelis Kapros. We have known Mr. Kapros for many years. The whole energy industry knows Mr. Kapros. This time, unfortunately, the minister could not be physically with us. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor. Good morning. How are you? Thank you for being here with us. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Panagoulis. So, I'd like on my behalf to thank Energy Press for taking the initiative to organize this hydrogen-related conference and this gathering on renewable gases. It's a very important topic. It will be in our agenda in the future, and there's no doubt that there is a strategic importance for renewable hydrogen applications and renewable gases as a whole. One would say that we would be more precise if we would call them environmentally neutral hydrogen or gases. This definition is a bit wider compared to renewables, and I think so if we call them like that, it's a bit more precise, and the way they're produced is more environmentally friendly. So, renewable hydrogen and gases. The National Plan on Energy and the Climate, which is which is being finalized as we speak. Of course, it will be the political leaders, the government that will be appointed after the elections, the so-called ESEC, will be finalized. So everywhere, the strategy on promoting environmentally neutral hydrogen and gases is the following. A. The green energy transition emphasizes on the swift transition to the use of electricity which has a zero carbon footprint. For instance, this is supposed to take place in Europe by 2035. This allows for electrification of transport and heating installations that will drive quick drop in the CO2 emissions, in the greenhouse emissions, because the users themselves will find it hard to achieve this reduction. However, the changes in the technology or the applications, the household applications, plus some applications in the industry of transports, won't be accommodated just by the use of electricity. The overall system needs both environmentally neutral electrons, because it also needs some chemical molecules, meaning fuels in the gaseous or liquid form, which are environmentally neutral, climate neutral. So, the strategic choice is to do the so-called greening. In other words, to gradually turn to reach a point of climate neutrality when it comes to the gases marketed in our country and the liquid fuels marketed in the country, especially talking about transports. So, climate neutral hydrogen is supposed to play the role of replacing grey hydrogen. That means hydrogen produced by fossil fuels, which means that in the process we have CO2 emitted in the atmosphere, especially in the uses such as refineries and production of ammonia, etc., and some other industrial applications where there is a role for green hydrogen to play. For instance, steel industry. Sadly, we have no steel industries in Greece anymore. And also in the context of other industrial applications. Moreover, hydrogen will play a role in the context of fuel cells and other hydrogen burning related technologies, in some cases talking about vehicles or in other applications. But there is a big future, bright future for hydrogen as a fuel in the future in order to produce climate neutral fuels and gases. So the greening of this gas is one of the top priorities in order to retain gaseous fuels in the system, both in Greece and in Europe as a whole. But turning that into a mix in promoting the mix, the use of a mix of renewable gases and climate neutral ones is very important, including, of course, biomethane. Biomethane is produced by the transformation of biogas, which is energetically poor gas, collected in dispersed, decentralized installations as a result of anaerobic fermentation of various residues coming from farming or agricultural activities. Studies have shown currently we have had some applications for biogas production that haven't been fully used. So one of the top priorities should be how to collect biogas. Of course, it's far from easy, because it calls for decentralized installations dispersed around the country, and it calls for specific installations and infrastructure for collecting this gas in specific locations, which are supposed to be really close to the distribution network of the biogas, so we can transform that in biomethane, which will allow us to capture and collect carbon at the same time, which then will lead to producing composite fuels, biofuels, while at the same time injecting biogas into the system and leading to some decrease in the carbon footprint of this whole production. Then, to some extent, we will have climate neutral hydrogen injected in the same networks. Later on, we might be in need of specific pipelines and assemblies in order to use hydrogen as the sole fuel. We don't know yet whether we have to use dedicated pipelines or some kind of upgrade or retrofitting of the existing pipeline system. But the overall picture of biogases will be complemented by the use of biomethane, and biomethane does have a role to play. So, in this rationale, and in the same rationale, we will have to proceed with greening of liquid gases, especially in the transport industry, and more particularly when it comes to sea and air transport. Plus also some use of it in land transports, where we use big trucks, because this is a great opportunity to use both climate neutral hydrogen and other climate neutral liquid gases. We're not, in this regard, we are not 100% sure what technology will be used. There are studies underway in the shipping industry, but there's no strategic choice to move to this or to that direction with respect to the fuel used of open sea ships. Greek ship owners have made a huge effort. They have been joining forces with important initiatives of IMO. In fact, in recent days, certain priorities have been adopted by the European Union as well. This actually is a beacon of the use of green fuels, as we call them, also in the open sea shipping activities. So, climate neutral green hydrogen comes with a financial issue, a problem. This should be our starting point. It reminds us of the starting days in the use of photovoltaics, solar parks. Remember, they used to be really expensive, but after a certain point, after a critical mass of investments was created, the costs for solar installations and photovoltaic installations dropped radically, and that's why now we say that solar power remains the cheapest form of energy production, and everybody wants to invest in photovoltaics and reduce their costs. But when the solar technology, when the photovoltaic technology was launched, they called for investments, and the financial repercussion of those choices were felt even in our country. Technological progress that led to this drastic drop in the cost of photovoltaic installations was driven by those countries producing large-scale photovoltaic systems because they saw that there was an opportunity in the market. This didn't happen in all countries, especially in small-sized countries having no domestic production of these technologies. This is more or less the case with hydrogen. So, what's the conclusion of this analogy, if you like? We, ourselves, from our own viewpoint, we have to be extremely careful with the fiscal costs of those subsidies and the support to the energy bills, especially if we are to recover the costs the same way we did with the ETMEAR, the tariff imposed for renewables in the electricity bills. So we have to be very, very careful with that. As you know, we do not live in a country where we have vast fiscal space. We strongly depend on European funds. Of course, there is a great effort being carried out there, and the success has been significant, but our resources are limited and finite. So we have to plan things really well when it comes to the use of these resources. So we have climate neutral hydrogen and climate neutral gases making their way into our system. Now, talking about biomethane, I wouldn't say we have an issue with its cost and the fiscal impact of it. We can do that because in this particular case, the financial figure, the fundamentals are a bit more beneficial. But we have to be careful with that. Priority should be placed on building the necessary infrastructure for hydrogen, especially taking care of all fiscal costs. But for me, the ideal thing would be to identify specific hubs where the use of hydrogen will be coupled, where the use of hydrogen will be carried out there without the fear of not losing the hydrogen stocked, together with some renewables. So this hub, this complex, will be financially sustainable, will be quite affordable, and this program won't be that heavy at the national level, but it will be adequate at the local level, where we have to identify hubs like this one, so we will be able, at the demonstration level, to start using hydrogen in order to be then used by the industry. One of the instruments that I have also studied it and has been considered by the European Commission and is the financial dispute agreements, which has to be linked with CO2 costs according to the ETS. These agreements, coupled with mandatory quotas for the use of climate-neutral hydrogen and gases, as the case might be a tool, an instrument that might give us some financial predictability of the market, especially for those companies and enterprises that have the risk appetite to invest, and at the same time will allow us to smoothly handle the cost-related issues of this transition. One such agreement could be used for the injection of small quantities of biomethane in small quantities and green hydrogen at the same time into the existing network for the distribution of natural gas. These mandatory quotas, covered either directly by the gas shippers or indirectly through the operator, in the framework of an agreement with a state like the CMD, like the CFDs that you read about recently. This might be a scheme that could leverage both predictability and the evolution of private investments in this area. Let me conclude by saying the following. The very first thing we have to do is to start drafting legislation and the necessary regulations. We do not have the necessary regulations and legislation that properly, let's say, adapted to the requirements of climate neutral hydrogen and gases. We have to start by saying the following. This system, regulating this system means that natural gas should be replaced by gas or climate neutral gases. That's the first thing. Should we do that? Should we do that, then the regulatory issues and the whole management of the system becomes open to other actors. Of course, we need some other components like safety specifications. And in the long term, we have to assign the operations of natural gas infrastructures to some specific operator, because this will apply also for hydrogen. So Greece may play an important exporting role in this particular regard because of the wealth of renewables that we possess. So the long-term objective is, of course, to become an exporting country. And in the future, we will have full transformation of the existing refineries into refineries producing climate-neutral fuels, while at the same time being export-driven. And in the long run, with the necessary infrastructure and the interconnections, the hydrogen interconnections amongst other countries, given also the fact that hydrogen may be cheaply produced in countries that are to our south, to the south of Greece, I mean. This will allow Greece to become a hub and an exporting country. This future, I believe, the future will be bright. As I said, we have to be very careful in fiscally managing the whole thing, and we have to start taking the necessary statutory steps, and of course with the implementation of pilot projects in order to get things going. I'd like to thank you for the invitation, and I wish you the best for the conference.
Thank you, Minister. As always, your speech has been very enlightening. You have set the framework for today's discussion. Let me remind everyone that Mr. Kapros was head of a special committee on the strategy for hydrogen in Greece. Thank you very much, Professor. We will carry on now with two members of the European Parliament, Mrs. Maria Spyraki and Mr. Nikos Papandreou. I will give the floor for 10 minutes to Mrs. Maria Spyraki, who, as you know, has dealt a lot with these issues at the European Parliament. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Mr. Papandreou. This is a very topical conference. I believe that clean hydrogen and renewable gases should fulfill very specific conditions. The first is a stable and foreseeable market, which will include the innovation, the production, and use of hydrogen. Secondly, the European Union and the member states should send very clear messages to the international markets and the competition. 10 plus 10 million tons of hydrogen may be produced in the EU, but at the same time, China will be producing enormous quantities. So we should find our place in the international competition. And I'm also speaking about the IRA in the US. The whole value chain of hydrogen is important. It is linked with innovation and research, and that is where we have to ramp up our research efforts, because at the European Union there's this bottleneck effect. At some point in time, when research has to be transformed into production and application, there most difficulties appear. Someone had said that under Horizon we fund 3 out of 10 important, or 4 out of 10 good projects, and all the others are lost. So this is where we should focus. And last but not least, we should also prioritize the new clean gases and hydrogen. It is a nice discussion, nice to discuss about clean gases, but in the derivatives market we only have ammonia. So we have to see how clean ammonia can be produced for shipping, and hydrogen for heating and cooling homes can be used at a second point in the future. Also, it is important to accelerate the production of biomethane from waste, also from other sources, and in this way we can promote the greening of the energy mix. This now brings me to some topics of my remit, which is the hydrogen bank. On behalf of the EPP at the European Parliament, I am responsible for this issue. So the hydrogen bank is one of several instruments that will be used to promote the production of hydrogen to reach the target of 10 million tons of clean hydrogen plus 10 million in imports from third countries. And let me note here that this is a great opportunity to combine investment also in Africa, and at the same time we can oversee these investments and this funding so as to prevent what we call neo-colonialism effects. There can be a new relation set up from the EU with third countries, but it is important for the people in the third countries to also have a dividend of these projects. The Hydrogen Bank has a budget of 3 billion right now. It is considered rather low. The first step for the Hydrogen Bank is for the first auction to test the waters in the fall of 2023. That is when the first auction for green hydrogen will take place. Of course, this requires full transparency. At the same time, we want to send the message to the international community that the premium will be set at the level of the US. $3 is the US premium. The European premium will be slightly higher than that. The second step is infrastructure. I am coming from Riga, from the International and European Conference Gas Infrastructure Europe. The European infrastructure business is ready to renew itself, but this requires a clear landscape, and that is why the Directive 44 needs to be revised. The delegated act that will not only include the definition of clean hydrogen, but also it will include a clear framework for investment. This will make the EU attractive for further investment. Greece has a very important role to play in this context. The first requirement for that is a national map for energy transformation and climate mitigation with all means. This requires a basis of consensus, and I mean Syriza, PASOK, and ND need to be clear about the pathway that will be followed to reach these targets. The target for renewables is something that we have not worked with regional and local communities. A second point has to do with our connection with Bulgaria, with North Macedonia. We need these interconnections in order to have a new network for hydrogen. At the end of the day, there's a challenge in the Connecting Europe facility of the EU. There are 147 projects for green hydrogen that will make up the hydrogen backbone. Only 3 of them are mature. One of them concerns Spain. The other one is connecting Finland with the Baltic countries. And the third project is a production of hydrogen by offshore wind at the Northern Sea. And so this means that the South is completely out of the picture. We need to understand that we need activities of scale in this regard. Thank you for the invitation.
So I would like to thank Mrs. Spiraki. As we just found out, as you just found out, she has been heavily involved with these issues. So I'd like to invite Mr. Nikos Papandreou, the member of the European Parliament on behalf of PASOK. I think he took office quite recently, so I wish him the best. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the floor. Yes, I've been in the European Parliament for 1.5 months. I wouldn't say that I'm so specialized like Mrs. Spiraki. I'd like to thank Mr. Kapros, Mr. Panargoulis, Energy Press, which is always one of my top sites in the list, and of course all the esteemed guests of this meeting. I think most of the things I have written in order to say have been covered by Mrs. Spiraki, but I have some questions. As a human being, involved not with the scientific side of things, but geopolitically speaking, you understand that hydrogen now is in the radar of the big boys. This is not the case with all fuels, and this is not the case with all climate-related changes that Europe wants to enforce. Quite recently, we had the I'm interested in the nature restoration plan, in which there is a distinction between what it says and what some people understand. What we try to do is to bring nature back, to bring more trees in, to reduce the poor use of the lands, to reduce the production of methane by the cows, to clean the rivers, to clean the streets. Socially, sometimes they over-exaggerate. They exaggerate. On the other side, sometimes the other side needs less regulations. So there is a differentiation there. There are some differences. I don't know if this law will be forwarded to the plenary or meeting of the European Parliament for approval. But I think all political parties agree when it comes to hydrogen, along with the oil companies, which represent an important lobby, because they see that there is room for use of their own infrastructure. They don't need to abolish their own infrastructure in order to use hydrogen. This is not the case with all fuels. That's why there's going to be an impact. There's going to be some consequences. If this new law on the uses of land is promulgated, we will have more regulations on the uses of land and water. If I got that right, the green hydrogen, not green or black hydrogen, etc., needs water. How much water do we have in Greece? Happily enough, we do have the desalination technologies available using seawater for that. That's one thing. Second, we need catalysts and rare earths. If you try to buy some catalysts, the supply side is completely jammed, so you have to try really hard to get over that. We also have the use of carbon dioxide, the so-called carbon capture. Currently, we have just no more than 2 technologies to use in order to turn carbon into e-fuel, because you cannot store these things. Anyway, these are the questions that emerge. Second, in Brussels, we do have some cars using fuel cells, and in this case, we have the issue of batteries, which means rare earths. Many say that batteries has the privilege that you don't have to transfer the fuel. I mean, transferring the hydrogen from the ship to the gas station, etc. Yes, but in this particular case, we're talking about hydrogen. So we, the politicians mainly, and in such a conference, what we have to do is give our insights about the evolution of the market to the people, because they are the voters. And what is the future? Will we have exclusively hydrogen-run cars? Can we? Is it technically feasible? This is the kind of questions that a simple citizen like myself comes up with, and in such a conference we have to reply so that Mrs. Spiraki or anyone else can handle these issues. For instance, in the US, they have a very simple scheme. The the company that installs solar panels on the rooftop pays for them. They finance the project. This is not the case in our case. You know that I know this. I know that you know these things, but we have to invest in solar panels and have the companies make money by the installation itself. Currently, in our case, we have to take a loan in order to build the solar panels on the rooftop, which is a bit intimidating. I think that Greece is lagging behind when it comes to the statutory framework. Mrs. Spiraki knows that already. And as far as I can tell, there will be a government next Tuesday. I'm quite old to find that quite normal. The new government has to focus on that, and we, the European MPs, will have to discuss with our people, because these new roles will come straight on us from heavens, and we have to be prepared. So I'm a bit quick, and allow me to say that this conference I attend in order to learn. That's why I shared some questions, and I hope that I will get some replies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nikos Papandreou. We will now start with the first panel of our conference in a few minutes.
Επανερχόμαστε στη ροή του συνεδρίου με το πρώτο πάνελ, την πρώτη ενότητα.
Let us now continue with the first session of today's forum. Georgos Fidikakis, a distinguished journalist, will be the moderator of this session that will welcome Mr. Yorgos Hatzimarkakis, CEO of Hydrogen Europe, Mrs. Maria Rita Galli, CEO of DESPA, and Mr. Triantafylopoulos, who is the CEO of Hellenic Hydrogen, a pioneer in hydrogen issues. Yorgos Fidikakis, you have the floor. Thank you, Theodoris. In this panel, we will try to discuss trends in Europe and in the global market. What are the steps undertaken globally, also in Europe, and where are we in Greece? Why will we need more hydrogen than what can be produced in Europe? Is that not correct, Mr. Hatzimarkakis?
Δεν ξέρω αν με βλέπετε, ναι. Καλημέρα από Βρυξέλλες και...
Good morning from Brussels, and thank you for the invitation. Can I start with my presentation? I'm very pleased that hydrogen is a central issue discussed also in Greece and in your conference. The planet is facing a radical transformation. It is not only the Ukraine war, but also new technologies and the global consensus to face the climate crisis has led to a series of new initiatives. Greece is a so-called spoiled country. It has a lot of solar potential. It is located between at a turning point and geographically, and therefore this region will have a central role in the production of renewables in the next 20 years. However, green electrons cannot be transported very easily, but they can be converted into hydrogen. And this is a great opportunity for Greece. I have prepared a few slides. Let us look at the first one. Hydrogen. You can see here on the map that especially in the global north, countries have adopted a hydrogen strategy. At least in some other countries, such a strategy is being prepared. We also in Greece, and we hope that after the new government has been elected, there will be a strategy for hydrogen. Europe was quite early, an early adopter of such a strategy. I remember in 2020 in with Hydrogen Europe, we were trying to reach this target. The most projects globally are being designed in Europe with Europe is playing a leading role. When FID, finance investment decisions are concerned, there North America has a leading role, although it doesn't even have half of the projects that are being prepared. And let us go to the next slide. How can we transfer money into the market? One way is to support this pathway towards hydrogen. The IRA was mentioned by Mrs. Spiraki. This framework is a very easy way to support a project, because in Europe we have a chaotic and very inconsistent framework for such investments. For the Americans, there is a very clear and concise framework. The Commission has understood that it has entered into direct talks with the U.S. administration, and President von der Leyen has spoken about the Net Zero Act, the Critical Industry Act, and also the Hydrogen Bank, three initiatives that will start until the end of the year. And I'm happy that Mrs. Maria Spiraki is a shadow rapporteur for this topic. Now, we Europeans are leading in legal regulations. So very soon, the directive on renewables will be regulated. And here on the slide, you can see all the mandatory targets that have to be met by member states producing green hydrogen. 8 million tons until 2030 is the goal, which means that the member states have to convert from gray to green hydrogen. 42% of hydrogen production must be green hydrogen. And 14 million tons are the imports. This is way under the 20 million tons that have been announced by the European Commission in the framework of Repower EU. That was also mentioned by Maria Spiraki. Let's go on to the next slide here. We can see the hydrogen demand in Europe, and especially in industry hubs, especially in ammonia for fertilizers, methanol. And on the right side, we can see where the infrastructure is located and where there are further needs. This is the so-called European hydrogen backbone that is underway. Mobility is also an important part of the strategy. The regulation, the the AFIR regulation is an important piece of regulation here for mobility, and this is also relevant for Greece in terms of the shipping industry. And as regards the initial terminals, until 2030, Greece would have to install 26 such terminals, 17 in urban regions, and the rest in the road network. This is a good piece of news. But where does hydrogen come from? We heard Professor Kapros, the minister, say that this is important, the origin. And one country of origin, or one region actually, is the Persian Gulf. We have a region that is as big as Belgium, and in this region, in this project, 600 tons of green hydrogen per day will be produced. This will be the largest project of its kind globally. And last week, I had the people responsible for this project talk to me in my office. Europe has announced and made clear in its bilateral talks that Greece will be a major hub for these hydrogen quantities. As long as EastMed is not ready, other ways have to be found. Ammonia will be the way to transport this hydrogen, not only as a commercial product. For Greece, for its huge shipping sector, this is a very important development, and I'm sure that the new Greek government will focus on this new challenge. And I will end my presentation by expressing a big thank you to Greece, to the Greek population for their interest in hydrogen. I have a Hyundai Nexo, and my test drive with hydrogen had a lot of interest and coverage in the media. A lot of people communicated with me to learn more about it. And I'm sure that Greece will embrace also this type of mobility very soon. Greece is it is included in the hydrogen map. But there's also a global map of energy changes. So we would miss an important opportunity if we were not to embrace hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatzimarkakis. Mrs. Galli. One of the big issues is how DESFA infrastructure may allow for faster integration and inclusion of hydrogen and gases in the system. What are the actions taken by DESFA to this direction, always in collaboration with European actors?
Also the organizer of the first event for, let's say, the first forum for green gases and hydrogen in Greece, which I think is very timely because in these days, of course, we are all very conscious about the importance of having a stable, affordable and sustainable energy system. And therefore, talking about hydrogen and talking about green gases is really addressing the link that will enable the sector coupling, so the coupling between electricity and gases,
τον κρίκο που θα ενώσει τον πληθυσμό με τα αέρια και πρέπει να χτίσουμε ένα ενεργειακό μέλλον το οποίο θα μας προστατεύσει από τη μεγάλη αβεβαιότητα και τα σοκ που έχουμε βιώσει τα τελευταία χρόνια. Πριν πω τώρα στο θέμα των υποδομών, να πω δύο πράγματα για το γιατί εμείς είμαστε τόσο επικεντρωμένοι στα πράσινα αέρια και το υδρογόνο. Ο λόγος ουσιαστικά είναι ότι σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο παγκοσμίως όλοι γνωρίζουν ότι τα πράσινα ηλεκτρόνια, όπως είπε ο κ. Χατζημαρκάκης, δεν επαρκούν για να εξασφαλιστεί ένα σταθερό ενεργειακό σύστημα. Χρειαζόμαστε και πράσινα μόρια. Χρειαζόμαστε μόρια, διότι τα μόρια έχουν ένα σημαντικό χαρακτηριστικό. Δηλαδή, μεταφέρονται πιο εύκολα, μεταφέρονται με μεγαλύτερη ενεργειακή πυκνότητα και να αποθηκευτούν. Και μπορούν να χρησιμοποιηθούν ως καύσιμο. Π.χ. υπάρχουν άλλοι τομείς, τα πετροχημικά, τα τσιμένα, τα λιπάσματα που χρησιμοποιούνται αυτά τα μόρια για να παράξουν τα προϊόντα τους. Οπότε τα πράσινα ηλεκτρόνια δεν αρκούν. Είναι λοιπόν σημαντικό να συνεχίσουμε την απανθρακοποίηση της ηλεκτροπαραγωγής και πρέπει να δούμε τι είναι αυτό που θα συμπληρώσει την απανθρακοποιημένη παραγωγή ηλεκτρισμού, εξασφαλίζοντας ότι θα έχουμε και σταθερότητα στα συστήματα, να μην έχουμε δηλαδή αυτή την αστάθεια, οι οποίες δυστυχώς συνοδεύουν τις ανανεώσιμες, και επίσης να λάβουμε υπόψη μας την εποχικότητα, διότι ναι, έχουμε θερμά καλοκαίρια στην Ελλάδα, αλλά έχουμε και πικ σε μεγάλες τιμές ζήτησης. Π.χ. το καλοκαίρι έχουμε μεγάλες ανάγκες για air condition. Και ο οποίος δεν συνδυάζεται πάντα με την διαφάνεια. Και επίσης πρέπει να εξασφαλίσουμε ότι αυτού του είδους χημική ενέργεια πηγαίνει σε όλους τους τομείς, π.χ. στις μεταφορές με βαρέα μηχανήματα, όπου εκεί χρησιμοποιούνται χημικές λύσεις και πρέπει να απανθρακοποιηθούν. Ποιος είναι ο ρόλος των υποδομών σε αυτό το τομέα, σε αυτό το πεδίο? Ο ρόλος των υποδομών είναι να διασφαλίσουν ότι έχουμε έναν τρόπο ανταγωνιστικό σε επίπεδο κόστους και αποδοτικό για τη μεταφορά της ενέργειας. Να σας δώσω κάποια ποσοτικά στοιχεία. Πάντα είναι σημαντικό να μιλάμε στοιχεία. Σκεφτείτε έναν αγωγό 48, που είναι το κλασικό, το στάνταρ μέγεθος ενός αγωγού φυσικού αερίου, 48 ιντσών δηλαδή. Αυτός μπορεί να μεταφέρει υδρογόνο. Big electric cables can transport 2, maximum 3 gigawatt-hour. So you immediately have the proportion between how more efficient it is transport energy as a molecule, instead of transporting the same amount of energy as electrons on long distances, because to achieve the same amount of energy transportation of an underground 48-inch pipeline, we would need 5 or 6 aerial high voltage line, with all also the implication with respect to the social acceptability.
So, and this means also cost efficiency. So energy efficiency, how much energy we can transport, and cost efficiency, because this makes transportation more affordable. Not only because, let's say, because it's more dense in terms of energy content, but because we have in Europe the great advantage that the majority of the pipelines that have been built in the decades for transporting natural gas, or are being built now also to address the security of supply issue, can easily be converted and can easily transport hydrogen blended with natural gas or pure hydrogen in the future. And this means that, let's say, it is from 2 to 4 times more cost-effective to transport hydrogen in the repurposed or dedicated hydrogen pipeline than to transport electricity. And this, for a company who invests hundreds of millions in infrastructure, is the key decision element. So we know that this is a competitive solution, and competitive solution means that it will have a future in the long run. And this competitiveness and the role of infrastructures has been very recently, let's say, acknowledged by the European Union, because as we have already discussed in the recent past, just 10 days ago, the European Union has published the list of projects of common interest. And among this list, there is the first fully dedicated, hydrogen-dedicated pipeline of Greece. So we are, as a country, in the list of the first countries for which the European Union consider of common European interest the development of a dedicated hydrogen pipeline. Because there is a great awareness, as also Mr. Ratzimarkakis said, about the potential of our country, which is double. On one side, we have a potential to produce locally hydrogen, because we have a lot of potential for additional solar and wind that will not be able to be transported in the high voltage network. And we see a great interest from many Greek players, and I'm happy that we have Hellenic Hydrogen today with us, but many players contact us in the last months, and we are working with all of them to develop pilot projects for injection of hydrogen produced locally, green hydrogen from renewable sources. Plus, in the future, the European continent will need to import hydrogen, probably as ammonia, which is in the long distance the most efficient way. But once this ammonia reaches the continent, it becomes more effective to crack it, to break the molecule let's say, and then transport the hydrogen again via pipeline. And we think that in the future, Greece will continue to play its role as an energy corridor. Today, we are becoming more and more an energy corridor for natural gas. And with our existing infrastructure and the new dedicated hydrogen infrastructure, we can become an energy corridor to transport hydrogen produced in the Middle East and North Africa, given that we are very close to where a big production can be achieved, to the countries in the north, up to the center of Europe. So the country has a big potential for local production as well as for import and transit in the future of import quantities. And this is the reason why the European Commission has recognized the role of the dedicated hydrogen pipeline. It will be more than 500 kilometers pipeline running in parallel with the natural gas infrastructure. And we'll be able also to be connected with our export line and with, for instance, the pipeline to North Macedonia that we are building next year and will be fully hydrogen certified. The pipeline to West Macedonia we are building, which will be fully hydrogen certified. The west-east duplication of our grid that we will start soon to develop, and which will be fully hydrogen certified. So let's say, we will have the possibility in a concrete time frame to have a resilient infrastructure in the country, for a transition period, probably with a parallel structure, hydrogen in one pipeline, natural gas in the other, but this will put us at the same playing level field with many other European countries that had developed a bigger gas network in the past. So we are really focused and committing in making this happen. And we believe this is going to be there is not one single solution for decarbonization. We need many technologies, also CCS, but let's say hydrogen economy will be one of the important pillars for the European and the Greek decarbonization.
Okay, thank you. Κύριε Τριανταφυλόπουλε,
Mr. Triantafylopoulos, we have spoken about where we are, where Europe is, the role of DESFA, the natural gas system operator. Now, I was thinking about the European Hydrogen Bank. We're trying to understand what exactly this project involves, what benefits it involves. And another topical matter is the first pilot tendering process that Mrs. Simpson from the European Commission spoke about. What is your take on this? Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I am very pleased to see the room here full. And maybe we needed a bigger room. And for those of us who are dealing with hydrogen on a daily basis, this is a very important thing because we have entered a new era. We're not talking about the hydrogen hype anymore. Hydrogen is starting to play a major role in the energy mix. Mrs. Spiraki said some important things about the hydrogen bank. There are financial instruments to support this venture. There are also national financial instruments, and we are competing with some regions such as the Americas, Asia, especially with regard to the production of equipment, and we're also competing with the Middle East in terms of hydrogen production. Unfortunately, Europe has been lagging behind, but now it has created a robust legal framework, and now we have to accelerate our pace. I have listened to Mr. Kapros with a great interest, and I will disagree with one word he said: pilot projects. No more pilot projects. Electrolysis projects should not be pilot projects. We want to commercially produce hydrogen and promote it on the market. So we, as Hellenic Hydrogen, do not include the word pilot in our vocabulary unless we're talking about new technologies and new applications. Mrs. Spiraki spoke about the hydrogen bank that will help, that will actually fill in the funding gap in terms of hydrogen projects. So there will be a bidding process for investment in hydrogen to become more sustainable. Right now, sustainability has not yet been reached in investment in hydrogen. We have submitted a series of instruments. The public with the private sector need to work in tandem in this. And after the elections, I believe that the ministry will move on at a faster pace. We are all expecting the so-called hydrogen strategy. It cannot be that a country such as Greece, with its characteristics, that does not have a modern, updated hydrogen strategy that will also open the way for the public and the private sector. In the beginning, there needs to be public support so as financial instruments to be taken up by private stakeholders. Speaking about imports and the export role of hydrogen, as Mrs. Gali said, and let me also congratulate you, Mrs. Gali. You have had a great success. It is important for the distribution network to support the production. So Greece can take on this role, but let us not forget that we are in a competitive world. Hydrogen is a commodity, so even if we have this comparative advantage, we need to ramp up our infrastructure. We have to enter partnerships with our neighboring countries. We should open up towards northern Africa. The aim is to become a hub for ammonia and not to transport hydrogen from northern Africa to Europe. So I believe that a part of the Greek strategy for the day after is this extra version that will create the conditions to utilize our comparative advantage.
Mr. Hadjimarkakis, you heard Mr. Triadafilopoulos and all the previous speakers focusing on the following. Europe is competing against the US, against Asia, Middle East and North Africa. Currently, Middle East is very active in hydrogen production, and you said before that as long as EastMed is not being built, we will have to find new ways. What could these new ways be? What is the most realistic plan? An ammonia specific hub or transfer of hydrogen from Middle East and North Africa? Allow me to be very specific, and I think that Dimitris Triadafilopoulos just mentioned that, since we do not have the pipeline, and we know that politically there are issues to build this pipeline, not just political issues, it's quite technically difficult because there are certain depths at specific areas that we have a difficulty to overcome. So ammonia is a great opportunity. Currently, we have natural gas being transferred across the world via LNG. In the past, it was all about pipelines. Currently, LNG is the key word. So things change. In the case of hydrogen, as Mrs. Gali said, this is the cheapest, the most affordable way should be to use the existing pipelines. We have pipelines running from Algeria to Italy to Spain or Libya to Italy, so we can use these pipelines. In the case of Greece, we don't have these pipelines, so why don't we turn our eye to the fleet available and do the necessary retrofitting, because currently ammonia is a global commodity. It's not something exceptional, no, it's a commodity. The problem, however, has been properly presented by Mrs. Gali, and I will turn into English.
Really to use ammonia as a carrier of hydrogen, then we need to crack it. And here we have an issue because there are not so many crackers existing around the world, first. Second, the European Commission, and here I turn to the two members of European Parliament, wants to regulate the crackers from day one, although there is no market yet. So they are regulating it, I would say, to death. And this is a very, very big threat to the hydrogen industry, because the crackers will play exactly the role that Mrs. Galli just mentioned. You turn the ammonia back into hydrogen and nitrogen. Nitrogen goes to the air, and use the existing infrastructure. However, last point, there is also the opportunity to use hydrogen as a fuel, not only for ships, but also in turbines for the production of electricity. In Japan, we see the first turbines using ammonia directly. And why is this important? Because ammonia is also not only a carrier, but basically a good way to store the energy. And the storage of ammonia is way easier than the storage of hydrogen. So I give you a very simple example. I'm from Crete, Atherinolakos. It's a production center so far burning mazout for the production of electricity. You easily could think about changing the turbines in southern Crete to turbines using ammonia instead of mazout, and hence produce electricity. The production of ammonia could happen in Crete locally, but also I showed the big numbers of ammonia that will come from Saudi Arabia, could be shipped there. So we need to rethink certain elements, and that's maybe a shocking thing, they will come faster than we think. They will come fast. It's not in 20 or 30 years. It is very, very fast, and that's why I expect from the new Greek government,
so I expect the new government, as of next week, to take quick steps forward to this direction. Thank you very much. Mrs. Galli, what do you expect? And actually, what do you think that the next government should do with respect to the national strategy? I mean, the statutory framework, if we don't have one, and the bet, as somebody said before, that Greece might become an ammonia hub. And as Mr. Hatzimarkakis said, this is not something so self-evident, right?
Well, let's say, I think that all of us are quite confident that, let's say, when the new government will be in place, they will bring forward all the work that has been done in the recent past to launch the Greek hydrogen strategy. That was a document already quite mature. And also, I would say that in the draft National Energy and Climate Plan, where possibly I don't agree with everything, but at the same time, I see a big focus with respect to the potentiality for hydrogen production. And so in this moment, what, let's say, is the perceived trend when it comes to the development of hydrogen in Greece is that in an initial phase, the hydrogen industry will be driven by the supply side more than by the demand side. Because, let's say, here we have the potentiality of having excess renewables that cannot be exploited through electrons. And so let's say the most readily available way of exploiting these renewables is via converting these into hydrogen. What we think is that, let's say, progressively we will have a phase in which most likely this initial production, and I agree, not pilot, commercial production, might be blended in natural gas. And here I'm not talking about blending only because it's the fastest available solution to transport this energy, but because blending will unlock the demand in the sense that the amount of hydrogen which will be blended with natural gas can be utilized by all the current users of natural gas infrastructures. Therefore, let's say we will start having an implicit demand without being a demand that requires big investment to be created. And this, I believe, will be the short-term future, following which we will see hydrogen cluster growing both in terms of demand and supply, and therefore having then the need of transporting quantities in excess from one region to the other. as well for the possibility of becoming an ammonia hub. Let's say, I think sometimes we always use this word hub a little bit excessively, but a country where ammonia will be imported and then transported through neighboring countries in Central Europe. It's true that, let's say, we don't have cracking facilities, but the technology is mature. It's a matter of scale. It's mature in a much smaller scale, but it's not technologically complex to make it on a bigger scale. We have many harbors, we have many locations in Attica. I think about Revitussa, if today is an LNG terminal, in the future can become a cracking terminal. And and also the regulation, well, yes, I agree that we don't have to over-regulate because, let's say, the market cannot be killed in its infancy. But at the same time, as we have now all learned that the LNG industry can work through infrastructure that have third-party access system, giving the possibility of different users to deliver ammonia in a cracking facility, which can be accessible by different importers, should not be per se a big obstacle. So while I agree that we need to be careful now with the European regulation, let's say really not to kill the baby and throw the water, at the same time having open access facility has been quite a successful experience in Europe. So gradually we can learn from what has been done in the natural gas sector.
Thank you. Κύριε Τριανταφυλόπουλε,
Mr. Triantafylopoulos, we're now getting into some secondary, let's say, aspects of the matter, and I would like your take on the hydrogen valleys in Corinthos and in Crete, if I am not mistaken. There are such valleys, but at the end of the day, for the daily life of a Greek person, what will change? On hydrogen valleys, these valleys are the creation of an ecosystem. We have synergies, we have potential off-takers who can consume hydrogen. So we have this connection of the whole value chain. Greece is quite successful in this regard. That is part of the Green Hydrogen Partnership. We have 2 valleys right now that are being funded. One is in Corinthos in the region of motor oil, and the other one is in Crete. And we, as Hellenic Hydrogen, have submitted another proposal for one more valley that will be somewhat larger. It will try to create a larger ecosystem by combining several hydrogen valleys. So this is a funding instrument to raise awareness in the country, to develop synergies, to develop new technologies. For me, this is a very good tool that is being exploited and used by Greek companies. Now, for the everyday life of the Greek citizen, hydrogen plants can play a major role in several aspects. Let us not only think about hydrogen production. Hydrogen plants are huge batteries, and in this sense, they can be used. All the models have shown that they can be used for the grid stability. RES can destabilize the grid. So these batteries can be used as grid balancing services. And this is also the nice thing about hydrogen. I say it again and again that hydrogen is is an energy vector that creates synergies. It creates and not or. You do not have to choose between hydrogen or something else. It connects a series of usages, and I can only see friends of hydrogen. We work very closely with renewables, and it is important to understand that even for the rest market, hydrogen is an important aspect. For projects that may not fulfill the connection conditions, with hydrogen they can do that. And let us not forget how important energy safety is. Hydrogen may not play a dominant role in the energy mix, but for hydrogen we need renewables and water. This means no mining, no nothing.
Καθώς προσπαθούμε να το ολοκληρώσουμε αυτή.
Mr. Hadjimarkakis, we're about to close the session, but I remember that the European plan suggests that by 2025, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I am, we will have to have one hydrogen station for every 150 kilometers of European highway. This is until 2030. And I think I showed you a slide about that. We have to have 26 hydrogen stations. That's the obligation. That's what Greece has to do. So, mutatis mutandis, if everything goes fine, can we do it? Can we achieve this milestone, or can we go even beyond that point? Firstly, this is the minimum we should do. I'm pretty sure that we will go beyond that. You need a threshold in order to avoid the hen and the egg dilemma. So we're building an infrastructure which will be like a big welcome to everybody who wants to drive such a car like the one I have. So we see that in Europe, Germany is the country with the largest number, the biggest number of hydrogen stations, 100 of them. And we see that people do use these cars under lease agreements mainly, and as a result, if you have the infrastructure, people will come. Of course, the drivers I mentioned before are mainly truck drivers. Anyway, if we have the same technology used in the hydrogen stations, I mean, the hydrogen is under a pressure of 700 bar, so it's the same. And if we do have the infrastructure, people will embrace this initiative because the use of a fuel cell car is very easy. In my case, my car has had a mileage of 75,000 kilometers, no problem whatsoever till this point. So, we will see that the market for these vehicles will become stronger. We see new models, new car models coming from China, Japan, Korea. Germany is taking a step in marketing mainly trucks. We have France doing its bit by means of the Stellantis group, and mainly Renault in the truck industry. So I'd like to convey to the Greeks that this obligation of ours will open the market, and as of 2030 onwards, we will be able to see more and more fuel cell cars also in Greece. Thank you very, very much. We tried to touch upon some important aspects of this important issue. It's a brand new chapter, a brand new topic for all of us, for Europe actually. That's why we discussed about how we can turn Greece into an ammonia hub. We discussed about the advantages of hydrogen. what is the standpoint of Greece or Germany, what's about the European strategy on hydrogen. So we actually gave you food for thought, and I think we came up with more questions after this discussion. So I'd like to thank all the panelists. Thank you for your attention, and I wish the best for the remaining of the conference. Thank you.
Go.
Renewable energy sources. An eco-friendly solution as our energy demand intensifies while the need for a low-cost economic development grows. They are the cleanest forms of energy that harness power from sources that already exist in nature. One of them is energy from biomass, one of the oldest forms of renewable energy. One form of biomass is timber, that for thousands of years humans used to produce heat, while others are agricultural and stock farming waste, as well as urban waste. Today, processing biomass provides us with fuels used to produce heat, as well as electricity. These are called biofuels. One of them is biogas, which through the process of upgrading gives us biomethane, a renewable fuel and a promising solution for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, with multiple benefits. More precisely, it helps us produce what we call green energy at an affordable cost, with high energy security and a zero carbon footprint, thus reinforcing the circular economy, as well as regional and agricultural growth. The technology of biomethane processing is simple, both with regards to its production and its transmission through the already existing natural gas network. Biomethane has a similar chemical composition to natural gas, so it can perfectly serve as a substitute and not only be transmitted, but also stored within the same network. In DESFA, we strongly believe that the biomethane sector can contribute substantially to the goal for climate neutrality until 2050, paving the way for sustainable energy production and a greener future with zero carbon footprint.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον δέσφα. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου.
Επανερχόμαστε, αγαπητοί φίλοι, στη ροή του προγράμματος και καλό...
I'd like now to invite the second panel, and I'd like to invite our moderator of the session on European policies for the promotion of hydrogen and renewable gases. I'd like to invite Mr. Ioannis Stefanou. He's a partner and head of energy sector in Grant Thornton, Greece. And I would like also to invite Mr. Poulikas, the president of the Cyprus Regulatory Authority for Energy. I'd like to thank him for his presence. And of course, together, Mr. Konstantinos Levogiannis, an executive working in a big company in Europe, Nel Hydrogen. I'd like to invite them to the floor, to the panel. We will have also online the contribution by Ms. Maria Georgiadou. She's a senior expert from the European Commission, and I would like to thank her for her presence.
Και αφού ευχαριστήσουμε, ωραία, τη βλέπουμε την κυρία Γεωργιάδου, είναι μαζί μας.
Okay, Ms. Georgiadou just she's logged. Okay, I'd like to thank all panelists, and I'd like to give the floor to the moderator, Mr. Ioannis Stefanou. Thank you very much, Mr. Panagoulis. I'd like to thank you for putting together such an event. It is with great pleasure that we see a full house of experts. We used to attend events or conferences on power and gas and renewables and storage. So it seems that hydrogen and new gases will be the new reality, and it will be the topic of the day. Now, let us start. Ms. Georgiadou, you have the floor. Good morning.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to join this panel and this discussion and say a few words from the point of view of the European Commission. Hydrogen and biomethane especially are considered important to reduce GHG emissions. As you have said, there is a package for decarbonized gases, and right now there is agreement at the Council and negotiations with the European Parliament. What has been agreed upon is to promote these gases. These will be organic gases such as biogas or biomethane or hydrogen that is created through electrolytes and water, but also synthetic methane through power to gas. The target is from 5% to raise this percentage in 2050 to 66%. And in the next slide, I would like to show you the measures that are envisaged in this package. First of all, the creation of a hydrogen market. Secondly, the integration of these gases in the gas network. There will be a contract fee until they will be integrated until 2049, and also the consumers and energy safety and procurement safety. Here we will see the measures for biomethane specifically. Under Repower EU, which is the European plan for energy safety after the Ukraine war, there are three pillars of action. First, saving energy. Saving is at 13% for 2030. The second pillar is diversification through LNG, external policy for energy, etc. And the third pillar that we are dealing with as a DG is the pillar for the promotion of renewables with plans for hydrogen as an accelerator and also biomethane. There is an action plan for biomethane. It will participate in fulfilling the goal of production of 35 billion cubic meters in the European Union. And here in this slide, we can see more details about this biomethane action plan. We can see that, first of all, this is an annex of the Repower EU plan, and it requires the creation of a platform, or rather a partnership, the Biomethane Investment Partnership, which includes the European Commission, the member states, but also the industry and research institutions. The aim is to promote the production and use of biomethane. 5 actions are envisaged here. One are the energy and climate plans of the member states that include also targets for renewable gases. There, biomethane should play a role. Secondly, costs. How to reduce the costs of energy vectors. Then there's also the cost of production and connection to the network. And finally, in this platform, there are needs for research and innovation. Technologies for the production of biomethane are promoted here. There is a technology, a commercial technology for upgrading biomethane available today, but it is not cost effective. So here there are new sources like the gasification of biomass or waste from various sources that are being considered. In the next slide, here we can see the European Net Zero Industry Act. This is a policy to promote zero and low carbon technologies in Europe. There is an indicative goal of 40% of these technologies to be net zero emission technologies by 2030. And there are specific plans and actions to support these innovative technologies. There are some technologies that have been designated as strategic technologies, electrolytes, but also biomethane at a large-scale production is considered as a strategic issue because it can largely play a role in reducing emissions. And these technologies are almost mature to be launched in the market. Apart from that, there will be special funding for these special technologies. And finally, in the last slide, funding programs of research and technology and innovation to raise the level of matureness of projects. There are 2 types of funding. One concerns the technological level of maturity, and the second, the commercial level of maturity. So we have here live and other instruments. We have the Innovation Fund, and once a higher level of maturity is reached, then we have the Connective Europe facility. It is addressing infrastructure more, but also other projects. And we have InvestEU and the EIB that have loans and a series of instruments that can be made available for such investment. And here, in Horizon Europe, the work program 23-24, we can see the various activities for innovative technologies in all renewable fuels, including biomethane. There are actions for advanced fuel, but also synthetic fuels for bioenergy, and also actions that involve international partnerships and synergies with all other renewables. We have something similar with the hydrogen valleys, the RES valleys. Now here you can see how the European General Director of Research and Innovation is supporting. Here in this example, we have innovative biomethane production in the EU. So the fermentation and the management of waste, industrial or urban waste is being promoted through the use of algae, the use and methanization with innovative methods. For the future, we have technologies of photosynthesis for synthetic fuels, power to gas, but also direct production of synthetic gases, synthetic fuels. And all this can be used for heating, for electricity, and for mobility. And finally, in this slide, we see the European Strategic Energy Technology Plan that is also supported by the European Commission, and the member states participate in this plan. This is a platform for exchange of ideas and activities to promote these innovative low-carbon technologies, including biomethane. Here we have Action 8 for renewable fuels, including biogas and bioenergy. Based on this strategic energy technology plan and based on the national NECPs, there is further effort to support this sector. For example, there is this call under the SET partnership, the Clean Energy Technology Partnership. This is part of the SET plan that I showed you before, and there will be funding of approximately 210 million euro annually, 1/3 from Europe and 2/3 from the participating countries. Every year there are proposals for funding amounting to 100 million approximately. So in September it will open, and within 1 year the relevant projects will be funded. This is one type of support that is being provided. Finally, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I am here at your disposal for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Georgiadou. I think now we can move on. Mr. Poulikas, the President of the Cyprus Regulatory Authority for Energy, you have the floor. I would like to thank Energy Press for the invitation. Please, may I have my slides on? So, as we all know, hydrogen is not something new. As we know, it was Jules Verne back in 1874 when he first got his hands on hydrogen, together with other stuff, of course, from 20,000 from Moon to Earth. And other things. So, according to Jules Verne, water will be used as a fuel, and it will be used together with oxygen in a way that will provide us with an endless source of heat and fuel. Now, today, as we just heard, hydrogen is one of the main components of the energy transition. And that's why many countries have already drafted a national strategy on hydrogen, starting with Japan back in 2017. Australia followed suit in 2020. The European Union was next in 2019 for Australia, 2020 for European Union, and many other countries followed, and many more are currently considering their own strategy on hydrogen. Next one, please. Now, with respect to the European Union, the strategy announced back in 2020 provided for installation of 6 gigawatts of electrolysis assemblies for the production of green hydrogen up to a capacity of 10 million tons per year. Between 2025 and 2030, it is expected that hydrogen will become one of the main components of the energy mix, and production of green hydrogen will exceed 10 million euros later on. That was the plan back in 2020. In 2030, we expect that green hydrogen will fully penetrate the market. Now, as we know, according to the Repower EU plan, the European Commission has set the target of the use of green hydrogen from 10 million tons to 20 million tons. So, 10 million tons produced in 2030 plus 10 million tons of green hydrogen imported to the EU. So the question is the following: why hydrogen? Why is it such an important component in this energy transition of ours? Renewables, which are not reliable, like solar power or wind power, may be coupled with hydrogen in order to become reliable. We have other energy sources like nuclear power, or biomass based fuel systems or combined cycle systems using natural gas may operate at full capacity, while at the same time getting the input from renewables, producing energy whenever they can. So the excess of energy will be channeled into electrolysis plants for the production of hydrogen. Now, as for the CO2 emissions from natural gas and biomass plants, by means of methanization, we will be able to produce synthetic methane. Thus, hydrogen, together with synthetic methane, may be stored and used if and when needed for transports, electricity production, or cooling and heating. Next one. One step back, please. Is it number 5? Okay. After 2050, when we expect that the so-called smart hyper network will be installed connecting Europe with North Africa and the Middle East. As a result of that, we will have renewables installed when there is high potential. For instance, we have high wind potential in the North Sea or in the west of Europe and the west of North Africa, and some other areas like the Aegean Sea and some areas close to Egypt. We will be able to have solar parks installed on large scale in Northern Africa, the Middle East and Southern Europe. Moreover, whenever there is available biomass, we will be able to build related and biomass-specific installations. When we have waters, we may have hydros installed, and some other technologies like geothermal technologies and tidal energy-driven technologies may also be installed. So, from 2050 onwards, perhaps storing will be carried out with respect to hydrogen. Next one, the area of southeastern Europe. We hopefully then we will discuss about that. We will have to see how southeastern Europe may play a leading role in the production and transfer of hydrogen. Let me close with this graph. It's about the hydrogen economics. Vertical axis, production costs per technology in relation to the cost for buying green certificates. You see some technologies using 3 different prices for carbon. We have crude oil-based technologies using 3 different prices for the green certificates, for the ETS, for the carbon dioxide emission system. Natural gas technologies, and the prices are 20, 40 and 60 euros per megawatt hour. And 3 prices for the so-called green hydrogen. $5 per kilo, $3 per kilo, and $1.5 per kilogram. In red, horizontal dotted lines, you see the production costs for the combined cycle plants which use natural gas. There is no effect that you can see when we have with respect to the marketplace of greenhouse emissions, because there is no impact. So if you check the top red dotted line, you see that at a price of $5 per kilo, which is the current cost for producing green hydrogen, it is not competitive at all compared to all other technologies. If we reduce the price, the hydrogen production cost to $3 per kilogram, this is the red dotted line in the middle, it seems that hydrogen becomes very competitive. And it's much more competitive than the carbon-driven technologies and the ones using crude oil. And if we further decrease the price of, I think the speaker meant the cost for hydrogen, not carbon dioxide, to $1.5 per kilo. Indeed, the production cost for hydrogen, he corrects himself, we see that hydrogen becomes extremely competitive even vis-à-vis the natural gas-fired plants. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Poulikas. Mr. Leoyannis, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to your forum. I am very pleased that we are talking about green gases and especially about hydrogen. During the last years, I have been coming again and again to Greece as an expat, and I'm happy to see that there is such a discussion in Greece. I will carry out my presentation in English, says the speaker.
Thank you. So, my name is Konstantin Levoyanis. I represent Neo Hydrogen. We are a leading pure-play hydrogen technology company. So, we manufacture electrolyzers and hydrogen refueling stations. We are the largest manufacturer of electrolyzers in the world, having delivered more than 3,500 systems to 80 different countries. We have manufacturing facilities in Norway, Denmark, and the United States, and we have about 600 employees today. We're a listed company as well, and I mentioned that our history goes back all the way to 1927, so you could say that we're one of the oldest startups in the world in that regard, and I'll explain. Next slide, please. Oh, I think you skipped a slide. No. Okay, the slide missing. So I mentioned our history goes back to 1927, and when we were part of Norsk Hydro, Norway is one of the largest producer of hydropower in the world. Sam Ida established Norsk Hydro with a vision during a time after the First World War, where we had a global famine, a global recession, and the idea was to use hydropower and hydrogen to produce ammonia for fertilizers to feed the world. And now we're living in a different kind of crisis, a climate crisis, and the more we delay, the more we fail to combat climate change, we fail next generations. So the race is on. It's a race against time when it comes to climate change, but also we have a race in terms of technology. Who's going to win the race for technology leadership? The International Energy Agency estimates that by the end of this decade, 2030, the market for mass manufacturing of clean tech is going to be worth $650 billion. That's triple today's level. So you can see there is this race for technology between continents, nation states, a race for subsidies, financial aid. There's not a single conversation I have about renewable clean hydrogen today where we do not talk about the US Inflation Reduction Act. They're pouring $370 billion into clean tech, and Europe has to respond to that. And at the end of the day, as much as this is a race for technology leadership, this is also a race for survival for European industry as well. And you can see in the top there, the shares of manufacturing capacity by region. This is relevant to electrolyzers, so electrolyzer manufacturing, where actually Europe starts in a leading position. We had a leadership position in solar as well, 10, 15 years ago. We lost that. So just to show you the figures there, according to the IEA's technology perspectives from 2023, Europe has close to 30% share of manufacturing capacity globally. You see North America is at around 20, so they're catching up quite fast, and things are really moving as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act. That's a reality. And China with over 40%. So there is always the issue of China in this discussion as well. Mrs. Georgiadou and the previous speaker spoke already about objectives. In particular, I'll talk about the objectives that the European Union has set. So the objectives are very ambitious. We're talking about 20 million tons of renewable hydrogen by the end of this decade. That's 10 million produced within Europe and 10 million imported from outside Europe. And okay, let's translate that into what does that actually mean in terms of electrolyzer capacity. That means a total installed capacity of 100 gigawatts by the end of this decade. And today we're around, some people say 1, some people say 3 gigawatts installed. So this requires a wartime effort to get to where we want to get in the next 7 years. The last time anything like this happened, it was, again, another war period, Second World War, when nation states had to massively accelerate the production of military aviation aircraft. So that's the kind of comparison that we're talking about. And also, if you compare it to the level at which wind and solar increased or ramped up, it took them about 10, 15 years. And we need to equally ramp up in the next 7. How are we doing? I have seen some charts recently that show encouraging signs that we are speeding up much faster than the solar and the wind industry were. So that's very positive. But again, to meet the installed capacity of 100 gigawatts, that means you need at least an annual manufacturing capacity output of 25 gigawatts already in 2025. And there are some European laws currently under discussion where the European Union is trying to encourage that these electrolyzers are made in Europe. That's a very important point that I'll come back to later. And lastly, just on this slide, I think this is very important. The EU Renewable Energy Directive has been finalized. And in the Renewable Energy Directive, there are targets that need to be met by member states, including Greece, of course. And these targets stipulate that by 2030, 42% of the renewable fuels of non-biological origins, that's hydrogen and its derivatives, 42% need to be consumed in industry by 2030. So that's in every member state, 42%. And similarly, there's a transport target of 2.5 to 5.7%. That includes biomethane, biogas. The stipulated target for hydrogen is just 1%. So how's industry? How is the market reacting to all of this? I have to tell you that already the market is shifting from small scale to large scale applications and projects. I think that's very important for Greece. A lot of some of the discussions that we have here, they're even for kilowatt 1 to 15 megawatt projects. 20 megawatt projects for us are really starting point. We'd like that to be a starting point for us. The last 2 orders that we received, they're both 100 megawatt, above 100 megawatts. So we're really moving away from small scale projects to medium and large scale, and that will evolve over time. In terms of capacity, just to give you a picture, we have a 500 megawatt automated production line in Norway that will be putting out 1 gigawatt by April 2024 next year. That's the one in Herøya, which has space to expand up to 2 gigawatts. We will expand that in line with market demand. And in the US, we recently took a decision to build a gigafactory of up to 4 gigawatts in Michigan and expand our operations in Connecticut, Wallingford, 500 megawatts. And we always have in the back of our minds, once we've finished fully expanding in Norway to look for another factory in Europe as well. Come on, this is going to work. Here we go. Just to talk to you a little bit about the technology, because this is really, really important. The electrolyzer sector is essentially going through what the automotive sector went through after the 1950s in big industrialization. We need to move towards automation. You can't have men and women picking up 200 kilograms of steel to build your electrolyzer stacks. So automation is really important in terms of cutting your costs as well, increasing your efficiency. Our target is to reduce our capex cost by 75% when we reach full expansion, and that's going to be a major contributor in bringing down the costs, total cost of hydrogen. As I said, because this is an automated process as well, literally the product that comes out at the end is the same every time. High quality. This is a picture from our alkaline factory in Norway. We operate on 2 technology platforms, alkaline and PEM. There are less moving parts in alkaline. As I said, we're the first ones to automate our process. This needs to become the standard in the electrolyzer sector. Again, it's really important for bringing down the costs. In our alkaline, we don't use any rare earths, exotic raw materials. There's a huge dependence in PEM, for example, in platinum group metals, iridium, which come from countries that are far away outside Europe. So we're really proud of that in our alkaline operation as well. We need to do the same in our PEM operation too. It's a little bit more difficult because there are more moving parts, but we have a strategic partnership with General Motors in the United States, and we hope that that's going to help us to learn from their experience in PEM fuel cells, and we'd like to translate that into proton exchange membrane factory as well. And this is the last slide. We live essentially by 3 principles when we talk about regulation and policy development. The policies need to be simple, they need to be fast, and they need to be favoring scalability. So we need to increase volumes and production capacities. What is important in the next months, days, years even? Implementation of the Renewable Energy Directive. It's all well and good that we have those targets that I talked about, 42% renewable hydrogen by the end of this decade in industry. We need the member states to implement that. Government officials, if you're here today, you need to implement the Renewable Energy Directive as it is. We need the EU Net Zero Industry Act to be more ambitious. Mrs. Georgiadou talked about a made in Europe target of 40%. That 40% target, as it's phrased today, it's relevant to all technologies. But solar has a very different starting point from us. Wind has a different starting point from us. Our objective here is to keep manufacturing of electrolyzers in Europe and make sure that Europe remains the home of the electrolyzer market, of the manufacturing base. We don't want a repeat of what happened to solar 10, 15 years ago. Now we're trying to bring it back from China, and you all know that's very, very difficult. That relates to the third point here, which is about the importance of developing a value chain that's made in Europe. That's not just a protectionist thing. This is really, when you're starting a new business, renewable hydrogen in particular, a lot of the customers that we talk to, they don't know the technology, they don't understand it. You need to have proximity to your clients, you need to have proximity to centers of excellence, skilled labor, researchers, so that you can be there for your client. If your manufacturer is thousands of kilometers away and you have an issue down the line, good luck finding your friend across the Atlantic or wherever it is to come and help you with your problem. And last but not least, there's a funny image there on the right-hand side, stick man with a baseball bat and a carrot, the figurative carrot and stick. Το μαστίγιο και το καρότο, δεν ξέρω αν χρησιμοποιείται η έκφραση στα ελληνικά. We need both. So we need the carrot and the stick. I think that in Europe, we always start with a carrot first. And the Americans have done it the other way around. They said, we're going to give you the carrot and we'll worry about the stick later. The hydrogen bank is something we'll talk about, I'm sure, in discussion as well. We need, as industry keeps telling me, it's all well and good. We have the laws in place, the demand side targets that give us visibility, but if we don't have the money to reduce the gap and bridge the green premium, which was illustrated so deftly in the last presentation, then we can't do it without. So I'll stop there. I look forward to the discussion. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. So we see that issues relating to green gases, hydrogen, etc., they are at the brink of technological progress, but we do need new policy tools and new regulation specific tools. Let me start with Mrs. Georgiadou. The question is the following. The European Union has set a quite ambitious target for 30 BCM until 2030. So, what's your opinion on that? Are we on track? Can we do it? Should we do more? Thank you for the question. Certainly we have to do more and more. Currently, biomethane production through biogas represents, actually it's 10 times less than it should, 3.5 BCM annually. But we have a production of 14.9, 15 BCMs of biogas using organic mass fermentation used for power generation because it is funded, right? So we have to promote, support, increase production of biomethane through biogas and by means of other innovative technologies. And this way, if we combine all these technologies to produce biomethane, we can meet the 30 BCM target by 2030. As I showed you before, with respect to the action plan on biomethane, we will have to set targets in the context of national strategies. I'm talking about the NECPs. We have to drop the costs for interconnections, and the legislation for connecting to the natural gas network has to be simplified, and we have to promote research and innovation for new concepts like gasification, because in this particular case we have some issues when we try to upgrade this technology and when we try to bring this technology in the market. So we have to give incentives to this direction. It is only by means of combining these alternatives. For instance, we have existing facilities that we may use and upgrade them, or in order to use new technologies. Also, there are new sources for the production of feedstock, the raw material as we call it, in order to produce biomethane. And these sources are abundant, but the collection of this raw material and its use for production at industrial scale is not well developed, so we have to further expand these pathways so we can meet the target, so we can fulfill the target and perhaps exceed the target set, because biomethane is a gas that may directly replace natural gas, which means that its use is immediate. We can use biomethane exactly the way we use natural gas as we do right now, for instance in transport. So it's extremely interesting as a renewable gas in order to include it in our gas mixture in the market. And of course, obstacles may be overcome For instance, the cost for biomethane production, depending on the methodology used, varies from 40 to 120 euros per megawatt hour. So we have to take the necessary steps in order to reduce this cost. As I told you before, there are some policies in place which help to this direction. RED II, for instance, promotes its use for transports because there's a target set. 5.5% of advanced fuels will be used in the industry. I'm talking about advanced fuels by 2030. Or ZIA is a strategic technology. So all projects that relate to biomethane will be funded, even the large-scale ones. AFIR supports infrastructure for methane as well, biomethane as well. EU taxonomy also provides that there will be funding for all applications that satisfy the sustainability criteria, including biomethane. So legislation as it stands right now is biomethane friendly. What we lack, perhaps, is to use biomethane apart from the transport industry, and this is something to be discussed in the context of the new package deal for gases. Thank you very, very much. Since biomethane may immediately replace natural gas and used as an alternative, this facilitates work, makes things easier when it comes to infrastructure. There's no need to double the infrastructure because we will be able to use the existing pipelines and the networks, and as a result have the maximum degree of utilization of the existing facilities. So, talking about protection of consumers, I'd like to ask Mr. Polikas the following. How do you deal with the introduction of hydrogen in our energy systems? Will they be transformed? Will the gas sector will the hydrogen sector be linked to the power generation system some way? What are the challenges ahead? Let me tell you the following. Especially when it comes to hydrogen challenges are quite a lot. So today we discussed about hydrogen and the goals related to it, but there are two main challenges that impede the use of hydrogen. The first one has to do with the equipment's resilience. That's something to be settled in the coming years. The second challenge, the most important one, is what I said while showing my last slide, is the cost for producing green hydrogen. Currently, technology, science has provided us with solutions with respect to our gears and equipment's resilience, because we have had experience acquired by the development of solar-related and wind-related technologies and equipment. Now, talking about the costs, we need to work more on that. Let me just say that the NEOM project mentioned in the previous session in Saudi Arabia, NEOM actually comes from the Greek word neo and M. M is the first letter of the Arab word future. There have been targets set, specific ones. They have identified an area as big as Belgium in order to install 4 gigawatts of photovoltaics together with wind turbines in order to produce 600 to 650 tons of hydrogen per day. The long-term objective is to drop its cost from 5 euros per kilo to 1.5 euro per kilo. The long-term objective of Saudi Arabia is for them to become an exporter of hydrogen. So things are moving fast. As mentioned before, it seems that this hydrogen coming from Saudi Arabia, in order to reach the north, has to go through the Mediterranean. So all Mediterranean countries, Jordan, Israel, Lebanon, Egypt, Cyprus, Greece, have to collaborate, so that along with the natural gas reserves that may be so that all Mediterranean countries may become exporters of energy towards Europe.
Thank you. Mr. Levogiannis, Mr. Poulikas spoke a lot about the production cost. In terms of renewables, we have achieved a lot of efficiencies, and the cost of production of green hydrogen is being reduced step by step. However, there are certain technological possibilities, let's say. With regard to electrolytes and technological innovation, how do you see the production costs to develop? Because this will determine also the time horizon for the deployment, for a large-scale deployment of hydrogen. This is one part of my question. And let me also ask you, as an observer, how do you see the Greek market and especially the regional market? Because we cannot be speaking of the Greek market alone, since Greece has set itself a goal to become an exporter. Not only in hydrogen, it fulfills all the requirements of location, etc.
That's the million-dollar question.
The first part of your question is the million-dollar question, and if I knew that, I would be a rich man. But there is always a principle of scaling up and bringing the cost down, which means that we need large quantities to reduce the prices. But speaking about the technological aspects, as I did during my presentation, automation alone will help reduce the cost by 50% approximately, according to our estimates. And I spoke about 75% reduction. So the remaining 25% will be the product of your partnerships in the value chain, the customers, etc. All this value chain is absent right now, and this is exactly what we're trying to set up. This is what we're discussing. We're trying to create a new sector, not only in Europe, but globally as well. So cost is the major issue in all discussions. Always in the discussions, I hear, yes, but mazout has this cost, and the customer does not want to pay this extra money per kilogram. Of course, we are confident, we believe in our technology, and the cost issue is related also to the RES producers. The 75 or 80% of hydrogen price is linked to electricity prices. Now, to come to the second part of your question about Greece specifically, Mr. Poulikas showed us a map earlier with all the countries that have produced national hydrogen plans. Which country was absent in that map? We are in this country. Greece must have a national hydrogen plan. I have heard a lot being said for a year now. I have heard a lot of figures, but I have not seen anything tangible yet. It is true that Greece has a huge potential and huge possibilities from the sun, from the hydropower. We could reach a point where we would not use electricity at all because there would be no grids. So shouldn't we invest in storage units, either batteries or hydrogen? I would say that hydrogen is the better option because batteries are also heavy. We saw in Germany some years ago the taxpayers lost some 450 million euros in curtailed energy. One last thing about Greece. We carried out a market research about interesting sites for manufacturing, and we came to the conclusion that Slovakia and Greece are the best. I would like at this point to thank Mrs. Georgiadou, Mr. Poulikas, Mr. Levogiannis. This has been a very interesting discussion, and we could conclude that there are a series of challenges in policy making, in regulation, and in technology, and surely for the next years we will have a lot to discuss.
Let me tell you that I'm really amazed by the quality of the contributions heard so far. We expect and we are certain that this will go on. We're going to have a 10-minute break in order to stick to the schedule, and we'll be back with the next session, the third session, moderated by Mr. Evangelis Metaxas, Professor Antonis Metaxas. See you in 10 minutes.
Αγαπητές φίλες και αγαπητοί φίλοι.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will move on after this short break, and I would like to invite Mr. Antonis Metaxas as the moderator of the next panel to take the floor, as well as Mr. Nikolaos Liberopoulos, Konstantinos Hatzifotis, and Ms. Despina Tomadaki to join us on the panel. We will start within the next couple of minutes.
Έχει... Ωραία. Λοιπόν, καλή σας μέρα. Τι να...
Good morning. I'm also surprised in a positively sense because the whole subject matter of hydrogen, as Mr. Panagoulis in his introductory remarks stated, occurs at on a strange day, also vis-à-vis the elections and the current topics. Of course, it gains much interest. Within this section, we will dive in a subject that has already been touched upon previously, and is the prerequisite for investment. And I am talking about, of course, funding. Without funding, we can't lead any discussion, any realistic discussion. I'm very pleased to moderate this talk after short introductory remarks by three executives of the market that have knowledge on this critical issue. First of all, I would like to introduce all three of them. Nikolaos Liberopoulos is Project Officer at the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, the European Commission. Mr. Konstantinos Hatzifotis, who is Director for European Affairs at the Motorola Group, and Ms. Despina Tomadaki, Senior Loan Officer at the European Investment Bank, with expertise on hydrogen project as well. I was very pleased to hear that. I would first of all like to give the floor to Mr. Liberopoulos for his presentation. And we're very keen to listen to him. Thank you to Mr. Metaxas. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very good timing. I'm referring to this conference, and I am, of course, combining it with voting on Sunday. We're talking about the joint undertaking partnership. We are dealing with I am dealing with hydrogen since 23 years, and I'm very pleased, I'm very delighted that hydrogen has reached the real economy, and hopefully it will reach also society and community. I will present the funding of the first stage, and I am referring to research and development. Next slide, please. Ms. Verikio hasn't presented, and I would like to say a few words about the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Is a public-private partnership, a PPP. The European Commission is the public sector, and the European hydrogen-related industry and European researchers are taking part as the private sector. There is a framework program, last of which is Horizon Europe. €1 billion has been put in place, and recently within the Repowering EU, €200 million on top of that. So over the next 7 years, we have €1.2 billion that we can contribute in research and demonstration. Since 15 years, we have already provided €1.2 billion in the sector. Over the next 7 years, as you can see on this slide, the strategic sectors to be financed are illustrated here. 3 pillars: hydrogen production, distribution and sequestering, storage, and a number of actions. Fuel sales and hydrogen joint undertaking used to be a one-stop shop, as we used to say, for fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell. Those that wanted to make business in this sector would come to us. Well, now things have changed. There is a hype at the time. We need to take it under control as well. We are supporting research on production, with electrolysis production, and we are talking about renewable hydrogen. The storage part, underground storage or storage using other chemical carriers, hydrogen storage. And there is also the utilization, usage. There are a number of institutions and a number of stakeholders that would like to have a piece of this cake. There is the energy, the transport sector. You see this little car that is illustrating it, but we're not supporting hydrogen-powered vehicles at the time. There are companies from Asia, and maybe we have lost ground vis-à-vis Asia at this point, but there will be funding in this field as well. There are fuel cell applications, a slight funding because they used to work on natural gas that is no more within the spotlight of the European Commission. Electrochemical transformation of hydrogen used to be common ground, but now we are looking at combustion, at gas turbines and combustion engines. We might also see internal combustion engines to be on the spotlight. And horizontally, we're dealing with upskilling, with skill development, hydrogen valleys, as well as a series of other topics we are addressing. You can see our legacy here, the 314 projects we supported over the past 15 years. 314, 1.2 billion in the transportation sector, 44% of that money, and stable applications, 22%, hydrogen production, etc. We have supported research from TRL 3 down to TRL 2. So we are talking about components, development of components, up to the development of prototypes and demonstration within industries, on the street, on the roads, or at sea, depending on the application. TRL 3 to TRL 7-8, this is our subject, our field of expertise. You can take a look at some projects which I am monitoring as a project officer. Large electrolysis projects. We have low temperature electrolysis projects and generation. We have found that over the past years we had a 500-fold increase from some dozens of megawatts to from kilowatts to megawatts. The funding has been 100th for each electrolysis generation, and this showcases the will of companies to put money out of their own pockets. In green, you see projects, PEM projects with grey alkaline projects. There is in Austria a 5 megawatt project, a 6 megawatt project, and we have the 25 megawatt EFIRA project coordinated by Motor Oil, Greek company, and the TRIRIS project in a hydrogen valley. You see here indicative projects or demonstrative purposes in buses. We started in 2009 with the emblematic SHIC project. And I'm just showcasing here that the Eastern European part is absent. There are no hydrogen generation plants. There are no projects in place there. And this is of great importance for Greece as well as a problem. Another instrument we are promoting is hydrogen valleys. With great pleasure, we see that since there's 1 month now that 2 projects are coming from Greece, and the European Commission is willing that 1 hydrogen valley is placed in each member state. Greece has managed to get 2 hydrogen valleys supported. Some statistics, some figures, and I will focus on Greece. The red line shows funding per year since the establishment of the joint undertaking. That averages 100 million euros per year. You see the shift to the Horizon Europe into 2021. There was no call for proposals issued at the time. And we have contracts in the amount of 350 million euros in 2022, and it's 20 projects per year. But now, on an average, but now in 2022, we have 45 projects being issued in terms of a contract. You see here the funding over the last 15 years per member state. 45 states have received funding. Yellow highlighted are demonstrative, and with green are green projects. Germany in the first place, France, Italy, the UK, Norway as well as an important player. And 10th ranks Greece. We have ensured that 3.5% of the funding is provided through the JU, and this is very important for Greece. We've always been good at research, the green part, the green highlighted part. We have exceptional academic staff. At the Patras University, I'm referring to Vayanas, Mr. Vayanas, Verikios at Elketa, Mr. Vassalos. I'm just throwing names to you, names of people that I have read about and had the pleasure to get to know. On the right-hand side, you see a chart. The red line is funding in Greece. And you see this explosive increase, and explosive is rather dangerous word in this conference. We have this emblematic EFIRA project, the 25 megawatt project, and the two valleys. We've always been there. We've always supported Greece. Greece has a very good standing in terms of research projects. There are 48 Greek stakeholders that have participated in our frameworks, and this is also exceptional as a figure. Eketa CERT is leading, followed by Demokritos, the Advent company, the National Technical University of Athens, as well as Motorol, Unis, Helbio, and CRES. I am showing figures from 2008 onwards, whereas Greece has introduced projects before 2008 as well. And at the time, I said CRES and Helbio have been leading this project. You see another map. We'll have another map issued on Sunday after the elections that will be rather one-colored. Corinth is leading the way, Attica, Crete, and of course South and Western Macedonia. Besides projects, we're also supporting research. In 2022, a study on hydrogen in updated national energy and climate plans has been issued. We have prepared studies for each member state. One of them is Greece as well. One of these studies, the study in Greece, has shown that up to 2030, two scenarios are prevalent. The low scenario and the high scenario, so to speak, up to 2040. 300 megawatt to 1 gigawatt of electrolysis generation can be installed, powered through 1 gigawatt of renewable energy sources. Most of the hydrogen will be fed into the industry, and part of it in applications as well. And I guess this is where I can conclude, giving my way to Motorol representative for showcasing examples. Thank you very much.
I think you gave us the full picture also with respect to the background of this discussion, because many might think that this is a brand new discussion on hydrogen, but apparently there is some increased interest as of lately, but there has been a scientific background, and as a country we have had some significant pedigree, let's say, in the world of in the hydrogen industry, and of course we have to see that in the context of the current challenges, knowing the backdrop of this issue. Now, give the floor to Mr. Hadjifotis. He is the head of European Affairs for Motorol Group. Motorol, both independently and through the Hellenic Hydrogen, is quite actively involved with hydrogen, and it would be really interesting to hear what they currently have in the pipeline, and Mr. Hadjifotis' analysis. Now, thank you very much. I'd like to say that I'm truly amazed by the attendance today. I think it's one of the very few times that a speaker has less technical knowledge than the attendees. So, taking the relay from Mr. Liberopoulos, what you just saw, this steep rise in the absorption of European funds that related to hydrogen projects is massively due to Motor Oil's activities as well. We, the Motor Oil Energy Group, drives the transition of our country and plays a leading role also in hydrogen. I'll try to be a bit more direct. So my presentation complements and accompanies what I'm about to say, but I want to give you some concrete examples so I give some food for thought. Motor Oil evidently didn't decide to get our hands in hydrogen just 1 or 2 years ago. We've been into hydrogen for many years because we produce hydrogen while refining, and we know hydrogen as a gas, and we want to move on with hydrogen production that will be more environmentally friendly. We will have this different coloring of the hydrogen produced. We love talking about clean and renewable hydrogen produced by the use of electricity coming from renewables or by means of CCS applications. Now, in April 2021, Motor Oil submitted a file in the IPCI of hydrogen. It's the so-called commonly important, the important projects of common interest. It's let's say transnational cooperation in the context of EU in order to promote the EU's competitiveness in state-of-the-art industries and technological sectors. The first one being battery, the second one was hydrogen. So we filed two proposals. The first one was the famous White Dragon project, and the second proposal, which currently represents a strategic priority for Motor Oil, the so-called Blue Med. The first one has to do with the production of renewable hydrogen, and the second has to do with the production of blue hydrogen, hydrogen coming from fossil fuels, and goes together, and it is coupled with CCS application. Before we had Mr. Triadafilopoulos in the panel, a good friend of mine, so together with PPC we established Hellenic Hydrogen, a new undertaking that will build large-scale hydrogen projects, and through these projects both Motor Oil and PPC will deploy our activities in the clean hydrogen world. So what is our experience from hydrogen? So we just sent our feedback to this in the context of the sixth round of questions. This is exactly the kind of thing we were supposed to do, because the DG competition asked us to do that. So as you understand, the project is not finalized yet. We know that this project is not under the IPCI in the IPCI list, and it has been moved to the CEA list, which means projects of common interest for the environment, but the process is still pending. We, the Motor Oil, is supposed to wait for the European Union and say that you have a financing gap which is that big, and then go to the Greek government and see whether the funds are available in order to start investing. But in the meantime, we have been trying to exit the financial crisis. We have been through the COVID pandemic. Sometimes in this public debate we tend to forget that, but we, a petroleum company, we knew that things were really tough back then because consumption was low. We went through COVID, and then Ukraine came. Actually, the Russian aggression in Ukraine. So the European agenda discussed once again about the electrical independence, and of course hydrogen production represents a solution. So things have been changed, and back in 2021 we have proposed a new electrolyzer of 10 megawatt along with blue hydrogen production, that should we get the financing for the CCS part. So as a result, we now have to wait for the European Union process to finalize and take into account all the radical changes in prices, circumstances, the marketplace, etc. Repower EU was launched, according to which Europe by 2030 has to produce 10 million tons of hydrogen. Our updated NECP has set a new goal for of a capacity of 10 megawatt for electrolyzers. You know very well what is the currently installed capacity of electrolyzers in our country. So we have 7 years time to go from 2 megawatts to 1.2 gigawatt. But let me tell you that what truly surprised us was the microscopic approach to the issues that touch upon the periphery of Europe. It was mentioned before that we as a country have no hydrogen marketplace. Yes, we do not, because we don't have strong consumers. We don't have the big industries like in Northern Europe, where electrolyzer might be produced, hydrogen production might be deployed, and as a result start building the surrounding, let's say, the ecosystem of other actors in the marketplace. So we don't have the main consumer, the basic consumer needed. In the case of Greece, because we are businessmen, so the investment required for hydrogen is a bit risky, to put it mildly. So what did we do? Motor Oil decided to use the Blue Med project, split it into small pits, and try to come up with financial opportunities in Europe. Financing opportunities in Europe, apologies. Of course, all these schemes are competitive ones, like Horizon 2 and others. Allow me to say that these instruments are quite useful because they are they try to combine the desires of the private sector with the desires of the European Commission. So we can actually steer this project and tell them what our needs are. To have the Connecting Europe facility funded that funds the establishment and the building of hydrogen stations, refueling stations. As we said before, we signed with European Union the grant agreement in order to build a 30 megawatt clean hydrogen production site within our motor oil refineries. It's a symbolic thing, but let me tell you, that's why you saw the green part of our refinery. Symbolically enough, this is the future. This is symbolic, but this is the future. We have to move towards clean forms of hydrogen. At the same time, together with the EFIRA, we're about to sign the grant agreement for building a hydrogen valley close to our refinery. Our partner is OC, the operating of buses in Athens, and the port authorities of Piraeus, Olympia, Odos, Ecofrin, EOP, which is a company that will put fuel cells aboard the ship, Biohalco, the region of Peloponnese, municipality of Loutraki, the Equifund, Democritus Research Institutes, and others. So we want to lay the foundations for the future for a true value chain of hydrogen in our country. At the same time, we have started building the first publicly accessible hydrogen refueling station in Agioi Theodori, co-funded by the Connecting Europe facility. And together with, in the context of Hellenic Hydrogen, we have filed a proposal for building an electrolyzing plant of 100 megawatt within the Innovation Fund in Western Macedonia. Allow me to say that, okay, maybe some might be quite sensitive to that. We also proposed a more realistic project for a smaller White Dragon. I'm talking about a hydrogen valley in Western Macedonia, a bit more realistic. And we have some important partners in that, like the Thessaloniki Port Authorities, the Aegean Airlines, the region of Western Macedonia, Klube, as represented here. At the same time, we signed a very, very important financing instrument with the European Investment Bank. Let me say that the EIB, in order to grant a loan, they have to perform a due diligence of the client, which is extremely telling and useful for the companies themselves. But in order for the EIB to sign the loan, they have to be sure that the group's activities are oriented, let's say, towards clean energy. Let me conclude here my quick presentation, and I will be open to your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjifotis, and we conclude that the Motor Oil Group, although we knew that, is very active for the prospects, in building the prospects of this market. Hopefully we will have a Q&A session after the presentations. Now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Mrs. Despina Tomadaki.
Ms. Despina Tomadaki, on behalf of EIB, will talk about the role and the financing instruments provided by the European Investment Bank. As I've been informed, the EIB is providing consulting services next to funding in terms of picking the right mixes of investment vehicles. Thank you very much. My name is Despina Tomadaki. I'm working with the EIB and I am responsible for energy project financing in Greece. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Energy Press for inviting us to take part in today's conference and present the EIB hydrogen-related business in Europe, which is of great importance, as one can tell from the attendance of today's conference. We really commend for that. First of all, let me say a few words about the EIB. Over the past 65 years, since 1958, the EIB has been the lending arm of the European Union. We are supporting large development projects across Europe, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises. In essence, we are supporting the European Union's policies. Supporting the climate change, supporting the tackling of the climate change is of paramount importance. The EIB is a leading provider for the climate shift. Over the past years, as Mr. Hadjifotis said, the bank is supporting projects in alignment with the Paris Agreement, namely all business activities should enhance the green transition. Till 2025, more than 25% of our funding, more than 50% of our financing should go to climate action and environmental sustainability. Our priority by 2030 is also to support 1 trillion in investment for climate action and environmental sustainability. In terms of the investments supported so far in hydrogen, I have picked a couple of flagship projects across Europe. The first one I would like to touch upon is a project, well, since 2014, and based on the figures presented 1 year ago, we have provided more than 550 million euros EU-wide to leverage investments with a total value of 1.2 billion. We are supporting key technologies such as electrolyzers, fuel cells, and we're financing also hydrogen production and applications and green applications in mobility and energy storage industry sectors. Another business is advisory support to European stakeholders. We have been working with more than 20 projects across Europe, providing counseling in terms of funding and investment, so that some projects can become mature and be eligible for funding. The EIB funding is often co-financed using EU grants through the Europe Granting Facility, the Partnership for Hydrogen, and other initiatives. This is very important because apart from the grant blending, we have mandates from the European Union that allow us to finance projects that are indirectly supported by the European Union as well. Let me just talk briefly about a couple of projects we have funded. Well, one slide is missing. Anyway, you will have to pay attention to me instead of the slides. There is a project we have financed in Denmark for green hydrogen production, which will be used in the transportation business. Evergreen will be producing green hydrogen to power green transportation in Denmark. There is a project, 50 million euro provided to Petrola to fund green hydrogen-related projects. There is another investment, 300 million investment in a French company for green hydrogen production, as well as first of all, research and development of hydrogen usage in transportation. And another project, a flagship project funded in Greece. Motor Oil was supported with 40 million euros. That will help promote hydrogen investments. And if I remember it correctly, charging stations, hydrogen charging stations, HRSs, and fuel cells. Let me talk about the investment pathway over the next couple of years. It is a fact that hydrogen will play a key role in decarbonizing EU economies, especially in energy-intensive sectors. It is true that investor interest in hydrogen has risen substantially, but there are a couple of important issues that need to be addressed relating to how bankable these projects can be. Projects need scale economies of scale. Otherwise, investments cannot be put in place. The hydrogen economy is a rather difficult technology and is dependent on investments through grants to turn these to sustainable investments. On the other hand, we need to form demand and supply. We cannot afford funding hydrogen projects when there is no one to use it. If no off-takers want to invest in hydrogen, then it makes no sense. And I guess this is a catch-22. This is a chicken-egg loop that institutionally, at least, should be addressed. And as a matter of fact, addressed in a way that leads to a comprehensive approach that would form the hydrogen ecosystem. Apart from production and usage of hydrogen, we need to look at the supply chain related issues of paramount importance in this sector. And to conclude, we deem that regulation is of critical importance in hydrogen, in the hydrogen question, in order to adopt a high comprehensive approach on how this market will be formed. Investors should have information about the financing instruments that are available. We heard about a series of instruments, the RRF and other instruments that should be blended to enable sustainable investments. And to sum up, let me just conclude by saying that the EIB is very much interested in funding hydrogen projects, both with money as well as with consulting services towards public and private sector stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tomadaki. Your contribution related to a specific, let's say, aspect of the whole discussion that goes after the brand issues, the issues related to the various stakeholders, as Mr. Hadjifotis, Mr. Librov said before, and you gave us another dimension which is equally important, in the sense that many things are being said, and the country has to place itself in the context of this holistic approach. That's something we see also in other components of the energy market, areas of the energy market. Allow me to say that there was another conference a few days ago. I was invited to discuss the issue of offshore wind parks. And one can see that when we talk about the overall exploitation of this opportunity by the country, and of course the existing risk appetite by foreign actors, we need some policies put in place so we can extract the added value of these activities because we heard some things about the offshore wind parks off the coast of Scotland, and if the wind turbine breaks down, they have to send it to Rotterdam in order to be fixed. So we need an overall policy in the hydrogen industry so we can further boost other productive activities. We only have a few minutes, so I have a quick question to all three of you. Indeed, there is a great interest, and let me put my hat, my lawyer hat now. You know that my company is specialized on energy, and we have lots of people coming from abroad talking about energy, hydrogen, etc. So I always try to filter out what they say from the viewpoint of whether they have realistic expectations and ambitions to build something, and whether the market can absorb all these investments, and of course whether their timeline is realistic, which means the world for financing purpose as well. So once again, we're talking about the realistic depiction of an investment initiative. So all the things you said before, all the things that are being discussed right now in the context of the public debate, how do you assess it from your own viewpoint? Do we have a public debate which goes beyond the realistic realms, let's say, the realistic constraints? Are we just talking about future plans? Because, okay, the things we heard before are quite important, or are we just shooting far away, way beyond the realistic approach of the implementation of these technologies? Now, I think we're doing fine. I think we're taking the right, reasonable steps forward. We're not lagging that behind that much compared to Europe. There are gaps that have to be covered, so we become in sync. In Greece, we have no hydrogen association, hydrogen market association. We don't have the stakeholders expressing their viewpoints in one voice. We believe that the PPP instrument, the joint undertaking, is an instrument that might be used also in Greece. We're talking about private and public partnerships in order for funds to have a specific pathway for the future. So the roadmap mentioned before will help a lot to put things in order. So I think that these are the kind of steps that are needed in order to promote our country's competitive advantages in renewables, in the shipping sector, because we have the fleets, we can promote new technologies, we have the offshore wind parks. So all these things are bits of the same puzzle. So if we put them together, we can boost things forward. So what you just did is to highlight the need that we all acknowledged, and I think there is a great deal of work to be done by the coming government, right? So, Mr. Hadjifotis, what's your feedback on that? I would say that your question is to the point. So we need moderation, we need some wise approach, we need consistency. All these things have been synonyms of Motorola's activities over the past 50 years in which the company has been active in Greece. I would say that the way we move forward shows that there is a plan that was not produced yesterday. It's not the first time that we're talking about hydrogen. No, it's a plan that has been coined many, many years ago. It's being materialized as we speak in a systemic and very wise way. So we are interested in being realistic, as you said, exactly. We don't want to raise the bar that high because most likely we will go beneath it. I believe that small steps may be taken, but we always have to consider that we are placed at the tiny corners of the European peninsula. We have neighbors who have no ETS in place. They have no environmental constraints. They have no social constraints. So we are in a non-privileged position. Yes, we are privileged in the sense that we may operate as a hub. Yes. So, in a nutshell, we have to move forward, taking the right steps, the most realistic steps forward. And as it was said before, we have to marry that with the financing instruments. We have to combine the ecosystem stakeholders, but the thing is, who's going to be the best man? Now it boils down to the private initiatives. Thank you very much. So it's not just about having this superficial, self-contenting approach. We have to be realistic. And I think that these last points highlight that, because Mr. Panagoulis at the beginning said that there is a rumor about how conferences are being held, whether they are working conferences. And this one, I think, thanks to your contributions, do exactly that. Mrs. Tomadaki, what is you have the privilege of being a fellow Greek, and you have a third party's bird's eye view, if you like. So, being realistic is the ANZ for every bank. So, in order for us as a bank to invest in a project, we have to have all the due diligence completed, as mentioned before. But in order to make it so far, in order to assess and evaluate an investment as realistic, many steps have to be taken before that, as the previous speakers mentioned. So what we need is to have a marketplace. In order for an investment to be realistic, there has to be a marketplace established, and that's the critical step, and this is what other countries have done already. They first built the marketplace following certain legislative and statutory initiatives. Of course, Northern European countries have some privileges and advantages compared to us, but Greece has its own set of advantages, like access to renewables. We can build on them, and progressively we will have the marketplace established, and then the projects will come in order to be financed. So we have to have a future prospect and realism in our mind. And this is the closing of this panel discussion. Mr. Panagoulis is here ready to take the floor. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Αφού ευχαριστήσουμε θερμά.
Would like to thank the moderator and the speakers and the panelists of the previous panel. And I would now like to ask the next person to take the floor to address a keynote speech, and I'm addressing Mr. Konstantinos Papaloukas, Managing Director of the EastMed Energy Hub, who, as is known to all of you, being connoisseurs, is coordinator of the National Hydrogen Committee, and well, bearing both hats here, and with the perspective that he has in terms of the energy market abroad, I would like to welcome him to the floor for a 15-minute keynote speech. Hello. Just waiting for the slides.
Αν μπορεί το πάνελ. Ωραία. Ας ξεκινήσουμε και το... Δεν υπάρχει κάτι εδώ. Έχουμε το slide. Δείτε το λίγο. Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ. Λοιπόν,
Thank you. Well, I would first of all like to commend Mr. Panagoulis and Energy Press for the initiative to organize the first Hydrogen Green Gases Forum working conference. I would like to thank them for the invitation and the honor to address this keynote speech to you today. And I can tell that we are full house today. It is of great pleasure to meet persons and acquaintances that we have moved forward over the past years here today. I would like to make a short background expedition, starting with the 2000s and the baseline, and the challenges for a global emerging hydrogen economy. Hydrogen being a global commodity, I will end up addressing Greece's role in this global hydrogen economy. And those that doubt that the 10 million populated Greece has a prospect. I would say that a couple of days ago I participated in a conference in Portugal that is of equal population, that work hard to make it to the global hydrogen map with very important deals and deals closed. More than approximately 20,000 projects have been announced, and the comments I will make refer to the balance and keeping us away from greenwashing and greenwashing, and I will speak in the middle among those two. In a period that the hydrogen business is speeding up. The background, there is an energy crisis evolving, a war at Ukraine that is changing the energy routes, the traditional energy routes and the oil routes, pipelines. That brings us to a reality check in terms of demonizing natural gas as a transportation fuel. At the same time, there is a series of factors such as inflation, waves, pushing the economy to the and leading to up to the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, and the necessity to take a next step as the EU and regulate the ECCS. I have spoken many times before about that after and following our cooperation with the US Department of Energy. So we started off 2020 as within the EU presidency, Germany held the first high-level meeting on decarbonization using hydrogen. And the Ministry of Environment has been tasked with the first drafting of a paper to map the Greek position on hydrogen. The positions that we tabled as a ministry were deemed purposeful and target-oriented, also in alignment with the conclusion draft of the German presidency of the European Union. Many countries had either drafted such a position paper or have published a roadmap up to that time. In November 2020, through a ministerial decision, we have set up the National Hydrogen Committee, and I was heading up this committee. We've had 20 meetings. The last session took place in November 2021, and the conclusive position paper in 2021, end of 2021, during the meetings. We had sessions and hearings with stakeholders from all sectors of the hydrogen value chain, including industry, the maritime sector, the incubators, accelerators, trader technologies, energy, stock market, etc. Our target was, in the first place, to move away from the scientific approach and draw a line, and move on to what actually is happening in real time. Our baseline in hydrogen is 2050, and through a backward mapping, we broke down this period into 3 sub-periods. The strategy roadmap takes into consideration that hydrogen market cannot be developed through the private initiative. Konstantinos, in the former session, the previous session, talked about the challenges, of course, because of the lacking competitiveness in terms of against fossil fuels. 2021-2027, we have lacking infrastructure that is discouraging investment. Within this framework, we have to conclude the first pilot projects and applications. Target in this period is to decrease uncertainty, to bring costs down, and to make the operational part situation mature. This will bring up as well a couple of issues that the regulators would have to regulate. Next on 2027, 2035, we need to shape the market. After overcoming the first hurdles, cost remains high and private investments are discouraged. But there is, of course, there is predictability. Private investment is attracted through equity funds. And we need at this point to shape economies of scale, and it would be possible, as touched upon by Despina during the previous session, through developing demand and offer, taking out the hurdles in terms of liquidity and increasing predictability. The state should be the guarantor here. And 2035 to 2050, within this time frame, well, 2035, in my understanding, is the time when we will see whether hydrogen can establish itself as a global commodity. The market is developed, is advanced through private market. The state aid is phased out. There is a low cost. There is commercial maturity in place. There is infrastructure that is supporting cross-border trade and energy security. Both the roadmap, the regulatory plan, the regulation plan, and the 35 action items are based on these three phases. It is worth mentioning in terms of production and linking is RAE, the Regulatory Authority for Energy. The RAE was invited to table their draft roadmap, as well as the Regulatory Authority for Energy on the one hand and DESFA on the other hand, which is also a funding member of the hydrogen backbone that will connect the Southeast European ports with Northeastern Europe. Let's move on to the next slide. And let's move on to the hydrogen projects. I would like to commend DESFA at this point for including hydrogen dedicated network within the next PCI phase and all those that worked hard on that. And this advancement shows that when a project is good, when figures are there, when figures are good, even if it doesn't manage to get on board this train, it can take the next train forward. It might be left out of the first EPCI projects, but it managed to get to the next IPCEIs. And this is also true for the motor oil project that is being included in the guidelines. And I'm listening to motor oil talking about the sixth cycle, the sixth round of questions. There is the Kopaluzos project, aiming for the JPER project, as well as other projects that didn't manage, that failed to be part of this IPCEI project, but they are working in market terms and will make it to the next phase. And based on my decisions within the Hydrogen Europe, there will be many such trains to catch. And I would like to ring a bell at this point. In the next session, one said that the global energy, the regional hydrogen market with the regional outlook is very good, is standing very good. It's very important that we do not lose this opportunity. Over the next time, we will see competitive projects being developed in neighboring countries without the hurdles addressed. And I'm talking about hurdles in parentheses because this is my ideological positioning, And, sometimes we ask ourselves why Greece should be the leader ones. We have undersigned the IPCEI manifesto in 2020. The Secretary General for Energy, together with our Directorate have initiated a first call for an invitation for call for interest, call for tender, so to speak, to prepare a large Greek proposal that would enable synergies and would enable mature projects to go on board the IPCI phases. This would lead to a strengthening of our position, because a pass-through promotion of projects in Brussels would decrease any potential positive outlook in the Greek economy. Looking into the best practices in other countries, we decided that the baseline for the Greek economy would be to involve other sectors of the Greek economy through synergies, to involve the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Maritime, of Agriculture. And at the same time, the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Development took part in task force committee steering sessions, etc. The Greek government, together with Greek Hydrogen Europe, has encouraged initiatives together with other organizations. 21 proposals were tabled in the framework of the call for interest concerning the hydrogen value chain and relating to the maritime economy and to the islands. And next to the two projects on Western Macedonia that is of great interest for Greece as well, and of the Titan project, we're now talking about hydrogen valleys, Triris, the Hellenic Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, PPC and Motor Oil, LEADER in Mandra in Attica, Ammonia Reading Arabica, etc. It is a great pleasure for me to be involved in an area that was developed from bottom up when we strived to lay a foundation in the European hydrogen market. Hydrogen should not follow the same pathway of politics as was the case with natural gas because of the Mediterranean issue. The so-called hydrogen valleys help us move away from the demonizing such projects. There are clusters in the industries within which valleys inject hydrogen into those clusters. Currently, traditional markets and emerging markets are looking into opportunities to grow their influence. Growth Reduction Act. And we're looking at ways to, and the IRA, we're looking at ways, I'm talking about the IRA, the Net Zero Industry Act. There is a thin line between technology makers and technology takers that would lead to whether a country is a leader or a follower. There are secondary effects, such as hubs, transits, or upstreamers. And other smaller countries, Portugal, Chile, the Netherlands, have taken important steps forwards. If we look at how they have shaped their ports in Rotterdam and Amsterdam, then we see that they are off-taker oriented. It boils down to purity, toxicity, to access to urban city, to urban centers, etc. Let's move on to the next slide, please. To identify what Greece can do, we have to look at the factors influencing the market, the hydrogen production method, as well as cost production for hydrogen, and our location on the map. whether hydrogen takes place and is transported through the backbone or at ports. I'm just saying that for renewable hydrogen, we have the electrolysis device cost. Shouldn't mention China here. The minimum hydrogen production cost, energy cost, marginal cost, I won't refer to ADME and DDE. I would just say that the whole world currently and the copper industry have high challenges. Availability of water is another factor. Countries with a very good solar power capacity that are close to a region that lacks water, you need to take seawater and desalinate it. A couple of months ago, saltwater desalination, saltwater electrolysis was announced in China. And we have the raw material cost analysis that needs to be addressed. In low carbon hydrogen, main drivers are the low marginal cost for hydrocarbons, the reforming technology cost, and the capture cost, as well as transportation to storage facilities. Our consideration should be how to take control, to obtain control of the guarantees of origin. That would, on the other hand, make the world a hydrogen-ready world, but without increasing a carbon locking risk. What should be Greece's role in this new reality that has been formed, that is being formed? What should be our target for 2035, 2050? We had a very good, clean start, and the myth of Ariadne is always concurrent when you have to do with the Greek or the European red tape. We have a very good background, strategy background, that will be advanced over time and will capture new realities. What we actually need is a well-built strategy policy monitoring mechanism, not just figures. And we have taken steps. There are bankable projects in implementation orbit. There is a policy to couple them with other projects, scale up, and make them competitive for the region and for Europe. On a clean tech initiative by CERN, we lay importance on the industry cluster. It is a small cluster, but it's all about industry. And traveling from Northern Europe to Eastern Europe, I can say that we are within the cluster, the industry cluster. We shouldn't allow other countries to take the lead in our region. Let's learn from our competitive advantages. Let's learn from countries that are moving ahead. In the Netherlands, there are departments staffed with 100 of people that are making policy on hydrogen for the country. They used to tell me that 3 to 4 years ago it was just 20 people. And imagine how it would sound to them if I'd say that in the beginning I was alone or with a couple of colleagues shaping such a strategy in Greece. For the Greek maritime industry, I have already talked in the past. All this LNG, methanol and ammonia should be transported from all over the world, from the industrial off-takers to CCSs, Northern Lights, Portos Prinos, Ravenna and Egypt. Last but not least, we should not forget that hydrogen is yet another gas with good and bad effects. Is not a silver bullet for the energy transition, nor is an advancement in all aspects. Based on World Bank outlook, our needs, our copper needs over the next decades will be more than the copper we have produced over the last 5,000 years, and we have only discovered a new reservoir in the last 5 years. Also, in terms of the question which fuel, multiple fuels, methanol, hydrogen or others, it always boils down to the offtake, the industry, density, toxicity and proximity to urban centers. The world hydrogen economy is an opportunity for our country without the geopolitical hurdles tied to the hydrocarbons. We have a very good we are a very good opener to Asia and to Europe. It just needs smart guys, smart people to connect the dots and to develop a good approach when it comes to industry opportunities. Consolidation or the consolidation of funding sources, of financing sources is also important. But what we need to do is start in a reverse manner. Look into feasibility, not just financing. What we need is that everybody is on board, is taken on board. And it's a large pie, and we need to come together in order to make it even larger. There are all guarantees in place for us to become a strong player in the region. It's up to us. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Paloukas. His contribution was quite interesting. We'd like to thank you. And now we move on to the last session before the lunch break. So we will discuss about the national strategy, the Greek aspect of things. I'd like to invite Ms. Nektaria Karakatsani, a very famous expert on energy issues, and I would like to invite Mr. Alexandros Ifadis, Mr. Nikos Davos, Mr. Evangelos Gazis. Mr. Ifadis is the president of the Hellenic Association of Biogas Producers. Mr. Davos, he is the operator of the Bioeconomy and Environment Cluster in Western Macedonia. He has been in this field for many years. And Mr. Evangelos Gazis, he is the head of Southeastern Europe for Aura Energy Research. He's an analyst. We will hear some really interesting things. So, Mrs. Karakatsani, you have the floor. Will you share your contribution from the podium? Yes. Good morning. Let me congratulate Energy Press and Mr. Panagoulis in particular for this amazing initiative. It seems that the debate currently taking place is very significant, very meaningful, and it will help in understanding the this multifaceted issue, the various topics, and of course the better shaping of a future framework. So, on an introductory note, I'd like to share with you some thoughts of mine about some recent developments. There has been a very critical step taken by the European Union. We're talking about the hydrogen bank, but is this ambitious enough in order to mobilize projects at the scale we will need? If we reckon that the projects to be included in the first round, in the first tendering round, will get the maximum tariff, which is €4 per ton, then we understand that there will be some 200,000 tons to be supported. This represents no more than 2% of the demand side target for 2030. So, this is a starting point, an important starting point on behalf of the European Commission, and this draft budget will be enriched, this preliminary budget will be enriched, and more auctions will follow. What I consider to be important is that this framework will allow certain countries where circumstances are favorable, this will allow them to reach the target of €1 per kilo, which is the desired price. This will take place in the Netherlands as of 2026 onwards, and Germany will follow suit. But of course, for the costs to drop, which currently amounts to €7 per ton, Europe will have to import significant amounts of hydrogen, and that's a very, very important step. So international organizations estimate that in 2050, globally speaking, we will need 500 million tons of green hydrogen for decarbonization purposes. What does this mean for the renewables? We need for clean energy, which is 100 times more than the energy currently consumed by the UK. I say that in order to put it into perspective, both for the international and European level. So in the US currently we have a very strong subsidy-based policy, less limiting than in Europe. Europe started in its standard way. They set the targets, and gradually Europe adopt certain financial instruments. Currently in the US we have 70% of all investments being implemented, 70% of all investments globally speaking. For Europe, the estimates are quite conservative given the current framework. The target is 10 million euros of hydrogen produced by 2030. Many houses believe that we won't exceed 4 million tons. So Europe might reach the target of 40% after all. So although internationally we have projects under great circumstances in which the costs drop from $50 to $100 per megawatt hour, in Europe the costs remain way beyond 150. This highlights the importance of properly organizing and putting in place these steps at a preliminary level. Next slide, please. This is the triangle that all speakers have highlighted. Growth, simultaneous development of production, infrastructure, and the marketplace. Of course, we have some technological uncertainties included in the context of the previous NECP in Greece. We had to add a capacity of 3 gigawatt from renewables in order to reach the previous target. Of course, this came it didn't go hand in hand with the issue of grid capacity. We have had saturation. So Europe is quite strict with clean hydrogen production. The US are a bit more lenient in the context of the geographical and temporal coefficients, and we have some raw earths. And this is a very important aspect of producing electrolyzers. So we see that alkalic electrolyzers means that 10% comes with a 10% of capex exposed to raw earths, and of course this means that the total cost is depending on the raw materials costs. Analysts believe that in terms of subsidies we will need 4 trillion euros by 2050. Of course, we're not talking just about financing support schemes. This also includes the ETS system that will be a beacon towards the different direction. As we said, our country has a very important strategic position, and potentially it may become a hub. But I believe that we have to speed up things a lot, because agreements have already been reached of at least 6 European countries, with countries from North Africa and the Middle East. And last week, the Netherlands and Denmark were committed to invest 1 billion euros in South Africa, because imports represent a very important parameter, a critical parameter, in order to decrease the average cost from 7 euros per ton downwards. We also see important infrastructure being discussed. Last week, Italy and France discussed about a brand new natural gas pipeline and a new hydrogen pipeline. So we have to focus now on Greece. Talking about Greece, we have the revised NECP. It's being discussed as we speak. We have new targets and certain state of affairs and priority axis. By 2030, 90% of all production might be absorbed by the Greek refineries. And then we have the industrial applications like ammonia, fertilizers, steel industry, etc. It's important that we have lots of projects in the pipeline of different maturity, of course. An important component has to do with the list IPCI and the introduction of the Greece-Bulgaria interconnection, and now we see that the hydrogen valleys are speeding up as well. It's important that we have a huge experience both in terms of network and distribution operations. For instance, DESFA's stakeholders and DESFA and Italgas know the market very well, and this, of course, helps increasing the awareness of infrastructures. And of course, the only way to add some conclusions, to derive some conclusions, is to proceed with works. What I've been with projects, what I've been listening in the ministry recently is it's better to put a project in place despite its weak points and gradually improve them instead of prolonging that, because nobody can take part in this first round that will take place in autumn if there is no investment visibility for the first 10 years. It's really important that certain actions have been included and approved for funding by the RRF and the Island Decarbonization Fund in a balanced way, projects that are related to hydrogen and the natural gas. I have seen a hydrogen ecosystem in Mallorca. I went there in Spain the other day, and they told me that one of the main topics that has not been properly considered has been the level of volatility in terms of consumption and the change they had to implement in technical specifications of both the units and their infrastructure. Let me close with some comments on biomethane. Please, next slide. Biomethane is moving up strong. We have a potential of 0.5 BCM. Sometimes we talk about the hydrogen, which is the long-term vision, but it's really important to develop this readily available fuel, biomethane, which also makes part of the circular economy. According to CAPE, a survey has shown that biomethane may cover up to 85% of household consumption of natural gas in our country. So, biomethane is a very valuable asset. I wouldn't like to comment on the technicalities. You all know about that. 90% of biomethane may come up from biogas upgrade. We also can have synthetic biomethane. Its production relies on the raw material we use, the foodstuff we use. We can turn that into CNG, synthetic CNG, which means that then it might help us accelerate the green transition of transport, and also it may be used in its liquid form for shipping and for heavy trucks. It is noteworthy that biomethane, when we run a life cycle assessment, is the only fuel that may lead us to a negative balance of CO2 emissions. So it's readily available. It calls for no specific changes or amendments in our networks or the household equipment used, and countries are able enough and flexible enough to determine their own injection levels. Moving on to the next slide, I would say that the ministry has done a great job in order to depict and map all the sectors so that we have the statutory framework in place. We have the target set by NECP for 12 tons of biomethane that may be increased furthermore. They have decoded what we should do and what we should change in order for biomethane to be included in the natural gas marketplace, as for the regulators, the specifications, the measurement protocols, how to build a register for injection, and of course all laws and regulations that have to do with distribution and the marketplace. The law promulgated in April, we have biomethane included in the scope of the operators. There are certain references made to the gas stations, and of course the safety issues. Last but not least, let me share with you a very timely example from Italy. This week they will announce the results from their first auction on the basis of a new support and scheme. So let's move on to the last slide. So we see that Italy secured the European Commission's approval for support let's say financial support of 4.5 billion euros, and they aim at multiplying the production by 10 times, which means 1.7 billion euros of investment subsidies. And according to them, an eligible cost is both the construction of the infrastructure and the synthesis cost. And we've seen that in various consultations in RAI that these premises were 5 kilometers away from the premises, from the connection points, that meant some 5 million euros of additional costs. In Italy, they have tenders for the auction prices, they have CFDs for projects above a certain level of capacity, and guaranteed tariffs. The price is 100 to 110 euros for agricultural units and less for use of urban and agricultural residues. This is the baseline price for them in order for the system to be sustainable. So biomethane may be readily used. Important groundwork has been done by all stakeholders, and this has to be completed in the coming period. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'd like now to invite to the floor Mr. Ifadis, the President of the Association of Biogas Producers.
Hello, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Thank you. I would like to commend them for this exceptional conference. I would like to take the floor from Ms. Karakatsani. It is a conference about renewable hydrogen and biomethane. It should be biomethane and renewable energy, hydrogen. It is the brother to the hydrogen. Hydrogen actually covers what biomethane cannot cover. Biomethane is the direct alternative. Let's look at the current state in Greece. The problem goes way deeper than we think. We have 96.4 megawatt installed capacity, 13 units are landfills, 53.3 megawatt, and 48 farms. They are sited in northern Greece, and it has to do with the availability of feedstock. Now there is no European country that is supporting electricity production, power production. All countries, France, other countries, have provided incentives for biogases to be turned into biomethane. We live in a country that that actually needs biogas. If biogas is the raw material to produce biomethane, it's very important to do that because we need to turn the 60% into value. If there is no CHP unit in place, the current regulatory framework does not obligate you to have CHP, combined heat and power generation. And there is a great constraint here, feedstock. All studies carried out by the international organization, the European organizations, demonstrate that if we use the available feedstock, we can reach 30% of our demand in natural gas demands. Let me stress that biomethane is utterly compatible. You need no infrastructure transformation. Technical difficulties linked to hydrogen are rather high. We need to start off now, working on that so that hydrogen is there for us when things when things are mature enough. Let's look at the synergy. Let's look at why biomethane is the way forward. Let me just say that we represent 80% of current plants. Let's look at the target, the 35 BCM. Greece is at 0.4 BCM by 2030, and reality check shows that we are at nil. Within 5 years, we have to reach 0.5. Some countries have to triple up their production. We need to get from 0 to 0.4. There is no regulatory framework in place. So we are striving for that in the past 3 years. And it will build the groundwork for hydrogen. All the RE stakeholders should work towards that. Hydrogen remains unrealistic when biomethane, if biomethane is not exploited. We are the ones to open up the way. Look at what happens in Europe. That will tell you how things are in Greece. 62 units in Greece, 18,000 biogas units EU-wide. In France, one new biomethane plant is established every week. We cannot build a biomethane station currently in Greece. Look at what other countries do. Biomethane is different to other renewable gases, and I will let me just use the silver bullet catchphrase. There is no one technology fits all solution. Each renewable gas has positive and negative components. And biomethane lies at the heart of the circular economy. It's much more than energy. Hydrogen is energy. Biomethane is much more than energy. It's at the heart of the circular economy because we use organic residues, we generate energy through anaerobic digestion, and at the next level, we produce fertilizers. Look at the corner up there, what we're doing with the hydrogen, and how hydrogen can work over the next 10 years. It will not work, it will not run by itself, but through biomethane. Hydrogen comes into a biogas reactor and biologically turns biogas into biomethane. And you don't have to resolve the downstream issue that is paramount for hydrogen in terms of infrastructure. We have resolved that through biomethane. Hydrogen and biomethane organizations, associations will work together. This is the near future. Hydrogen can, of course, be used in the industry. How will it be fed into the networks? How will it be fed into transportation infrastructure? We need to reform the systems, to transform the systems. You know, combustion engines can be turned from from petrol to gas. The whole infrastructure of natural gas can be utilized as well. Very importantly, once we put the circular economy in place, we can produce through biomethane vast amounts of fertilizer that is currently produced by natural gas. We are substituting natural gas both in terms of energy production as well as in fertilizer production. And this is the other part of biomethane and biogas, where we can move into successive crops that can take us to more than 30% share. If we manage to install dual crops, energy crops, of course, are abandoned by the European Union. But we can use fertilizer produced and bring it back to the farm, establish a dual farm, produce energy as well, and double the energy capacity produced. By using biomethane, we can power vehicles, agricultural vehicles. Biomethane can turn into a beehive. The biomethane station generates biomethane and powers all vehicles, bringing the feedstock to the station. The whole cycle, the whole chain of energy production is supported by the station itself. You can see the European biomethane, the current European biomethane capacity, look at the 160 billion by 2050. Biomethane means total, utter independence. It is our gas produced, our fuel produced in Europe, 100% by our own feedstock, our own raw materials. You can have a look at the evolution of biogas and biomethane. Apparently, biogas stations that are not able to produce biomethane are not installed anymore. 159 terawatt hours. Currently, electricity terawatt hours will be turned into biomethane. And another important aspect, if biomethane currently produced, if biogas currently produced in Europe is turned into biomethane, we can cover 4.5% of consumption in the European Union. If we turn the biogas stations in Greece to biomethane and provide also capacity, it is tragic that the 62 stations work at 60% of their capacity because of problems of bottlenecks with feedstock, of regulatory bottlenecks, there are issues with along the entire supply chain, and we're not able to use the 62 stations in full power. Within the next 5 minutes, within the next 5 years, Greece can actually cover the ground. Currently, 29% of Denmark's biogas is covered by biomethane. Using an economy, a framework is there. Denmark has taken steps forward and has reached these remarkable figures. In September 2022, 29.7%. Denmark, a country just like Greece, has set a target by 2030 of powering its biogas network with biomethane. This is realistic. This is something realistic. This is something real. This is something that political will is necessary to make it happen. Everything is resolved in a way. It's just political will that's missing. You see the number of plants and production capacity illustrated here. It is very important to look at the regulatory framework and how connection to the grid and hypothetically also connection to the transport network is addressed. Biomethane is difficult rather than hydrogen. In biomethane, there are rather splitted and small distributed investments rather than large-scale investments. It will be affected through agglomeration, through buying up stations, but the value chain should be set into motion. You can look at what Italy and Sweden has done. Italy is leader in CNG and LNG stations. This is also important since there are Italian players in our system. To promote this picture in Italy, one of the countries that have used biogas and biomethane in transport. We have put forward a very clear proposal what needs to be done. We are in discussions with the ministry, and in the last meeting we stressed the importance of getting the Ministry of Agriculture on board. If we just end up to having a law, 120 euro per megawatt hour, 20% more than electricity production, 98 in electricity production. So the state aid will be higher in biomethane. There will be an incentive for stations to be retrofitted. But biomethane production will not happen if the other problems are not resolved first. Thank you very much.
The comments are off the mic. there was some regulations about the bio-waste, if I heard correctly. Anyway, the fact that this regulation is not being enforced has to do with the challenging circumstances. Now, let's invite Mr. Nikos Davos. He will talk to us about this really important cluster of bioeconomy and environment, which is extremely active in the region of Western Macedonia. Thank you. I'd like to say that it is a pleasure, it's an honor to attend this really interesting event, the first forum on hydrogen and green gases. As a bioeconomy cluster, we are involved and we are dealing with biomethane, biogas and hydrogen since 2016. I believe that if we were to say that we would have such a full house on this agenda with Konstantinos when we started back in 2019 about hydrogen, we wouldn't have believed that. So that's quite promising for the future. There are many steps to be taken. Allow me to say a few things about our own cluster, what we do in Western Macedonia. And I will focus on a couple of issues that have not been tackled by the previous speakers. Now, first slide. So, our organization is quite new, not that big. We were established in 2014. We have had a bottom-up approach in building a regional innovation cluster. We were dealing with energy and the transition to green energy. We founded the cluster in the middle of the crisis. So at the beginning, we want to have no member fees, and we kept it like that till today. And we offer strategic consulting services and EU competitive projects. Mr. Liberopoulos, just before. So that Western Macedonia is now part of this game, and we had a vision. The vision was to interconnect R&D entrepreneurship in order to create synergies in this field, and as a result, bring added value to Western Macedonia and our country. Next slide. Our main advantage is the fact that we have more than 50 members. The spiral of a local ecosystem that's split in five parts. We have members coming from all 5 parts. We have the Association of Municipalities and Regions, we have research institutes, universities, KETA, we have a public sector and SMEs and social and environmental organizations, so we can cover the entire ecosystem of Western Macedonia. Next slide. This is a palette of our projects. Currently, we implement more than 30 projects under Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, and some strategic projects as well. I will just give you an indicative presentation of a couple of them. We have highly qualified staff of various specializations, more than 50 partners, 41 of whom are permanent employees of ours, fixed employees of ours. Our main effort is to bring know-how from Europe and help develop our own, thanks to our wide network of partners in Greece and Europe, especially in those schemes in which we take part, like the Hydrogen Europe initiative. Now, a few things about Western Macedonia. You know that this is the only region having no access to the sea. We used to produce mainly brown coal, lignite, that is in previous years. We are currently in the process of we used to produce more than 60% of the energy of Greece. Currently, lignite represents less than 10% of the raw material used for power generation, but we have the renewables that have been quite helpful to increase this percentage. Now, starting back in 2019, together with Giorgos Kasapidis, the governor of Western Macedonia, I will show you how we walk down this path. Our rationale as Klube was to make the sustainable transition from coal-based power generation and having a lignite-based or lignite-centric economy into more sustainable development models. On the right-hand side, you see the new PPC Renewables Solar Park in the former lignite mines of Western Macedonia. Next slide. In 2016, the region of Western Macedonia was one of the first ones to sign the Memorandum for the Development of Hydrogen-based technologies, and from 2019 onwards we became more active in this sector. So currently we have a hydrogen project, a portfolio of hydrogen projects. We have a pilot positive energy building with the region of Western Macedonia by using hydrogen storing facility. We're going to also have 2 fuel cell cars used. It will go live by the end of the year. We have a huge European project, the Green Skills for Hydrogen project, in which both we and Advent are lead partners. And we have other projects for the development of hydrogen technologies and economy, including the project presented by Mr. Liberopoulos on building a pilot plant for reversible sodium oxide. So we see how the network responds. I'm talking both about the pipeline network and the grid, when including the energy storage functionality. So let me stick to that. Yes, hydrogen projects are great, but we will need the right stuff in the period to come in order to materialize this project. So, together with KIT under the Hydrogen Europe initiative and having Klube, Advent and the support of the University of Western Macedonia and the region of Western Macedonia as partners, we launched a 4-year project that has to do with hydrogen skills. Next one. We launched several upskilling and reskilling projects. Recently we hosted on one day hydrogen masterclass, and early July we will have a hydrogen summer school. It will be the first time that this will take place in Western Macedonia. We're going to have an amazing set of speakers in order to help people acquire skills in that area, and some new stuff will come in the area of upskilling and reskilling, and these will be of critical importance in order to help the entire hydrogen supply chain grow. Next one. This is the Hydrogen Valley submitted together with Motor Oil, PPC and the Hellenic Hydrogen and the region of Western Macedonia. Mr. Hadjifotis elaborated on that, and Mr. Theodopoulos mentioned this project, and I think there will be another presentation by Mr. Soumelides later on this project. I think it is of urgent importance to have such a hydrogen valley built in Western Macedonia, because this will help make the link, the bridge of the post-lignite era with the hydrogen technologies-based hydrogen technologies to be, let's say, deployed in the era to come. So, from 2019 onwards, we have been trying in a more systematic way to build a valley of clean technologies in hydrogen. We call it, that's how we call it together with the region. So we have some pilot projects coming live and emerging that will help local economy grow, will help the so-called just transition be properly implemented. It will allow us to create new jobs, because there will be certain jobs being lost as a result of the decommissioning of the lignite mines, and it will help us bring qualified people back to Greece in order to reverse the brain drain. So I believe that in the period to come there will be some great stuff to take place, great things to take place in Western Macedonia, and our joining forces with other actors, other stakeholders, public and private ones, will be important in order for us to meet our targets. Thank you very, very much.
We'd like to thank you as well. We'd like to congratulate you for the podcasts that you are posting that are very well understood by pupils, by students, and people that are not experts in hydrogen matters. I would like now to give the floor to Evangelos Gallis, who is the head of Southeastern Europe Aurora Energy Research, with a great presentation for Greece. I would like to thank Energy Press, Ms. Karakantsani, Mr. Panagoulis for the invitation. We're very pleased to be here. My name is Evangelos Gallis. I am head of the Southeastern Europe. I know that this is the last presentation before lunch break. The lunch break. I would try to be to make it short. Aurora provides research and counseling services. It is one of the largest companies worldwide in this topic. We have a group, a team in Greece looking at Southeast Europe over the past 2 years with in view of the electricity market as well as other energy carrier markets such as hydrogen. We provide long-term outlooks for the market. This is what I will touch upon in this presentation. We will talk about three things. Europe's outlook in terms of the hydrogen market, Greece's outlook, the Greek market's outlook in terms of hydrogen demand and supply, and we'll talk about the hydrogen prices and our outlook. Let's move on to the next slide. There are many figures, many information. There's much information depicted here. What I wanted to show here is that there is a very well set framework as to what green hydrogen is, and this is very important. There are rules in place as to when, where, and from what energy sources hydrogen should be produced, should be generated in order to be called green hydrogen. After 2030, strict criteria are put in place, and this is very important to ensure that hydrogen is indeed green, is indeed renewable. This in turn causes problems as to the feasibility at EU level. The red dot in 2030, 20 megatons MTs hydrogen across Europe. The bar chart shows our outlook for hydrogen. We believe that it will take 10 to 12 years to reach this target. Of course, if a intensive regulatory framework to support hydrogen in the markets is put in place, then we might be able to reach the dotted line and the net zero scenario earlier. In this scenario, Europe reaches the net zero target by 2050, and we have a larger market established. We don't believe that this will be managed until 2030. We believe that it will make it by 2035. Colors and bar charts illustrate hydrogen forms. 2/3 hydrogen, 1/3 synthetic fuels, and other forms. And first of all, what one can see is that most of this share comes from domestic production, synthetic kerosene, diesel, synthetic diesel, methanol, ammonia, and from 2030 onwards, imports will increase. And this is linked to the transportation cost. These fuels will be shipped by sea and costs for these technologies would have to be decreased. And later, and here you can see off-taking sectors. First of all, in the industry, there is high demand in refineries, from ammonia production, and other sectors such as fertilizer production. The demand will originate initially from industrial sectors, and more the transport and the mobility sector will play a significant role. Hydrogen road transport, as well as maritime and aviation sectors, where synthetic fuels will perhaps play a significant role, such as ammonium, within the shipping industry. And then there's heating also. There's the heating sector. We don't consider it the most efficient way to utilize hydrogen, but it might play a role in some countries that have put their stakes at hydrogen utilization for heating. We believe that most of Europe will introduce heat pumps and other green hydrogen technologies. Greece has put in place a new NECP and NECP targets, ambitional targets to a certain extent. And there is also a hydrogen plan that is not available as a plan itself, but a target of more than 2 gigawatt electrolyzers by 2030. This is in alignment with the increased targets for RES, for PV, offshore wind farm generation, etc. But perhaps domestic RES generation might not be sufficient to cover the target. And further on, you can look at demand trend. Refineries will play an important role as an off-taker. And this share, the industrial share, hydrogen demand share, will rise. And increased demand will come also from transport, and a slight increase in heating-related demand. By 2050, and let's be clear, the central scenario in our understanding is not a scenario that will help us meet the net zero target by 2050. Refining will play a role, and if we meet the net zero targets, refining will play a smaller role. Space heating will play also an important role in terms of hydrogen utilization, and other industrial processes will be involved, such as copper production, etc., iron production, etc. There is another slide I would like to highlight. Prices, hydrogen prices. Let's see at the example at the showcase in Spain how prices will evolve in the hydrogen market. We start from a high point, 2025. We will be at 7 kilos per ton, 7 euros per ton. Of course, the cost will drop significantly, hydrogen cost, to 4 euros by 2035, perhaps 2 to 3 euros by 2050, euros per kilogram. But this will depend on the energy mix in Europe. And this is considerably the marginal kilogram price in Europe. This is why we are using the green bars that show the levelized cost of production. It's low cost, but it's not the one that is setting the marginal price in the system, in the grid. And this is just to tell you that these are examples of RES, renewables, off-grid renewables producing hydrogen. We have a wind and photovoltaic share. Production cost lies at 3.7 euros by 2030, will drop to significantly in 2040, 2050. And the next thing is imports. Of course, the available feedstock, the available volumes will not be enough to meet our target. It will heavily depend on how hydrogen will arrive, and the related costs will be also critical. And we believe that costs are linked to the infrastructure capacity, biogas, and hydrogen to other fuel transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we don't have time, and Mr. Panagoulis is giving me a very harsh look. Let me summarize the main points, hoping that I truly reflect what the speaker just said. A, we have to have the statutory framework promulgated immediately. There has been some groundwork done and it has been completed. We have to give incentives for the entire supply chain, not just for the upgrade of the system from biogas or natural gas to biomethane, more strict regulation for bio-waste, upskilling of our people, and of course we have to take into account the various expectations of the marketplace. So I hope that the European Commission will take into account your insights so that the financial instruments will be more ambitious, because they represent a starting point, but they are not enough in order to meet these expectations of ours. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Let's take the long break, the lunch break. The ladies in the kitchen have been cooking all night long, and we'll have lunch on the first floor. In 45 minutes, we'll resume with the afternoon session and the first panel on grids.
for a low-cost economic development grows. They are the cleanest forms of energy that harness power from sources that already exist in nature. One of them is energy from biomass, one of the oldest forms of renewable energy. One form of biomass is timber, that for thousands of years humans used to produce heat, while others are agricultural and stock farming waste, as well as urban waste. Today, processing biomass provides us with fuels used to produce heat, as well as electricity. These are called biofuels. One of them is biogas, which through the process of upgrading gives us biomethane, a renewable fuel and a promising solution for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, with multiple benefits. More precisely, it helps us produce what we call green energy at an affordable cost, with high energy security and a zero carbon footprint, thus reinforcing the circular economy, as well as regional and agricultural growth. The technology of biomethane processing is simple, both with regards to its production and its transmission through the already existing natural gas network. Biomethane has a similar chemical composition to natural gas, so it can perfectly serve as a substitute and not only be transmitted, but also stored within the same network. In DESFA, we strongly believe that the biomethane sector can contribute substantially to the goal for climate neutrality until 2050, paving the way for sustainable energy production and a greener future with zero carbon footprint.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον ΔΕΣΦΑ. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. ΔΕΣΦΑ. Enabler of a Sustainable Energy Future.
renewable energy sources. An eco-friendly solution as our energy demand intensifies while the need for a low-cost economic development grows. They are the cleanest forms of energy that harness power from sources that already exist in nature. One of them is energy from biomass, one of the oldest forms of renewable energy. One form of biomass is timber, that for thousands of years humans used to produce heat, while others are agricultural and stock farming waste, as well as urban waste. Today, processing biomass provides us with fuels used to produce heat, as well as electricity. These are called biofuels. One of them is biogas, which through the process of upgrading gives us biomethane, a renewable fuel and a promising solution for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, with multiple benefits. More precisely, it helps us produce what we call green energy at an affordable cost, with high energy security and a zero carbon footprint, thus reinforcing the circular economy, as well as regional and agricultural growth. The technology of biomethane processing is simple, both with regards to its production and its transmission through the already existing natural gas network.
Αγαπητές φίλες και αγαπητοί φίλοι, και πολλοί περισσότεροι φίλοι από ό,τι είστε παρόντες και παρούσες που...
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending online as well as in person. Let's move on to the afternoon session. In terms of the first part, as far as attendance is concerned, both online and in person, was remarkable. Let's start the afternoon session, the fifth panel on hydrogen and biomethane readiness of grids, hydrogen, biogas and biomethane. The panel will be monitored by Kostas Diligiannis, an esteemed journalist and colleague. With him, Sotiris Karelas, a professor at the National Technical University of Athens and most recently technical advisor to the Ministry of Environment. Nikos Katsis, Chief Asset Management Officer at DESFA, and Vasilis Galanis, Business Excellence and Strategic Development Director, Corinth Pipeworks, member of the large corporation Synergy Holdings. Mr. Deligiannis, you have the floor. The floor is yours.
So, let's kick off with the second part of the Hydrogen and Green Gases Forum. The aim is to investigate the present and the future of networks and all other energy-related infrastructures in ahead of the new era in energy. So the floor to Mr. Karelas. Apologies for the slight pause. There was a technical issue. Now, good afternoon. My name is Sotiris Karelas. I'm a professor at the National Polytechnic University of Athens. I am the head of the Thermal Processes Laboratory. I'm really glad that I find myself amongst esteemed speakers in this beautiful congregation. Biomethane is the topic of this day, and it covers the second part of the title of the event, the green gases actually. So we will talk about biomethane. So the ministry's attempt to set up the legal framework, as Mr. Ifadis said before, in order to include this extremely valuable gas in our energy mix has already been launched. The idea behind that is to examine biomethane from various viewpoints. Our job is to have a technical financial approach and examination, talking about the technologies that may produce biomethane, and of course we are the ones to discuss the uses, the potential uses of biomethane after it's produced. So the first option in order to produce biomethane is to use the biogas corridor, let's say, or course. We have several installations for the production of biogas, and it's used for internal combustion engines. We use it mainly to produce electricity. Have added heating, but normally these kind of plants are decentralized, so we cannot produce. We cannot use it for teleheating purposes. That would be great because it would mean an additional income stream for the biogas plant owner, since it could be used for both purposes. So the idea is the following: to provide someone the incentives in order to retrofit a biogas unit into a biomethane one, which means biomethane will be produced by various ways, one of which is the PEM technology. And so what do we do with this biogas, or the biomethane produced? There are various ways. We either squeeze it and compress it and channel it through the network, or liquefy it and compress and use it accordingly for transport. So the equation we have to solve ahead of the legislative process is how to strengthen, enhance these models, and depending on the product that occurs, because it depends. Sometimes if we have no grid, it's better to turn the natural gas into liquefied natural gas, or you might find yourself next to the distribution network, so you need it in a gaseous form. So it depends. These are issues that have to be solved both at the technical, financial, and legislative level. The other option is to have something like a greenfield investment, a brand new plant. It has been built actually already, and it is purely biomethane dedicated. We hope that such plants will be built in the future exclusively for biomethane production. Somebody mentioned the 35 BCM target for biomethane. It's one of the European targets. In Greece, somebody said something that we are close to 0.4%. We will be really glad if we are able to reach this point sometime in the future. And of course, this means that we're going to have a lot of biomethane plants online. So what are we going to do with the biomethane? A remark, it's not on the slide, but it was mentioned before, and for me this is one of the most important aspects of circular economy, is what am I going to do with the CO2 produced in this process? These CO2 emissions are renewable. A renewable one, so it has a neutral environmental impact, and it would help me balance my CO2 balance once again. So another solution that's being currently discussed, but it's not that possible to occur, is to have biomethane produced in a decentralized way, and then have the outcomes, the products brought together into a central hub. Feasibility and the technical economical studies should take into account all technologies available for the production of biomethane. Apart from those technologies, we may also use a solid biomass that may be produced in various ways, and then upgrade it for the production of CO2 and hydrogen, syngas, which then will lead to the production of biomethane via some kind of biomethanization process. Let me conclude by saying that we have several roads that lead us to the production of biomethane. What are we going to do with the biomethane later on? We can use it for power generation, to be used by the grid. or we can use it for our engines with no need for retrofitting, because biomethane is readily used. So one should take into account the entire spectrum and see actually what's going on also in Europe. In Europe, legislative-wise, they have taken steps forward, but let me say that this is something really dynamic. Those of you in the area know that already, that in Italy, 2 or 3 months ago, the legislative framework changed. So there is an effort by the entire market the market tries to fine-tune the legislation depending on the capabilities of the marketplace, etc. Now, what have we done in Greece? So the ministry has just started working on that. By the end of the year, we want to have some specific results. We built a database, and that brings me back to the basics, how to produce biomethane from biogas. So one of the things that you want to take into account is the raw material. It has to be something fully fledged, if you like. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a technocrat, to put it like that. So I'm interested in covering this topic in all aspects. That's why we have built a database with 337 types of raw materials to be used in order to come up with biomethane production costs that will be well determined. Of course, you cannot depict that in an act, in a legislative act. So certain assumptions should be made, and then as a result have 3 cases for the production of biomethane. We have plants sorted in these 3 categories, because in each one of them we have the economies of scale principle that prevails. So let me close with this slide. Apparently, such an effort for the promotion of biomethane should include all stakeholders. And talking about stakeholders, I also mean DESFA, EDA and DEDA, and all biogas producers. Last week we hosted meetings with them in the ministry in order to hear what the market has to say, to share our insights, and come up with something which is not purely theoretical, something that will respond to the requirements of our country. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Karelias. The regulatory framework, as you said, should address multiple production and utilization forms of the renewable gas, and by the end of the year, a series of legislative proposals will be put forward. Next speaker is Mr. Katsis. Hello, I would like to thank Energy Press for this very interesting conference, not only in terms of hydrogen, but also in terms of green gases, and in particular biomethane, where I would like to share our vision as DESFA as regards promotion of those gases. As the transmission operator, we are obligated to form the system and regulatory framework that would enable developing these renewable carriers through our network. In on the left-hand side, you can see the current state, the current grid, DESFA grid state to transport natural gas. We examine the current network and the current hydrogen natural gas blend, carrying capacity, and at a later stage we will consider how our system, our grid, can be connected to hydrogen valleys in the region and how hydrogen can be injected into the natural gas pipeline system, resolving technical issues along the way, and ultimately build a hydrogen network running along our network, and which could be connected cross-border with Bulgaria and other markets. As Ms. Gali said, we had a first success. Our project was involved in the 6th agenda of European Common Interest projects, and further steps to develop it will follow. Talking about the current network, since 2022, we have drafted a study together with our stakeholders, our stock stakeholders that are experienced in hydrogen and natural gas. We have a 1,466 kilometer long pipeline starting and cutting across Greece. 20% of those detailed technical designs show that 100% that our network is 100% hydrogen ready. 80% can be hydrogen ready through small scale investments and would lead to carrying a 10% blend. There's also infrastructure, metering and regulating stations, 53 number. We need to replace gas chromatographs and flow measurement equipment that would allow us to measure hydrogen. Hydrogen is not among the components that can be measured. We need to change flanges and valves, all these interventions to accept, to uptake the new blend. We have carried out an impact assessment, cost assessment, 35 million required to upgrade our infrastructure, both in terms of compression stations, pipeline and infrastructure, for a 10% hydrogen, 90% natural gas blend. This project is part of the 10-year development action plan of DESFA and will be developed over the next 10 years. Following this study and 2022 and at the beginning of 2023, we came into contact with OEMs looking into what certificates can be obtained for uptaking a 10% hydrogen blend. There are a number of companies we are collaborating on a Horizon project level. We have carried out technical feasibility studies and detailed studies so that our blend can flow into medium and low pressure networks, which is very important. Additional engineering studies, very technical ones, to assess how a hydrogen blended network responds in terms of any leakage. This is a very important issue we need to look into, and being able to come up with a solution. Injection points. points where hydrogen will be injected in the network are of great interest. Detailed studies should be drafted, and hydrogen natural gas blending is important. Hydrogen is 100% composed of hydrogen. This blend should occur such that the 10%, 90% blend can be produced. We are initiating a study together with the National Technical University of Athens that will help us produce a model for this injection method. Apart from the existing grid, which will be able to carry the blend based on the interventions mentioned already, will be transformed to carry 100% hydrogen. The Western Macedonia 160 kilometer long Western Macedonia pipeline, high pressure pipeline. We are able to build the network and expand the network not only from east to south, but also to the west of Greece, the western part of Greece. And we are looking into building pipelines that are 100% hydrogen ready. This 160-kilometer long pipeline might be the first one in Europe which will be compatible with the transport of hydrogen by up to 100%. There will be expansion of the network in Komotini, northern Greece, Larissa, and new compressor components that will enable carrying 20% hydrogen, 80% natural gas blends. As the transmission operator, we take part in all meetings, and we participate in all, together with other stakeholders, Greece and EU-wide. The following package will be a technical one. We need to stay abreast of the developments. The hydrogen, the biogas standards are very strict. And very recently, as already said before, we have applied within the PCI projects for doubling up our pipeline to carry hydrogen. This project has been approved. We are also a funding member of the European Hydrogen Backbone. The pipeline that was recently approved will be part of this hydrogen backbone at an EU level. Last but not least, I would like to talk about biomethane, and I share the vision of the president of the Biogas Producer Association. Biomethane is at the heart of the circular economy and can be the starting point as soon as possible. We can use the high compression networks as well as the mid and small and light compression networks operated by other operators. Right away, DESFA is trying to help forming the new regulatory framework. We have put in place the new regulations for natural gas. When biomethane is carried along, biomethane has a higher oxygen composition. This should be taken into account. We have also proposed, sent to the Ministry our proposals for the licensing of such stations that used to address only biogas, and how biomethane can be involved. The professor will take this into account to complete the regulatory framework within 2024. We have established a joint undertaking together with two very experienced companies in biogas. One is Ergo Planning, and the other one is Polyeco, Waste Manager. And we have been working together for many years that help us manage our own waste from our own plants. And we look into building a vertically integrated plant. We will build the place, produce hydrogen, biomethane, and use biomethane to operate the hypercompressors in Thessaloniki and Larissa, to avoid consuming natural gas and turn into biomethane, thereby reducing the ecological footprint of DESFA. This is a very important, this is a key project, and I would term it a pilot project. DESFA is obliged, so to speak, to develop such pilot projects and enable the development of biomethane projects in Greece. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Mr. Katsis. What I took out of your contribution is that mixing hydrogen by 10% and injecting biomethane has certain technical challenges that have to be met. So I'd like to now to give the floor to Mr. Vasilis Galanis from the Corinth Pipeworks.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Θα θέλω να ευχαριστήσουμε το Energy Press για...
Would like to thank Energy Press for this beautiful event and everyone attending the proceedings. It's really something great to see a full house attending an event on hydrogen. In the past years we were trying really hard to have some people attending. Now it seems that we will need a bigger space, a bigger venue next time. My name is Galanis Vasilis. I work in the Corinth Pipeworks, member of Synergy Holdings. Today we would like to give you a different viewpoint with respect to the things you had before. So how hydrogen, which represents the future of energy, and how all these technologies might leave some added value to our country. Synergy Holdings belongs to the Viohalco Group, one of the largest industrial groups of our country, and we represent the energy arm, the energy branch. Synergy consists of Corinth Pipe Works, one of the most important global players for steel pipe works, and Hellenic Cabling that produce cables for the transmission of power. The company currently employs 2,800 people, many of whom are highly qualified staff. We have 5 manufacturing plants and projects currently underway in more than 70 countries. So let us start with some important parts of this new era of energy, the way we see it in our country, the way we approach it in our country. So we can have a cleaner future ahead of us. Let me start with gas. You heard a lot about natural gas, and it seems that natural gas will keep on playing an important part of our energy mix in the future. Currently, natural gas represents 16% of our energy mix. It's a very important factor of stability of our mixture. This also includes biogases, which we gladly see that they are in the uprise and there is increased interest in them. And we also have electricity. It seems that electricity will be the main form of energy to develop. Currently, electricity will double its contribution in the energy mix in the next let's say 5 years. So we're talking something like maybe it can reach might be multiplied threefold. Great part of this additional electricity will come from renewables, solar parks and wind parks. The apple of contention for this to happen, and in order for 70 to 80% of power generation comes from renewables, has to do with the new technologies to be used on offshore floating wind parks and solar parks. And in order for these figures to be achieved, in order to produce electricity by 70 or 80% coming from renewables, we need two things. We need the grids. We have to have electricity being consumed at the moment it is produced, because as you know we cannot store energy for a long time as right now, and we have to develop the energy storage technologies. And hydrogen came on the scene, claiming its own role. Hydrogen is not something new. It's a gaseous fuel used for many years, and on behalf of Corinth Pipe Works, it has been used for very specific uses in low voltage networks and in small quantities. In the future, hydrogen has something very important to contribute. It's both the fuel and the means of storage. So the increase we expect in its use, and hopefully this will happen because hydrogen is the cleanest form of energy since it produces nothing but water, it has to be linked or combined somehow with other technologies. So in order to be able to produce clean hydrogen, which is blue or green hydrogen, this means that many technologies have to develop, some of which are mature already. Some are at the point of commercialization. But in order for this entire scheme as prepared for the energy industry, and we do that in order to meet the greenhouse emission targets, the Fit for 55, the Green Deal, etc. In order for this to happen, we have to have technologies developed simultaneously, and these technologies have to go hand in hand and collaborate in such a way so we can reap their benefits. As the previous speaker said, we have green hydrogen, and this may be used in the form of hydrogen 100%, or used as a component of a mixture within the natural gas pipelines. And we have blue hydrogen as well, let us not forget that. Blue hydrogen produced by carbon reformation, and it has to be coupled with CCS systems. All the things we see on the slide have one common feature: they need networks. We need transfer networks, and these networks are split in two types. The first one that goes straight, lead the fuel straight for consumption, and the so-called interconnectors, which means they allow for having a common network in order for one technology to support the other. For instance, we have renewables produced in Greece, and we have renewable energy produced in Greece, and this can be consumed immediately in another country, and vice versa. This is where our company comes into play. The future of energy represents a huge opportunity for our industry and for the Greek economy. We hear about billions of euros for gigawatts, new projects, etc., but have to see what will the added value be. This might mean an enhanced production mechanism, or new jobs, or new technologies, and new R&D. So what we want to do is that these breakthrough achievements that currently occur in the market have to give some added value to our country one way or another. Based on the above, the main axes for the activities of energy holdings are two: biogas, electricity, gas. In the case of electricity, we have all types of cables to transfer this electricity. Hellenic cabling plays a very important role globally as a producer of such cables. We have the CCS technologies. The Corinth Pipeworks is heavily experienced in that, and hydrogen, which will be the focal point of today's presentation. Now, hydrogen. This is future's clean form of clean fuel. One might say, this relates to the future in 20 years from now. Maybe this is the case, because many technologies have to be coupled in order for cheap hydrogen to be produced. The same applies for the networks. We have to have the networks in order for this hydrogen to be used. But as you know very well, you can't build networks overnight. So what we started some years ago in the context of R&D and has now led us to being pioneers, globally speaking, is we are able to give solutions and offer products that build the network of the future. So what we offer, and this has been the outcome of long-term collaboration with all value chain stakeholders, starting with the steel makers. This is the raw material. We have international institutes involved, laboratories, energy companies with which we have been working for many years in order to come up with a product, a steel pipeline, which will be certified for the use of up to 100% of hydrogen in the future. We heard that hydrogen's prices will be increased 5 times. What is for certain is that the road has already been paved, and Europe, which is one of the pioneers in hydrogen-related developments, has already drafted a roadmap, as the Hydrogen Europe said before, which is the hydrogen backbone network, according to which by 2040, almost, there will be some 50,000 kilometers of pipelines compatible for the use of hydrogen, including pipelines used for natural gas retrofitted in order to cater for hydrogen, will be needed in order for hydrogen produced close to renewable establishments and installations will be used for end usage. We have 2 types of end usage. We have the pipelines that will be hydrogen dedicated, and they will be sent, this hydrogen will be sent to hydrogen valleys, and then this will be used by energy-intensive industries like the steel industry, and then we will have the hydrogen injected in the natural gas network, because this will allow us to have lower CO2 emissions. And the other kind of usage is to have hydrogen used as a means of storage for energy. So here you see the European plan for the future. US have their own plan for 50,000 kilometers of pipelines by 2050, including both new pipelines and repurposed ones. And talking about North Sea and the Baltics, we see that we have pipelines that will be exclusively feeding industries with hydrogen in order for them to meet the targets of CO2 emissions reduction. In order for this to happen, we have been trying for many years, and currently we are able to produce steel pipelines that will be certified, and we are the very first, globally speaking, able to do that it's the first time that technology for high-pressure networks has been developed only in Greece, because there's no sense of having low-pressure pipelines being developed. So we are the very first ones who, globally speaking, built a laboratory, because all these tests require highly specialized tests. So in order to give a solution to energy companies, in order for us to move down the right path, we are the very first steel pipeline manufacturer who has our own laboratory. So we do not expect some laboratory in Europe giving us a certification. There's only a handful of them. At the same time, we help building standards and specifications. These should have been revised already in order to cater for the new technical requirements for the transfer of hydrogen. Our country continues its testing campaign for the development of new solutions for the transfer of hydrogen through underwater pipelines. We run tests for pipeline fatigue, etc. And this is what we do in order to stay atop of the table, let's say, and be always pioneers of R&D in this regard. Currently, Corinth Pipeline Type Works is the only one building 4 certified projects for steel pipeworks in Poland, in Italy, and in Australia. I'm so glad to say this has been a huge success for us, because they wanted to do something, to build something, and they found the solution they were looking for only in our company. So, thank you very much.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Γαλάνη. Κρατάω
I'd like to thank Mr. Gonalis. I take that the renewable gas time should be an opportunity for our country to become productive. Let's open up the question round with Mr. Kalailas. You talked about the development of a regulatory framework for natural gas. What are the specificities? What are the particularities in our country? Well, there are a series of issues we would need to consider. Feedstock, raw materials. Said there are as many as 300 feedstock components, materials. It should be considered very seriously due to the seasonality or to the different mixtures. We should also consider fuels that we haven't considered so far. There have been useful talks with producers concerning also residues in hotels. Let's say residues, urban residues, that could be of use. So, first of all, feedstock. Secondly, the grid and the particularities of Greece's mountainous terrain. Solutions should be delivered in the form of liquefied natural gas and its shipping that would help in turn the shipping industry and the maritime industry. Another important aspect is sustainability. I cannot say that I am sustainable transporting natural gas or hydrogen using diesel-fueled vehicles from northern Greece to the Peloponnese. Sustainability as a factor should be accounted for. To move along the lines of the European Union standards and the Fit for 55 concept. Thank you. Mr. Katsis. From system transmission operator, natural gas transmission operator, DESFA, is moving on to the hydrogen biomethane era. How does this change things? As dear Professor said, this is not a Greek case. All operators are dealing with the same issues. Over the past 3-4 years, operators should really focus on how to move from fossil fuels to green gases. We have fossil methane and move on to biomethane. Hydrogen, in turn, should be used within our infrastructure, serving as huge batteries, so to speak. At the time where the RES mixture is very high, we should be able to electrolyze water and keep hydrogen stored in our facilities. The first thing for us, consider that our infrastructure, our network was established back in 1996. It is a relatively modern network that can be an off-taker of large amounts of hydrogen. At the same time, DESFA is realizing projects such as the Western Macedonia pipeline, the Northern Macedonia pipeline, the Patras pipeline. All this network in terms of equipment as well as capacity will be able to transport 100% hydrogen, starting with hydrogen producers, ROI, as well as other enterprises, Greek large photovoltaic plants that will produce green energy, and plants will be injected into our system. We are in close collaboration with Bulgaria, with Romania. They also in turn need to develop their networks such that Greece can become an entry point for LNG and hydrogen. Mr. Galanis, Corinth Pipeline is a leader in hydrogen equipment manufacture. How do you see yourself in the construction business?
In our job, what you see is the outcome of a multi-year effort. We started that in the past and became even more intense during the COVID years, which has been a very difficult period for our company. So, Synergy and Corinth Pipeworks have seen that our investments, our efforts, the research that we have been doing in the past really paid off. Now, as for the future, apparently there are technological challenges ahead. R&D continues. As we speak, we think that we are at a very good point so that we can launch this effort, because as you know, the first step is the most difficult one. If you don't make the first step, you won't be able to reach the final point or even design how you will get there. So we're trying to give solutions that will be sustainable, safe, and we want to make sure that the existing network might be used, because whether we like it or not, hydrogen may be used by an important part of the already existing natural gas network, which is important. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We need pipelines that will be practical for the industry. So hydrogen may be used in this way that will allow us to drop the cost and of course have a green future of energy. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Galanis, Mr. Karellas, Mr. Katsis. Let me take out of your contributions that hydrogen represents a huge opportunity for the Greek economy and for the fact that infrastructure should be used today, having in our mind what will happen in the future. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all speakers and Mr. Deligiannis for moderating this session. Now I'd like to invite to the panel a person who it's a great pleasure that we have him here in Greece, Mr. Vidalis. He lives in the UK and he works for British Gas. So I would like to invite Mr. Antonios Vidalis to give us a 10-minute presentation. Thank you very much. Congratulations for putting together such an event. It's a true... hydrogen has a very holistic approach which allows me to skip certain things, otherwise I wouldn't be able to finish my presentation in 10 minutes. So, hydrogen. Hydrogen is speeding up in the UK. There is a clear support by the UK government. There is a 10 and 20-year plan involving specific actions for the promotion of hydrogen. Both producers, consumers and network operators have joined forces. We are currently financing promotional campaigns for hydrogen. Last week we started a campaign with a very famous influencer and celebrity, talking about celebrity, so we're giving the right amount of attention it should have. Let me tell you something about some cities of hydrogen. Okay, we know that hydrogen is not something new in the UK. Until 1950s we used to have the town gas, despite of the difficulties in production, made use of hydrogen by 60%. There is one true, if there is one true hydrogen city to be found, this wouldn't happen in the UK. There's no such city in the UK. There is one, but this is in Singapore. I was there a few months ago. We discussed with City Energy. Currently, Singapore covers approximately 1 million households with a mixture of natural gas and hydrogen. They aim at reaching the 50% milestone and turn all their power generation plants, retrofit them actually, so they're hydrogen ready for the future. But Singapore is way ahead of us. Next slide. Let me tell you a few things about Centrica. I know Centrica is not that well known in Greece. It's one of the largest energy companies in Europe. We have a huge energy trading department, a production, power generation department. Through British Gas is the largest power generation plant. We have thousands of technicians installing heat pumps, burners, lots of technicians offering their services to other companies. We have very, very ambitious plans for the future that involve hydrogen. And it's involved in various hydrogen-related projects. Please move on with the slide so you can watch all the slides I have prepared, because I see there is some kind of delay. Now, also in the Amsterdam business, we have 20 megawatt hydrogen-ready peaker. We have started increasing the capacity of our brick plant so we can fully replace natural gas. We have signed a contract with Life so we can use their offshore wind parks, which they intend to build, and this will be something iconic for the production of green hydrogen. We work really close with regulators because we want blending as a process to be included in our grid. We have already electrified our entire fleet. We have reached a point in which we want to have a generous part of this electrification shifting to hydrogen. We're working with RISE on that. We have invested on some companies on new technologies like HiRock that creates electrolysis derived hydrogen. We believe in the hydrogen economy because we have the RAFT. RAF means 18 BCM hydrogen storage capacities, also used for natural gas, and we want to use that. And we also discussing about domestic heating trials. I know that's something that's a hot point also in Greece. Now, talking about the hydrogen cities, we have picked some specific areas in the UK and we're installing hydrogen burners, heat pumps and cogeneration units, using hydrogen in order to have district heating networks. So we move from natural gas straight to hydrogen by 100%. Please, next slide. So, in order to avoid repeating what was said before, let me talk to you about the use of hydrogen in households. Of course, the question goes like that. How is it possible that a heat pump, which is 5 times more efficient compared to a hydrogen burner, be part of this debate? It can, as long as we give answers to specific questions that apply perhaps only in the UK, not in Greece. First question. We don't have endless time and endless funds in order to decarbonize our homes, especially for heating. Heating represents 20% of all greenhouse emissions in the UK. Second, what is the most efficient mix on a whole system level? Heating and energy production. Third question. Okay, you convinced us. Great. Can we make enough hydrogen for household heating? And fourth question. Okay, everything is great so far. Is there a business case for the end user? Is it safer? Is it more affordable? Let me go one by one. It's a question would require for a dedicated presentation, but anyway. So we know that in UK, 87% of households are connected to the network. 86% of them are residential buildings built before the 1950s, and they will still be with us for many years. Although the UK spends a lot of money for heat pumps and energy upgrades, they meet no more than 10% of the targets, and they have an absorption rate of less than 50% of the funds earmarked. So we're talking about very generous projects. Some projects have offers that are below cost, and the subsidies are great. So one understands that, yes, if I have a magic wand, I can have an energy upgrade for every building with heat pumps. But I don't have endless time, and I don't have endless amounts of money. So I have to take care of both. We already know that local authorities want to enforce decarbonization policies because the grid cannot put up with the new plants, the new power generation units. Last month we started a new project in Scotland for a new hydrogen district heating network because the grid as it stands, because of e-mobility, heat pumps, cannot cope with these 1,000 new households and their requirements, let alone 5,000 new houses. So there are certain limitations. We also have spatial limitations. We don't have enough space to place the heat pumps. This is a map showing where this cannot happen, where the terraces and the flats that are unsuitable due to space. As you can see, you cannot connect more than 5% of heat pumps in the areas identified with red. So you cannot have net zero policies at the rate that we would like to. Second question. What is the most efficient mix on a whole system level? Currently we're working with Imperial College, running a study performing a study in order to identify the various scenarios for the UK. We have the electricity-only scenario, electricity with high flexibility, the hydrogen-only scenario, etc., etc. All these scenarios have shown that the hydrogen-only scenario for specific heating purposes, 40%, let's say, or up to 60%, gives an at least 20% drop of cost for the end users in a 15-year horizon. So we're talking until 2035, because the study took place in 2021. Next slide, please. Can we build enough hydrogen? That's something linked to the costs. How much hydrogen more can we make? The more we make, the more the cost will drop. The more the cost will drop, the higher the demand will be. So we expect that in the coming 2 years, prices will be sky high. In the next 2 to 10 years, it will remain high, but not that high, mainly because of state aids coming from UK governments and governments of other countries for the production of hydrogen. We expect that from 2035 onwards, these projects will be amortized. We know very well that these projects will kick off in a couple of years in England, and the large-scale ones will kick off within 36 months. So we will have low, affordable hydrogen after 2035. Next question: is it safe? There's a big debate about that. There's a lot of work about that, and we see that it is equally safe to natural gas, and actually for household purposes, it's even safer because leakage may be found more easily compared to natural gas because of certain qualities of hydrogen. Hydrogen burners will have a cost which is the same like natural gas one, 2,000 quids. A heat pump might cost even more. Now, the fuel itself. As for its cost, it depends. There are many question marks. And depending on the area you look at, you will understand what I mean. So, these are some of the places, the areas in the UK where there is high demand for electricity, good connections, good grids, and as you can see, this coincides with the Project Union, which is a project to link all hubs. So we have 4 stages. After the laboratory tests, we have had some district level tests. It went fine, 300 households, and now we took to make a huge circle close to Manchester and close to Newcastle, the Teesside, and everything within it will be turned by 75% into hydrogen-run premises. Buildings, small industrial units, plants, houses, hospitals, and other things, including, let's say, shops with an oven. Okay, if you have a Hindu oven, you cannot use Hindu oven, you cannot operate that with hydrogen. It doesn't work like that. So it will be turned into electricity that will be produced by hydrogen. So by 2025, we will be able to connect these, let's say, units one by one. So we will have 100 households linked every day. And the aim is not to have more than 200 per week. So suddenly, this shift to low-carbon heating options will allow us to have hundreds of them every week. Of course, we cannot do that when we talk about electrification, but we can do that if we use hydrogen. Next stop, towns. We're talking about tens of thousands of points across the UK. We will start the design next month. There are some questions like costs or the reactions of consumers. That's something completely new because currently we are talking about that, and as we speak we have UK households being asked to include hydrogen for use in their households within 18 months. So we have some demonstration facilities using hydrogen, so you can make pancakes, and the flame you use, it's blue if it's just hydrogen, or orange or red depending on the mixture, and this gives us an additional advantage. So we have the end user closer to hydrogen, and we're not just talking about households. It's about raising awareness and getting the support by the public for hydrogen, and convey this message to the politicians who will then vote in the parliament. We started this campaign to raise awareness about hydrogen amongst the public, and I was sent a message by the press team in Glastonbury, the huge festival, you know. There's a big installation about hydrogen. Who are these guys? Are they our guys? So we went and we checked about them, and they are Nottingham University students who are passionate with technology and hydrogen-related technologies, and they decided to build a mini electrolysis engine and demonstrate that in the Glastonbury Festival. So there are things happening. Sometimes they happen faster than they should. And next time I will be really glad to give you the results after hydrogen has been introduced in small cities. Thank you.
Well, let us welcome you to the next section scheduled concerning hydrogen role and the role of renewable gases in transport. Maritime sector will follow up next. Currently, we are discussing with Mr. Manos Stamatakis, who is a researcher at the Geoenergy Institute, Mr. Stefanos Ayasoglu, the CEO of OSCE. Thank you very much for being here. Ms. Kyriaki Karakitsou, who is the manager of operations, of monitoring operations and coordinator at the project management office of DEPA Commercial, as well as Mr. Alexandros Lagakos, General Manager of Blue Grid Gas and Power, that has a long standing in the Greek markets. First of all, the Secretary General of the Ministry for Transport will address a short welcome speech. Thank you very much for being here, Secretary General, despite the heavy workload ahead of the elections. The floor is yours. Mr. Samaras. Mr. Xifaras. First of all, I would like to thank you on my part for the invitation. It is indeed a very difficult period. This day has been a really difficult one, as you know. It's the last election campaign address by the Prime Minister, and it is time is of essence today. Nevertheless, it is the least I can do towards you as stakeholders of a really advancing sector for transport to attend for shortly and convey a message that is very important. Through my address today, besides what is going to happen in terms of ministry policies, I would like to convey the message that the ministry's door vis-à-vis all industry and market stakeholders is open, for a simple reason. Those of you that have come to us and reached out to us, this has been possible. Talking about new technologies, high expertise and know-how, we are well aware that under the Mitsotakis cabinet we have to listen to those that know. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, just have to talk to those that have the experience to help us build and set up the regulatory framework in a market that is evolving, a regulatory framework that will help us evolve even better. It would be say, an omission on my part not being here, even for a short welcome address, based on the initial schedule, we would have a deep dive in the subject matter. I apologize for not being able to stay long today, and I look forward to holding it in person when time will come. Of course, Stefanos Ayasoglou, the managing director of the OSCE, is here today, and we have a long cooperation with them. Let me just shortly say that in the Transport Ministry, we're well aware that e-mobility involves hydrogen mobility, and even more so, we believe that hydrogen mobility is an outstanding part for the shift to the next technology. Without hydrogen-powered mobility, we lose on effects that would enable us to electrify the entire fleet, simply because there are vehicles where, well, we're talking about e-mobility. One imagines battery, charging, and moving on. There is a category of heavy-duty vehicles where using this process is not sufficient. And at the same time, the capacity is not sufficient enough to load all batteries on all systems. Hydrogen-powered mobility will enable us to manage the energy transition. It is for this reason that a ministerial decision, a ministerial decree from our ministry was issued regulating licensing and operation of HRS, of hydrogen refueling stations. This is also why the issue of hydrogen mobility has taken ground in the transport companies. OSCE, together with Solaris, have brought a bus on the streets, moving on hydrogen, powered using hydrogen, and we are examining issues in terms of adapting our organizations, our depots, and our fleet to enable us to take a further leap forward vis-à-vis hydrogen mobility. There's another project funding 3 hydrogen-powered buses, and yet another step forward in terms of hydrogen-powered mobility is a tender for the supply of 650 vehicles. First part of 1,300 vehicles being supplied and funded within the European Partnership Programme over the next 7 years, and we guess that over the next time this tender will go through the Council of State. In the second phase of this tender, we have reached an understanding in principle together with the Director General for Regional Development, that is the one approving the national reference framework programs, to enable us to procure a sufficient amount of hydrogen-powered buses. Till the end of July, this round will be concluded. And in terms of how funding will take place, whether it will be regarded as funding a commission, funding the procurement of hydrogen-powered buses, or whether it will be regarded as a project, as a pilot project. The European Commission has agreed in principle for Greece to prepare itself for hydrogen-powered mobility in a way that hasn't been there so far. There is currently a tender for the supply of e-buses without the former administration providing the necessary baby steps forward. This would enable us to understand what would be necessary to commission a new technology fleet. You need to retrofit depots, you need to upskill the staff, you need a new culture in terms of know-how and spare part availability. And furthermore, on occasion of small-scale tenders, one needs to see what improvement steps can be taken. The former administrations, the former governments have not examined this thoroughly, and thereby there have been delays in realizing this tender. We have taken stock of omissions over the past years in the process that would refrain us from doing the same mistakes. This was very much welcomed by the European Commission. What I can bring here as news is that the e-mobility concept is examined within the ministry in the context of a regulatory framework such that private vehicles, repair shops and individual owners can develop their business together with road transportation organizations. We're looking into how hydrogen-powered mobility can become a part of the urban mobility. E-mobility and hydrogen mobility is not for the elite, but should rather shift to mass production using the current, the available funding schemes, improving the passenger experience. I would like again to thank you all for your efforts to address this ever-changing framework and environment. The Greek state will stand by your side, and we are ready to listen to your concerns that would enable you to develop within the correct ecosystem. Thank you very much indeed. I actually have to go, but thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, Mr. Xifara, for being available today. And now we will start, or rather continue, our discussion in the panel. On my left, Mr. Manos Stamatakis, Mr. Stefanos Ayasoglou, Mrs. Kyriaki Karakitsou, and Mr. Alexandros Lagakos. There will be an initial statement of 5-6 minutes for each speaker to introduce us into the matter, to set the framework, let's say, about hydrogen and green gases. Manos Stamatakis, I am a researcher at the Geoenergy Institute, ITE, and at the Democritus Research Center we are developing a new technology. Thank you for the invitation to the interesting forum today, and thank you for including me in this panel. I will try not to repeat what has been said so far. I had actually prepared a longer presentation, but what we can see now is that there's a favorable international framework with benefits for those stakeholders who will develop emerging technologies based on hydrogen and alternative fuels. We have found at the same time that at a national level, very few steps had been undertaken to develop hydrogen. The first hydrogen refueling station at Democritus status last year sort of filled this gap, as well as the two hydrogen valleys, plus the EPCI projects that were presented by the previous speakers. In the transport sector, we have two major challenges. First of all, the financial competitiveness of hydrogen-powered vehicles as opposed to plug-in hybrid vehicles, and also the distribution and refueling. The hydrogen refueling stations are necessary for full coverage, and this requires considerable costs, initial capital, plus some planning for the return on investment. So right now, the main obstacle is not the technology. The infrastructure has to be rolled out first in big urban centers and motorways, and finally also to more remote areas and the islands. The challenge is to bridge the pilot projects with the final application, and there are estimates that 10 years will be needed in order to finalize this. There are a lot of countries, the US, Japan, South Korea, Canada, Australia, in Germany, in Europe, Germany, Nordic countries are interested in these ventures. Now, the scenario for a hydrogen economy and the refueling infrastructure include the requirement for a national hydrogen strategy, the interests of consumers and producers, the cost and the trends, the similarities with other markets. For example, the cost has gone down from 200,000 in 2014 to less than 70,000 in 2017, and it is expected to be less than 30,000 euro in 2030. There are a series of targets, and the national action plans. In the national action plans, Greece is absent in terms of numbers and figures. The refueling stations until 2025 will cover within 2 years immediate needs. Now in Greece, this can create a lot of benefit when deployed at a large scale. The socio-economic effects can also be very important in Greece. The value chain is being developed, but we need more specialized companies that will create a landscape of innovation and competition. In this way, Greece will find its place in the developments to come. Basic research and ITE, the institute that I am representing here, are involved in hydrogen research. there are also some special characteristics of Greece that can create a particular value chain. The major res potential application in the maritime and shipping sector, the regions in transition, such as West Macedonia, large parts of the railroad network have not been electrified yet, so we could use hydrogen-powered trains, and also startups and spin-offs are developing in Greece. And I will talk about the achievements of our team later on. And with this, I will conclude my statement. Thank you. You have really set the framework for transport and hydrogen-powered mobility. I will now give the floor to Mr. Ayasoglu.
First of all, let me thank you on behalf of Οδικές Συγκοινωνίες of Road Transport Organization for being here. This is a matter we have been looking into long now. There are very important concepts that are being discussed today and will help us in our endeavor. I want to commend you for this conference, and I look forward to future conference as well in the making of this market. OC has a twofold target to serve the passengers in the Attica region. It is a rather large area we are covering. As an independent company, we're among the largest ones serving such a large network. There are greater regions in Europe, but there are smaller organizations serving such a region. There are 5,000 people of us operating daily, and we will become even larger because we need people to serve passengers better. This is the first target. The second target, equally important and more important, is to manage the green transition by upgrading our fleet. Upgrading our fleet, as I guess you can all understand, is not something that you can buy off the shelf in a supermarket. It requires certain steps to integrate this fleet in and put it into operation. E-mobility is a question of today, and the hydrogen-powered mobility is the issue of the future. They're already being put into perspective and put into operation. We, as the Road Transport Organization, put emphasis on the consideration emerging from this conference as well, that there is a room for stakeholders to provide amounts, volume of this fuel. We, in turn, are the off-takers. We are heavy-duty off-takers, as you can understand. We have a large heavy-duty fleet, because it's not just the urban transport vehicles, it's also the ancillary vehicles that keep the fleet up and running. So building infrastructure, we have gone through an extremely difficult situation over the past 3 years. The state was miserable, and we had to manage to serve passengers as we're currently doing. The ministry has been of great help. The funding provided has helped us go forward. Now we are looking into preparing the infrastructure and looking into the future. The first e-buses were trial tested in real conditions. And as the Secretary General said today, the 250 e-buses awaited are ready to be operated. We know how to operate them. And taking a step forward, we look at the future of heavy duty transportation, and in the maritime sector it is the case as well. Hydrogen is key. We have initiated a partnership with Solaris. We put the first hydrogen bus for 1 month into operation in downtown center of Athens to test how it responds and look at how we can integrate it in our infrastructure, into the modus operandi, and thereby move on to the next step. Our contribution in the Hydrogen Valley under the Horizon project and the leadership of Motor Oil within this pilot project. We will be contributing 3 hydrogen buses that will be commissioned, will be integrated into our fleet and will be operated just as the rest of our vehicles, in order to examine all aspects and prepare for integrating a large fleet of hydrogen-powered vehicles. The next step being, of course, a preliminary design to integrate a larger volume of vehicles into our fleet, and how this can better perform compared to how we're currently operating and how we're currently preparing ourselves for e-mobility. We are also we're preparing an area within the Thriasio depot to accept hydrogen-powered vehicles and allow us to migrate them to the current network. What needs to be understandable to all of us is that for all these technologies to work, preliminary work needs to be done, both in terms of space, in terms of technology and culture of the staff involved, of the stakeholders, of our technicians, our drivers as well. Because, you know, the mobility technology changes the world as our drivers and technicians know it. And this reskilling presupposes a rethinking training for us to train vehicle drivers 3,500 to 4,000 people distributed, allocated all over the greater Attica region. For us to manage it, we have put in place an OC Academy that is also working on running online. We have procured 5,000 mobile phones and tablets, which were made available to the staff under a Sisyphus project, enabling us to communicate live and support the training. For all these technologies to be integrated into the practice and be able to deliver results require support. This is one of the aspects that one has to deal with when we talk about technologies that are not known, let alone mature. And let me just name another, give you an example. OSI is operating trolley buses. We have the largest trolley bus operated network EU-wide. Trolley buses are the best suited to be turned into hydrogen vehicles. There is technology in Europe available that would enable us to turn trolley buses into hydrogen-powered vehicles. These are aspects towards the green transition. Thank you very much for this important aspect being brought by you. Let's move on to the assumption of the alternative gases in transportation and mobility. VEPA has taken steps here and would like to ask you to keep your presentation short. Please put up Ms. Karakitsu presentation.
Let's keep it 6 to 7 minutes. Actually, VEPA Commercial has a host of projects in infrastructure. Let me say for everyone, presentations and videos will be uploaded and will be made available to everyone later on. So, in the last 3 years, VEPA Commercial has been transformed into an energy company from a natural gas company. So we are involved in retail of gas, but we also have holdings in RES companies for the production of electricity from solar parks. In Alexandroupoli, we have a participation, and also electricity production Alexandroupoli is a recent participation. I will not go into the details of the current framework because it has been covered by previous speakers. In 2020, our company established the management office for projects that will promote clean fuels. These projects can be seen on the left side. It is SSLNG, that is small-scale LNG, hydrogen and biomethane, RES projects, and also in e-mobility, our sister company Natural Gas is also involved. Now, LNG is considered both in maritime transport for bunkering a ship and also for the refueling of heavy-duty vehicles through the creation of LCNG stations. And furthermore, 3 trailers have been deployed in Vithous, and we're about to create a gasification plant for an industrial client. In the hydrogen project, we are considering the entire value from the production of hydrogen to its use. Recently, a ministerial decision was published that sets the framework for this, so we are about to create hydrogen refueling stations throughout Greece. Now let me go on to the biomethane project that is being considered since 2021. We have had talks and meetings to see how we can implement this project since, as we heard, the framework is not yet complete. I will not repeat what we heard from previous speakers about what is happening in Europe. Let me talk about CNG stations. About 2,000 bio-CNG throughout Europe are in operation today. Here we have a map of the stations. The biomethane pilot project by DEPA has been considered for some time now. As I said, there was no final framework, so we considered bio-CNG. You know that DEPA has a network. It is a network that comprises many stations on and off-grid. It is called Physikon. And so this could be used for the implementation of our pilot project. This pilot project is essentially the repurposing of a biogas unit so as to transfer biomethane through the Physikon network, and later on, of course, there will be a possibility for injection. This was a partnership with Pharmakitas. This is a company that already produces biogas. It had an excess, a surplus in biogas, and it could help us. There were some Physikon stations in Yanina, Psathopyrgos. As I said, biogas will be upgraded in terms of purity, and we are about to construct this upgrading installation so as for it to later be transferred to the Physikon units, and ultimately it will participate in the overall energy mix. Bio-CNG is also considered for larger consumption. We are also considering new technologies and partnerships with other companies and research centers and universities. Thank you very much. Let me just comment that DEPA Commercials indeed has a series of partnerships and cooperations, and these also have been bearing fruit. Mr. Alexandros Lagakos, I think, will focus more on LNG. Is that right? LNG in transport. Okay, for a first statement.
You see, we are trying to address a wide range of biogas utilization in transportation. Thank you very much for inviting me, for having me here. I would like to very briefly address the issue and a couple of strategic thoughts and a couple of news. Let me start off with my first thoughts. I don't know whether you've read of what happens, what is currently happening in Germany. Germany is a leader in this energy transition in Europe. The European society is really reacting, is taking a stand against green measures such as installing heat pumps for every boiler or another very large, very steep decline in the popularity of the Greens in Germany, or a negative behavior against the phasing out nuclear power plants in Germany. It all boils down to, and of course we all need to take steps against climate crisis, it all boils down to the fact that energy should be affordable. This is the first takeout. Secondly, the more we delay in taking actions today, the more we need to act in the future. A solution that would currently bring good results, even if not the best solution, is of great value. This is the second point. And thirdly, as already said, there is no silver bullet. There is no one-fits-all solution in the energy transition jigsaw. And this is even more so in the e-mobility. Electromobility is not a wizard for the transportation. And fourth, life cycle matters. An electrical vehicle might sound clean and green, but until its life cycle becomes green, it will take time to afford to reach a net zero technology. It opens up the way, but it doesn't take us there. Combining all these thoughts, I mean, both for maritime and road transport industry, we, as Blue Grid, believe that gas mobility can play a vital role, and I am referring to natural gas. Natural gas not as a transition gas, but as a gas in transition. In its fossil form, natural gas improves our footprint, and even more so in its renewable form, it will lead us to negative emissions, and in the further future, in its synthetic form, it will be a net zero fuel. And let me just summarize it as follows. And let me just tell you what we do at Blue Grid and what we believe in. Blue Grid is a newly established company, last 5 years. We're in the Could you possibly help me with the slides? Let's go back to the first slide. Well, thanks. Move on to the next slide. Just this is a schematic of what I've already said. Gas has a role to play, LNG even more so. Moving on to bio-LNG and synthetic LNG. Next slide. We are a downstream, we're a company in the downstream business, meaning the transmission and supply of renewable alternative gases to the industry, to the maritime sector and to the road transport, both as fossil LNG and as renewable LNG, and going forward, supplying fuels that are renewable ones, that are hydrogen-based ones. As a company, we are lucky enough to have one of the largest supply and clean gas company investing, a Madrid-based MOL Gas group, the Mulgas Energy Holding, that is already producing biomethane. It is producing the first 65 gigawatt hours of biomethane, and is serving more than 210 industrial clients using 2 LNG ships, controlling 10% of the EU-wide market with 65 LNG refueling stations. Blue Grid is operating in the Southeast Europe. Before I move on to announcement number 1, let me just say that LNG will be important for long-haul trucks, buses. It eliminates nitrogen oxides and other gases. It decreases sound pollution and CO2. In its renewable form, it can reach up to 100%. Secondly, it's not just another green fuel. It's an affordable fuel, an affordable alternative to diesel. Our clients are cutting 65% compared to diesel-powered fleet. And I could not imagine how one could open up a pathway reducing the emission footprint while saving money. Well, first announcement, Blue Grid is launching the first LNG refueling station network, 4 stations in Athens, in Thriasio, in Thessaloniki, Syndos, Patras and Ioannina. The first 2 stations will be put into operation in 2024, March 2024, in Athens and Thessaloniki. And these refueling stations will not be just supplying fossil LNG, but also bio-LNG, namely renewable energy for heavy-duty vehicles. And how will we manage that? This is the second news catch. Beginning of this week, we announced an investment in the first biogas plant in Greece, the Biomesti facility in Alexandroupolis, a facility that is currently producing biogas using cow manure, as well as milk, dairy byproducts. Together with Biopharma, we are investing in this facility. We bought this facility, actually, with a view to modernizing it, turning biogas to biomethane, turning it into bio-LNG, capturing its CO2 emissions, and thereby providing bio-CO2 marketable in the Greek market. This is not, we're not theorizing here, it is a practical solution we are providing here. And it is highly important we started today and not rather waiting for the best solution to be available. We are acting now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lagakos. That natural gas is a fuel in transition is a very interesting takeaway. Mr. Lagakos, do you believe that in this, with this natural gas in transition, where does hydrogen stand? Are they competitive to each other? Speaking about the transport sector, natural gas, hydrogen, and electricity. Thank you for this question, and this gives me the opportunity to create a common context for all these three items, because they do not stand in competition to each other. Time-wise, they differ. Even if green hydrogen were available today, it would not be affordable for end consumers, 10 or 17 euro per kilogram. Let me tell you that 1 kilogram of hydrogen is 33 kilowatt hours. So at these prices, and especially last year when we were at the peak of the energy crisis, we were afraid we would not be able to manage the situation. What I mean to say is that hydrogen needs to cover a long way, because you also have to consider the logistics that will add to the end price. So hydrogen, in my opinion, will not be competitive for this specialized sector that we're talking about until 2035. Bio-LNG and biomethane at diesel prices today is a more realistic exercise. Even if you use manure to produce bio-LNG in Germany and elsewhere in Europe, we see that the certification of such fuels may result even in negative emissions. So well-to-wheel example is what counts. So in the near future, it can offer solutions. So one is not to replace the other in time, but they will be combined harmoniously until we have the synthetic CO2 that will be combined with green hydrogen or LNG or other fuels that will be the best net zero solutions for the market. This is a very interesting point of view. So they will be combined to create affordable fuel. Now, Mrs. Karakitsou, DEPA Commercials has this great benefit of the physical network with these stations that may not be as many as gas stations, but still this is a considerable network. So what is the situation of this network? We are already looking into the transmission of LNG to the stations in the vicinity. We are waiting for the framework to be finalized so as to continue with the injection of biomethane into the network. So this will be a mixture of natural gas and biomethane. In terms of time, when can we expect that? After today's event, I can say that in one maximum 2 years, this will be a reality in Greece as well, because as you know, in France, in Germany, this is already widespread. For large consumers, bio-LNG for heavy-duty vehicles is a solution that is very promising. And there's a lot of interest. So in 2-3 years, I think this will have been deployed. As far as hydrogen is concerned, I will agree there are several steps that need to be covered. We are already planning a hydrogen refuel station, but it will need some more time.
Mr. Ayasolu, turning to you now. 2 years ago, we visited Pau in France. We were guided in a bus hydrogen refueling station, a relative large fleet of buses, which could be the groundwork for obtaining statistics about hydrogen implementation, but it did play a role in the city. How far are we standing currently? Well, if you had posed this question 3 years ago, I would say that it's not cannot put in perspective. It will take rather 20 years to get there, but there are leaps taken forward in terms of infrastructure restructuring to uptake these technologies. The stakeholders are here and have the know-how to bring this technology to us. We as off-takers should do our part to be ready to utilize them. We have put strong focus, put strong emphasis on that, and judging from how things have gone so far, I could say that as of 2027, hydrogen-powered vehicles will be part of our fleet, serving and accommodating our passengers' needs. 2027 is not far from today. And I need to say this, that, well, you had this one pilot bus and these 3 additional vehicles. Where do you refuel them? The one put in operation was refueled using a refueling truck that was part of the initial deal to test it. Exactly because these 3 new buses are part of the Horizon project, we expect them to be refueled from the motor oil operated and established refuel station to be built within the broader design framework. 1 or 2 HRSs will be built within the OC depots. And as said, preparation is of essence. We're currently preparing the siting and regulatory framework for the chargers, for the e-chargers. By analogy, we're looking into hydrogen refueling station preparations. Let's not forget that as of a couple of years, we are operating natural gas refueling stations together with VEPA. So this culture is part of our culture. And let us close up with Mr. Stamatakis, who will talk about the specific application developed in Demokritos. Let me just start off by saying, as the Professor Karellas said, that we have to look at the sustainability. We talk about green hydrogen. Green and hydrogen should remain green up to the off-takers, and this is where our technology plays a role. Let me just comment on Mr. Lagakos' observation. The price is competitive. The fuel price at the station is 10 euros for 1 kilogram of hydrogen, providing a driving range of 130 kilometers, 650 kilometers of mileage with 50 euros, paying 50 euros. This is rather competitive compared to the currently available fuel forms. We have been able to develop a compression technology compressors are energy intensive, and this is what takes the green out of the hydrogen carrier. This is based on a thermal process. We use heat and cold water to heat up and warm up specific components, and we can compress hydrogen from 5 to more than 450 bars. There is a 200 bar compressor installed in Democritus, and this is the first refueling station using this technology currently established and installed in Democritus. There is a new version of the 500 bar compressor. We have been able also to, we have managed to get the first fundraising round of a Democritus spin-off. Unifund has invested in us. And in the context of this development round, we are looking forward to seeing this technology being widespread. And apart from scientific improvement and advancements in Greek ground, this is rather hope generating news. And I guess this discussion will continue to be held throughout the fora. And we stay open to discussion, to ideas, because we will see things we have never thought and imagined that will take place before.
Θα συνεχίσουμε το πρόγραμμα όπως το βλέπετε και είναι αναρτημένο και στα χαρτιά που έχετε στα χέρια σας.
Let's stick to the agenda. Moving on to the next panel, that is about maritime challenges and decarbonization and green transition. Marcos Kanzius, a colleague of mine, will moderate discussion. Panelists are Mr. Dimitris Liridis, Associate Professor, Laboratory for Maritime Transport, Director of School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, National Technical University of Athens. He will be joined by Ariadne Psimara, New Business Development Manager, Attica Group, and Dimitris Kalfa, Senior Business Development Manager, Hydrus.
Ένα-δύο. Καλησπέρα για μας. Συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση. Αφήσαμε και την κυρία
Well, hello to you all. Let's dive in the next panel on the challenges in shipping, hydrogen. Decarbonization in the shipping business is a really key point. Which fuel should be used? It should be part of the pipeline of new shipbuilding projects. New regulations will be put in place from the European Commission. The shipping business, the shipping industry should adapt itself. Let me get down to the nitty-gritty and ask Mr. Dimitrios Lyridis, Associate Professor, Director of the Laboratory for Maritime Transport at the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, National Technical University of Athens, to address us.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. I would like to focus on shipping and maritime transport. I will not talk about decarbonization in general, because in shipping this is a difficult issue. I would like to focus on alternative fuels that can contribute to decarbonization in shipping. The maritime sector until 2018 and from 2012 has achieved a large improvement up to 21%. However, carbon emissions have gone up from 5 to 6%, 760 tons of CO2. And based on 2008, in 2050, we expect emissions to increase to up to 130% if we do not take any measures. Now, shipping has gone through a series of transitions. It started with renewable energy sources years ago. It was easier to use wind. Later on, after using wind, it made the transition to coal, and then the transition to heavy fuel oil took place. This this offered greater energy density, but it reduced storage needs and increased the rates. But it was a significant source of CO2 emissions. Now, there is a multitude of alternative fuels. If we could go on to the next slide. I have here a graph from Norway that showcases the alternative fuels in shipping. And we can see the total emissions during the life cycle of these fuels, both in tank to propeller and in the well-to-tank stage. We can see that conventional fuels have a considerable effect. LNG too, but less. Methanol is a much favored fuel in shipping. Then there is renewable methanol, biodiesel and biogas, and of course hydrogen, depending on its production type. It can also have an effect on the climate unless we could also measure the emissions in the air. But this is another discussion. Economically speaking, there is an older study of Lloyd's Register showcasing the relative profitability impact of these fuels. We can see extra capital machinery in yellow, extra fuel costs in orange, extra capital energy storage in blue, and capacity lost in gray. So we can see that there is, for biofuel, there is a high storage cost. We can see also the other fuels and their impact in terms of machinery and storage. I will go into more details about them later. Now, hydrogen is linked to many challenges and opportunities. It is being produced in the traditional way, which requires a lot of energy, but it could also transition to a sustainable, renewable way of production. When we start using hydrogen in combustion engines, at any rate, these engines are much more efficient than the conventional propeller engines. On the other hand, storage is a challenge. It needs to be highly compressed to be stored. Liquefied hydrogen means minus 250 degrees Celsius. There's a lot of experience in using hydrogen in a traditional way, but shipping should start gaining more experience. And also safety is an issue. There are many economical and functional benefits in using hydrogen, economies of scale in its production, electrification, especially at ports, can be very efficient, and all in all, it can be a very efficient fuel. To increase its uptake, a series of policies are needed. The hydrogen bank is one of these policies. The ports in shipping are parts of an overall chain. It is the transport chain, so the use of hydrogen and electricity at port facilities can be of benefit. This requires a regulatory framework that will allow for the transition to these solutions. So hydrogen is one solution that until now has been applied in 2 ships throughout the world. One was designed from the beginning to use hydrogen. The other one was retrofitted to use hydrogen in combination with batteries. So battery is always necessary. But there are also ships, vessels that have been designed for transport. Mr. Kalfas will talk about them. There's also the ship of motor oil, which is an open ship that will use a fuel cell for auxiliary purposes. A second alternative in shipping are biofuels. They have been discussed a lot. When talking about biofuels, it's not biogas mainly, but heavy fuel that has been produced from waste, byproducts of other industries, and in today's engines, such biofuels can be used instead of petrol. There's always a problem, however, of limited availability. If these biofuels were to be more widespread, then agricultural products could also experience an increase in food prices. Biofuels therefore should be produced from other waste and not agricultural waste. In terms of emissions, they vary depending on the way that they have been produced, but there's a specificity about biofuels. They may have a zero footprint or even a negative footprint, but in terms of combustion, they do produce CO2. And very often there are no allowances when shipping enters the emission trading system. One will not be eligible, shipping will not be eligible for allowances. So there's a problem with the regulations in place. Another alternative fuel is methanol. It may be detrimental to the environment, but it can also be produced in an alternative way. There are no NOx emissions. They can be reduced by 55%, but sulfur oxide can be reduced by 92%. Methanol can be used and transported by tankers. It has the similar problems to LNG and LPG. The installation costs for methanol bunkering are not very high. However, methanol has much lower energy content than gasoline, and so tanks would need to be double in size. It has the disadvantage that it burns with an invisible flame, and also it is more corrosive. As things stand today, for certain applications in shipping, methanol may be a good fuel in terms of complying with regulations, especially in the short term. But there are also other alternative fuels. Ammonia is a favored alternative fuel at the European Commission. However, in shipping, it is not very favored because it is quite toxic. And this is something that needs to be considered very carefully. In this table, we can see the pros and cons of the various fuel types in terms of availability, infrastructure and storage, maturity of technology, energy density, price, and green credentials. We think that shipping will be decarbonized in the long term based on hydrogen. There are other ways to decarbonize with better digitalization, more efficient use of fuels in ships. In future, we expect to have a combination of some alternative fuels, mainly hydrogen, and the improvement of energy efficiency of port facilities. They will use renewable energy coupled with the production of energy infrastructure. So this will have produce a port energy upgrade. And in shipping, we're not talking about one industry. There are many types of ships and many types of purposes to be used. So there might be a container ship from Tokyo to North America, and another small ship that is going between two ports in Greece. The bulk carriers have other needs, so the fuel is not a very easy choice when this is going to be used for the next 20 years. So the state has a role to play. It has to provide guidance. In the end, nothing is happening, and this is delaying decarbonization. In the future, we expect fuels to be produced from renewable energy sources. They may be also coupled with CO2 that will create synthetic fuels that can be used for zero emissions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Liridis. We will now go on to Mrs. Ariadne Psimara. She is New Business Development Manager at Attica Group.
Hello. It's my turn, talking from the standpoint of the off-taker, of the energy user. Attica Group is the largest Greek passenger vessel company. Is operating between Greece, Italy, Spain and Morocco, operating 35 ships under the Superfast Ferries, Blue Star Ferries, Hellenic Seaways and Africa-Morocco Link brands since 2021 onwards. Attica Group has invested in the hotel business. The largest hotel in Naxos and the largest one on Tinos have been purchased. To gain a better grasp of our business, let me just say that we are operating in 4 countries, 61 unique destinations, 79 ports. We have 2 million nautical miles per year, 6 million passengers, 1 million vehicles, 1 million passenger cars, and 500,000 trucks being transported per year. Attica Group has a strong corporate responsibility since 2008. It is publishing its corporate responsibility reports, based on which we are meeting the GRE standards and the ESG standards. This year we're also publishing Scope 1, 2 and 3 reporting emissions. Scope 1 means 1 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. The regulatory framework in the shipping business calling us to cut emissions based on the IMO. Based on IMO, we need to cut 40% of CO2 emissions, 50% of greenhouse gases, 70% of CO2 emissions, and become climate neutral by 2050. The regulatory framework is very strict. Measures need to be taken promptly, and we don't know how to do that. We see no alternative fuel that can be an option at the time based on our fleet and operation. We cannot order new ships to be built because we don't know what fuel will be used, and since there will be engines, dual fuel engines, we are neither in position to retrofit engines nor order new ships. We orient ourselves to green methanol and hydrogen, and we are still on the lookout. And besides that, there are hurdles in the Greek reality tied to a large cost for all this transition. To cope with these challenges, we have put in place a new environmental policy based on 8 principles, as well as a decarbonization roadmap to help us go forward. We have also created this Sailing Together to the Sustainable Side of Life logo that would help us become more sustainable, and this logo is on all of our ships and vessels to remind us of the need for the green transition. The roadmap involves 3 stages. First of all, take stock of the current status. Secondly, analyze the options, and thirdly, establishing targets and alternatives. This had brought us to a draft roadmap. We have committed ourselves to some solutions that are broken down in medium, short and long-term solutions. Going forward, we are adapting our speed to meet our emission goals. We are launching energy performance projects, improving our vessels' energy performance. This will affect 15 vessels for the time being, and we're looking into the alternative fuel options. Of course, going forward, our fleet will involve zero-emission vessels, but this is not something I can tell you right now. Let me conclude by saying that in view of this green transition, all sectors should play along. Otherwise, this journey is not one that we can go on alone. We are all concerned with the future energy carriers, so it's best for all of us to collaborate. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς. Λοιπόν, κύριε Κάλφα, μπορείτε να αναλάβετε. Νομίζω...
Mr. Kalfas, I guess you can take it from here. Rather technical topic.
Της εταιρείας Hydrogen.
Mr. Kalfas is Senior Business Development Manager at Hydrus. Hello, thank you. Thank you for having me. And I'm delighted to discuss Hydrus' experience in the sector. Well, let me just start by saying that Hydrus is a global engineering firm delivering technologies and services in the maritime, energy, naval, and innovation sectors. It was founded, established in December 2009, and has grown and expanded over the years, achieving a leading position based on our continuous commitment to our vision and values, delivering a large number and wide range of integrated EPC services around the globe. Some basic figures for our organization. The Hydrus Ergo system involves a series of subsidiaries and joint ventures, part of the energy competency system of a cluster to support and promote entrepreneurship and technical efficiency for companies in the energy sector. And Solve is an technical advisor company in the transport sector with more than 8 years of experience in shipping business. She is specializing in maximizing performance on ships. We're also member to a Proteus consortium, that is a transformative cluster, to help cover all aspects of the shipping business, shipbuilding and industrial applications. Watermelon Consulting was established in 2020, is a Hydrus subsidiary. Our services to Watermelon and to the shipping business involves business analysis, operation analysis, financial models, financial options, the finance needs, monitoring and following up the impact and preparing for European funding and end-to-end project participation funded by the European Union. It's important to stress here that Watermelon has concluded business plans for 4 alternative fueled ships. The impact assessment, feasibility study for another shipping company. Hydrogen as the pilot fuel for the LPG. And 3 regional FSRU projects help companies obtain funding for alternative fuel such as hydrogen, electricity and LNG projects. It has been said that the shipping business makes up 1/4 of the global emissions in the worldwide transportation emissions. With more than 1 billion tons of CO2 annually, the shipping business is under great pressure to decarbonize in the next decades. The IMO has called for reducing emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, by 50% up to 2050 compared to the 2008 levels. In Hydrus, we do business and using our Center of Excellence, we're generating solutions, moving to a greener environment to decarbonize shipping. Our concept is, our motto is innovation, collaboration, decarbonization. Cultivating an innovative culture, we can revolutionize the shipping business and reduce the impact significantly. Through synergies, working together with research institutes, with specialists in the sector to decarbonize the shipping industry. We are nurturing partnerships, and we're building a stronger basis for a sustainable shipping. Some projects funded by the European Union relating to the energy upgrading are Ealing, Seaport, Elemed, Centaurus and Alphion projects. These are projects that will end up to become tender documents. Heavy fuel oil is a widespread fuel since the 60s because of its energy density and low cost. HFO is a large contributor to NOx and SOx emissions that heavily impact the globe. And, well, given the stricter regulation in terms of CO2 emission reduction in the shipping industry, the traditional shipping industry cannot meet the regulation needs. Therefore, it is the shipping industry needs to look out for other alternative fuels such as LNG, hydrogen, electricity and ammonia that could be alternative fuels. And let me just introduce 3 projects funded by the European Union. Synergy with a comprehensive approach for the adoption of the LNG. The other one is statecraft for a renewable fuel storage, and 3 Iris linked to the Hydrogen Valley addressed by Mr. Hatzifotis from a motor oil company. All reports envisage a limited but stable increase in the hydrogen uptake up to 2030. Just a slight volume of hydrogen generated, produced in Europe is transported currently, and most of which is used on the spot in the field. Hydrogen shipping from countries from other regions of lower cost might be attractive up to 2025. This is also true for the intra-European transport if clean hydrogen cannot be generated on the spot, or if it costs more than 4 euros per kilo, then shipping it might be a better choice. Much focus has been put on production and has been placed on production and the use of liquid hydrogen, so transportation technologies are left behind. Yet lack of such technologies can be a hurdle for developing hydrogen supply chains, and this is where we are involved through our innovation hub. Well, hydrogen can be transported in 3 ways: as a compressed gas, as a cryogenic liquid, as a liquefied gas. It can be shipped using trucks and sea vessels. Cryogenic hydrogen is minus 235 degrees and is shipped in specialized tanks. In the third option, it is a chemical compound, is turned into chemical compound to be transported and then turned back to hydrogen. LH2 Craft is a project I would like to present here in a nutshell. Hydrus is the coordinator, 48 months of duration, 7.7 million budget. 6.5 million of that is funded, 14 partners, including 5 partners from the industry, 3 experts, and 6 technical universities and associations, and there is 1.2 million of funding by the Korean Republic. What is actually LH2 Craft all about? Challenges of LH2 applications in the shipping industry. It is a ship that will be transporting liquefied hydrogen. Challenges lie in developing large-scale solutions for the storage and bulk transportation of liquid hydrogen for the shipping for shipping in the ocean. Need for advanced designs and insulation technologies due to extreme cryogenic storage conditions at minus 253 degrees Celsius complexity. There is complexity due to lower heat of vaporization and different material compatibility characteristics, and there is significantly increased capex. Main objectives to tackle the challenges is a containment tank capacity of 350 tons by 2024 and 2,800 tons by 2030. Capex of installed liquid hydrogen containment tanks should be 50 euros by 2024 and less than 10 euros by 2030. LH2 boil off %, per day in 2024, less than 0.3% in 2030. LH2 craft competitiveness is due to its design, scalable storage, scalable to large dimensions in the range of those implemented for LNG shipping today, that is 200,000 cubic meters per ship. Another competitiveness advantage is demonstration and first application of the developed liquid hydrogen storage design and technology at reduced scale, approval in principle for the containment concept, materials and component selection and integrity testing for LH2 exposure, subsystem testing for thermomechanical validation of the system, as well as development of a preliminary integrated ship design with a corresponding cost estimation. This project is currently running. It's running as we speak, and more details can be discussed with the colleague, Mr. Papadakis, who raised his hand. These are projects, and it's very important to us to be able to transport, to ship liquefied hydrogen. This will be the need for in the future. The shipping business is about the transportation of LNG. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kalfas. We have a few minutes for some discussion, and I would like to ask a couple of questions. Mr. Liridis, you said methanol will probably be the short-term fuel in shipping. And why do you believe that? I actually left two types of fuel out. One is natural gas, which in the short term, meaning for some decades, natural gas, you said, is a fuel in transition. That's right. For ocean-going ships, this will be a good solution. We're talking about liquefied natural gas. It may have the problem of CO2, but as infrastructure is in place now, there is no other way. Ammonia is toxic. Biofuels probably will be used in aviation because aviation cannot decarbonize in any other way. They cannot be used in road transport. So in the long term, hydrogen, and in the short term, methanol. There's some concern, however. We are talking about green methanol, which is not yet available. We do not have the infrastructure yet, and we cannot proceed with investment. 35 to 40% of the costs in shipping are fuels. And the investment cost in these technologies is also enormous. The question is, who will undertake this cost? There are the aero ships. That's true. They have solar panels and they are catamaran ships, so they do not have high consumption as conventional ships. Mr. Kalfas, congratulations. This is a Greek company that is very active globally. It is important to have these alternative fuels, but also to have them transported, because it's different to speak about coastal shipping and ocean-going ships that may go from one continent to other, and especially tanker ships may cover thousands of miles without going into ports. So where do we stand? In terms of hydrogen, you understand that this is a very early stage. The materials that will allow us to transport enormous quantities of hydrogens are very limited. There are special membranes that are needed for the tanks. It is actually several materials that have to be integrated in order to stand these very difficult conditions. So speaking of hydrogen or even ammonia, I think that this landscape is quite challenging. But I was happy to hear what you said, because we created this innovation hub, and there was also co-funding from Korea, because this is something that needs to be solved in partnership with each other. There needs to be a concerted effort to see where we want to go so as to decarbonize shipping. So is this an investment that is relevant to some investors who may select their engine to use hydrogen? I spoke of two projects. One is energy craft with ammonia. We are coordinators in that project, and I would invite anyone interested to visit our website. Hydrogen is used for transport. We're actually now, we have exhausted our time slot. Not everything can be covered with pipelines, so we will need the ships. Thank you. This is a small panel, and yet shipping transports 90% of goods throughout the world. Now we will change the composition of this session. I have with me for 15 minutes some distinguished guests who will explain to us the close relation between the development of hydrogen and the faster penetration and uptake of renewable energy sources. So we have Mr. Triantafylopoulos and Mr. Psomas. Mr. Psomas is an energy consultant. He has worked a lot in this field. Mr. Triantafylopoulos. First of all, let me say that I'm very pleased to share this panel with Stelios Psomas, who has been a pioneer in renewables in Greece. He knows much more about this market, at least, than me. I would like to start the discussion with two important items that showcase the importance of RES and hydrogen. 70% of an electrolysis unit is linked to its electricity cost. So you understand how sensitive the levelized cost of hydrogen is, which is an indicator for the efficiency of an investment in electricity. And the second is the utilization factor of the electrolyzer. In large-scale electrolysis projects that are either in operation or being planned for the next years, the utilization factor is from 45 until maximum 70%, which means an investor pays for 100%, but the benefit is 45, 50, and in extreme cases, 70%. And this is not because it's the hydrogen, but because there's a switch spot in design that makes it difficult for hydrogen. So you understand how important it is to compile these two factors.
Let me just talk numbers. Whether we like it or not, everything boils down to what we have in the pocket. If you look at today's news in the energy press, you will read two news articles about energy reduction for renewables. The question addressed to me today was whether hydrogen regeneration production during these cuts could be a way out for the investors' medicine to this new disease. Well, before answering that, we need to take 2 steps backwards. And I guess you will be able to understand end up to the results yourselves. The entire hydrogen generated in Greece ends up in refineries and a fraction in ammonia. The off-taker market is rather limited. And keep that in mind. We will come back to that further on, later on. Let's have a look at, and let's say that there are 2 methods to produce hydrogen. First, through natural gas reforming. And have a look here at how the cost through this production method is shaped in 2021. Obviously, the hydrogen prices are the prices of 2021. Broadly speaking, what has changed so far since 2021 is the CO2 price, the emission price. So one facet is that conventional hydrogen will be faced with an increasing cost. Green hydrogen cost will be decreasing, and these two will meet at some point, opening up the market. Apart from hydrogen reforming, hydrogen can be produced through electrolysis. The average electricity grid price is shown here on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side you see what would happen if hydrogen is produced through electrolysis. The figures are too good to be true, and we'll see later on how they are shaped, because there's always a dragon somewhere in the fairy tale. Let me just skip all these slides due to the lack of time. You see here where we currently stand in terms of green hydrogen production from renewable energies sources, and where we want to get. And by 2030, we need to multiply by 4,000 our capacity to get there. There's a long way that has to be walked in a fraction of time. Let's go to the nitty-gritty of my presentation, a chart, an overview. When we name figures on hydrogen cost, we forget the entire chain. There is electrolysis, there is hydrogen storage, hydrogen transport, then unpacking, and end use. When we talk about production cost and answer the question whether renewable hydrogen is affordable, we need to take all these aspects into consideration. Aurora was with us today. They have carried out a similar survey for Great Britain. Indicatively, you can see what the levelized cost of delivered hydrogen will be by 2025, depending on the various scenarios, depending on whether green hydrogen is transported through a pipeline or with lorries. Cost is 6.5 pennies per kilo. And let's see in practice. Let's look at this use case for Greece. First of all, looking at how the electrolyzer capex will evolve, and considering a moderate scenario that it can be reduced by 40% till 2030. One can see how the cost is trending depending on the capacity of the electrolyzer for 2025 and 2030 respectively, and how the OPEX of such an electrolyzer is trending. Let's assume we have a 50 megawatt electrolyzer somewhere in Greece. Next to it, a megawatt station, and next to it we're installing an electrolyzer and maximizing it. Projection is 12 megawatt. Electrolysis needs 46,000 megawatt hours per year to produce 770 tons in the life cycle. And sometimes in our economic models we tend to forget that that technology is going out of date. So 870 tons, and we need super clean water per year. If we translate it into tap water, or even to drilled water out of drillings, we need huge amount of water. You can see the capex and opex for 2025-2030, the levelized cost of investment 7%. This is just an indicative example. And the levelized cost of hydrogen for 2025 is at more than 6 euros per kilo, whereas it is beneath 5 euros per kilo by 2030, taking it a step forward and considering the transportation cost assuming that the end destination is 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers away from our station, we see how the levelized cost of delivered hydrogen for 2025 and 2030 is evolving, and with a view to answering the initial question whether the reduction in my RES station can be used for hydrogen production, we need to take the yellow part off. That takes us to the last chart, according to which until 2025 we need to find an off-taker that will purchase hydrogen at €4 per kilo by 2030. The cost would be 3 to 3.5 euros per kilogram of hydrogen, provided there is no state aid as in the US. Ms. Spiraki has already addressed it. Depending on how hydrogen is produced, state aid can be as much as $3 per kilogram. If that was the case in Europe, we could answer this question very simply by saying that this energy could be turned into green energy and sell it. I will sum some questions as food for thought, since there are multiple parameters to be considered. It is clear that when one talks about RES units, these are hardly ever installed next to hydrogen stations, meaning we need to track them, and this cost is not a minimal cost. Even if we need and want to use existing pipelines after a minimum retrofitting, there is a cost involved. And the question is, what are we going to do with this hydrogen? Who is the end user? If we keep hydrogen for power generation at a future time, we will either burn it or use fuel cells. Whether we use it for power generation, the kilowatt-hour cost will be high. And if you do the maths, that would be 20-25 cents per kilowatt-hour. And this is rather no-go price, unless the system is state-aided to drive to a green tech setup. If the end user is the large industry, for example, this is something new. This week, Hellenic Energies in their refinery in Thessaloniki will exploit a photovoltaic farm to produce methanol. And this is quite logical. Consider that they have cheap solar energy, they have the infrastructure in place, and they are also the end user. If you do the math, then you understand that it's working out. It will work up. What would happen if the end user was someone else? Can a photovoltaic, can a PV or a solar farm sell green hydrogen to buses, to the rail administrator, to other off-takers? Then they will be faced with the costs already addressed. So conditionally, under certain conditions, the energies cut from renewable energy sources for hydrogen production can be used, but unless it is supported in its baby steps, then I guess we would have to wait until 2030 to see it materializing. Storage, hydrogen storage is a solution. It's not a technical issue. Technical answers are already on the table. It's rather a matter of economics, and it boils down to how the state can help the RES generators avoid avoid losses and help RES move on to the green hydrogen economy. Thank you.
That was a very well-documented statement. I was not aware that you are carrying out such an extensive research. Thank you for this. Now, I will let Dimitris, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, comment on what we heard. What Mr. Psomas has shared with us is obviously very important. Now, Hellenic Hydrogen is maturing hydrogen projects in Greece. So we are modeling all those issues that you have shown us. For 100 megawatt unit, we need 300, 400 megawatt hours of RES, and we will need different types, not only PV. It is not possible to cover the needs of the electrolyzer. So we need, we are modeling a virtual PPA where you buy power. Both, this is a stochastic model that is also very expensive. A better solution would be to have the PV unit in the vicinity of the production site so as to avoid grid charges, and wind PPA. Now, this is a very interesting study that we are carrying out, and maybe in the next forum we will be in the position to present some results. To answer the question that was put here, yes, hydrogen plants can unlock new RES investment because as of 2028, additionality will be in place, which means that every new green hydrogen plant will have to cover its needs from new RES units. New, I underline that, which new means within a 3-year period. And secondly, we believe, I spoke of 70% utilization rate of the electrolyzer. Until we reach the 100%, we can have an ancillary service used where RES units, which would never have joined the system, will provide power to the hydrogen plant. This is also difficult to model. What type of mechanism is needed for these services between the two contracting parties? You have here the electrolysis unit, we have the RES, we have the power transmission operator, so the grid, the congestion, the electrolyzer needs. This is quite a difficult exercise, but we believe that this curtailment market in 5 years' time will be a secondary stream for hydrogen. Surely this is a very interesting aspect to this matter. Mr. Psomas, would you like to add a few words to close the session? Although there's some concern when looking at the figures, I always want to be an optimist. And I look back 10, 20 years ago with the solar industry numbers, and the dynamics of markets have actually exceeded all expectations. I hope the same will be the case here. Thank you very much. I think that we have shed light on this aspect very extensively. We will have a photo taken. At the same time, I would ask Mr. Stamoulis to come to the podium for the last session.
As said, this is the last panel. Well, it's actually not a panel, but a series of presentations relating to already existing applications and flagship projects or investment plans in hydrogen and green gas industry in Greece. We'll start off with the presentation, and each of the individuals presenting will have 8 to 10 minutes at disposal to speak. Mr. Diomidis Stamoulis, Chief Strategy Planning for Industrial Business Activities in Hellenic Energy, will start off. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to talk about what we are doing in our company. And, well, you started off by asking about the LFC's refinery. In terms of hydrogen refineries, this is nothing new, something that goes hand in hand with oil refining, and is therefore known to us as a material, as a risk factor. Oil refining actually utilizes hydrogen for two purposes, historically seen. First of all, to desulfurize oil in the desulfurization process. Before introducing constraints in the CO2 emissions, we had a large story of sulfur dioxide emission cutting. Before doing that, we had to use hydrogen to desulfurize. Historically seen, hydrogen was not produced for the very purpose of reforming methane. It was just a byproduct. Then, incidentally, one of the processes during refining is the reforming of crude oil and turf, turning it into the gas that we're using in our cars to achieve the octane number we want to have. Nature, well, it actually produced hydrogen. Refineries are the largest producer and off-taker of hydrogen currently, because all these we're talking about will happen and will be produced in the future. Refineries had hydrogen at its disposal for desulfurization. At a later point in time, new needs occurred for heavier oil fractions. And this is why the hydrogen production processes through methane and using the reforming process said already. In view of hydrogen production, we wanted to couple it to less CO2 emissions. Lower CO2 emission through, first of all, electrolysis, using electricity generated from PVs. We have already designed it and we're implementing it in the LFC's refinery in a small scale, I said, because figures talk the truth. A 10 megawatt electrolyzer powered by a 20 megawatt PV park. Two factors are considered here. First of all, the form of the produced energy from the PV. There is this specific curve. Electrolysis requires a stable load to operate, to run. And secondly, its usage, its utilization. Such an electrolyzer could and would substitute less than 1% of hydrogen produced in the LFC's refinery using the steam reforming. This is a fraction. Our second thought would be to intervene in this hydrogen production process through methane, the so-called grey hydrogen. And the coloring scheme, will become insufficient at a point in time, and we would have to use figures to talk about quality in hydrogen. And I guess in future conferences we will be speaking about certain qualities expressed in kilograms of CO2 per kilo of hydrogen. And this might also go down to negative figures, starting with a coal source that is a natural source. Starting from that and through a natural capturing process, you might end up with a CO2 negative product. This investment of grey hydrogen in blue hydrogen through coal capturing is important to us and has a direct economic impact. It cuts our emissions by 1/7 of the emissions produced from our 3 refineries, 600,000 tons of CO2 emissions captured annually. Secondly, it is important to do this because the steam reformer unit, should it be fed with coal of natural origin, biocoal, and it won't take long to afford that. We will be able to use pyrolysis of biological origin. Byproducts will be used in this sense and will substitute fossil methane for the purpose of hydrogen. Should that happen, there'll be a facility that will be contributing in cutting CO2 emissions. Let me also put the use of carbon into perspective. Currently, the prospect of final abatement of final removal of carbon is using it in depleted reservoirs of natural gas and oil, leading it there, coupled with high risk for the sufficiency of these reservoirs, these fields. I wouldn't want to go into details, just let me say that the Ellinika Petrelea emits during its processes 4 million tons of CO2 annually. It's one of the large emitters, considering also other cement industry emitters. The reservoirs that would be necessary for permanent storage would be large enough to accommodate this volume once it is mature. Alternatively, instead of capturing it, we can utilize it, this CO2, to link it to the discussion, coupled with hydrogen produced with clean energy, green energy, can break down into green methanol used as a fuel in the shipping industry, used in other products. And what will be of greater importance is turning it into and polymerizing it into sustainable aviation fuel, cracking it. Thank you very much.
Now, I will give the floor right away to Mr. Giorgos Mitkidis from Motor Oil. Good evening, and thank you for the invitation to this very important event with distinguished colleagues and guests. I am head of alternative and renewable fuels at Motor Oil, and essentially I am responsible for the introduction of alternative fuels. Hydrogen has an important role in the overall strategy of Motor Oil that is about to play an important role in the energy transition. So there is an ambitious development plan mobilizing more than 4 billion in investment until 2030, and hydrogen plays an important role in this plan. You heard before that through Hellenic Hydrogen, together with the PPC, Motor Oil participates in important projects of common European interest. BlueMed is a project that started 2.5 years ago. It is constantly evolving. The projects are maturing, and there are also a series of projects for sustainable fuels, methanol, etc. So BlueMed is sort of an umbrella cluster of projects that relate to the overall hydrogen value chain. It is and it produces low carbon green hydrogen and distributes it to the end users. This means renewable hydrogen and methane conversion. At a second stage, the hydrogen will be compressed and transported to end consumers. Through pipes, it will be fed into the local industries, but also into the natural gas grid through DESFA. We will see how this is possible. And finally, hydrogen is converted into alternative fuels. The end consumers, maybe industry, shipping, the overall investment for production and distribution is more than 320 million euro, 60,000 tons per year, and the aim is to reduce the footprint in industry and transport. Almost 500,000 tons per CO2 per year can be saved through in a refinery. Also, there's a substitution effect of the fuels, plus 600,000 CO2 tons per year by investing in alternative fuels. This value chain involves sub-projects, demonstration projects. The key is to have partnerships in this value chain. So the ecosystem of BlueMed involves 10 sub-projects, 2 for production, 3 for distribution, compressed air, gas, and also renewable HRS, that is hydrogen refueling stations. We are studying 11 use cases. We are working together with our partners on the applications. 4 regard industrial use cases, 5 are transport use cases, including shipping, and 2 involve substitution in the energy sector. This whole value chain is being developed under the name 3 Iris in the framework of the Hydrogen Valley that involves 26 partners from 5 countries. It has been funded through Horizon, and together with the Valley, we are trying to secure funding for this whole ecosystem. Many of the projects have been already assessed, others are under assessment and evaluation, and this whole system is also being evaluated in the framework of the CEEAG. We are trying to find uses of the fuel in transport and shipping by achieving a competitive production and distribution of hydrogen, so as to make it as competitive as other alternative energy sources. Now I would like to go into more details for 3 ongoing hydrogen projects that have a 3-year horizon. The first is the trailer filling terminal, which will allow for hydrogen to be sent to refineries. Also, in Olympia Odos, the 10T axis, there's a hydrogen refueling station in implementation, and also an electrolyzer of 30 megawatts. All these projects have had a positive evaluation for EU funding. More specifically, I would like to refer to the EFIRA project. This is the largest project under Horizon in the energy sector in Greece ever. And the proposal of Motor Oil is aiming at the creation of an electrolysis system of 30 megawatt. In Agioi Theodori, it will manufacture or produce at a very low and competitive cost by using the oxygen that is produced as a byproduct of the electrolysis process at Motor Oil. This is the first step. Secondly, we recover heat in an innovative system of waste recovery. And thirdly, we want to make use of waste, liquid waste from non-fresh water, that is, reuse it. And this is therefore an energy management and digital twin of operations. Thank you for your attention.
By thanking Mr. Mitskidis, I would like to give the floor to Alexandros Soumelidis, who is the manager of new business activities of PPC, head of the and together with Motor Oil, they have established Hellenic, a new company. Hello. I know that we are late in time. I will try to keep it brief. I'd like to thank the host for bringing us all together today. I would like to confess how important the work done today is and the opinions heard. And secondly, we heard about the policies, biomethane, infrastructure, pipelines, ships, but we didn't hear about who is going to produce it. So it is of great pleasure for me to present the first big-scale project, one of the 3 we aspire to establish as Hellenic Power, Hellenic Hydrogen. My name is Alexandros Soumelidis. I am director of new PPC production businesses, and I'm wearing the hat of Hellenic Hydrogen, putting the hat of Hellenic Hydrogen here under Triantafylopoulos, together Motor Oil and PPC. We're trying to get these projects going. Project is termed North 1 project. who is Hellenic Hydrogen? Hellenic Hydrogen is the vehicle after the strategic partnership between Greece's two largest energy corporations, PPC and Motor Oil Hellas. 49% share for PPC, 51% for Motor Oil Hellas. This enterprise was established to cover the gap in the market? No, simply because there is no market. This corporation was established exactly to set up this market because of their historic conscience, based on the history and the magnitude of our companies. We had this vision that we should be the first ones to establish big-scale projects. Critical mass of development should happen for a market to flourish. To develop a market, a blue ocean market, what one needs is big-scale projects. Stakes are high, and despite willing to lead the market by creating production units at the lowest possible affordable cost for the industry and the off-takers, this vision is implemented by Hellenic Hydrogen through quick maturity of projects. You can see here an overview of the projection of the forecast published by the Ministry of Energy. What is our projection as country? What are the statistics that we want to see achieved? 25 gigawatt by 2030, RES upscaling, hydrogen production 2.3 million tons, 1.2 gigawatts of installed electrolyzer capacity by 2030. This demonstrates an aspiration. How this boils down to realization is key. We need to have three aspects in mind. Projects should be sustainable. At the end of the day, projects should be bankable. The implementation timeline has to be looked at. It is one thing to implement a project today and another thing to implement it 5 years from now. You know, the future curtailment volume would be different and the energy cost would be different. We should also be aware that the market is seller, not buyer-oriented. It's not us developing the projects, but rather the electrolyzer manufacturer that has power. And to what extent would it be added value for our country to build electrolyzers in Greece? This would, of course, mean a national effort to support it. And last but not least, the regulatory framework. Because, you know, without policy making supporting investment, similar to the one in the US, I had to Ms. Spiraki and to Minister, you know what, we have the largest volume of designed projects. The US have half of them designed, but the most final decisions. Because there is a lean, simple, efficient licensing scheme. And there are a couple of instances where things have to be stepped up. There should be virtual consumption by the off-takers, by injecting hydrogen in the pipelines, etc. Hydrogen should ultimately be regarded as a true storage. And this should be interpreted in the regulated costs, expenses, the usage cost, etc. The cost is increased at a time. It is increased to a point that it becomes uncompetitive. We should also look at what the cost would be to inject hydrogen through these networks, such that it is not borne by the off-takers. What our capacity for storing would be? Would it be possible to have a level playing field in the international market? This would enable us to bring the cost down. These are thoughts that originated from model resolving to bring costs down. Enough said. This is our project, North 1 in Northern Macedonia, in Western Macedonia, and it's important to have it there, in a region where a strategic transition from a productive model to a new productive model. For the past 50 years, this community has provided affordable, cheap lignite power. It is a hard, tough endeavor, but one that we need to do. And our company picked this region for this flagship project. We continue to evolve technically, and the project has a 100 megawatt capacity, able to be stepped up to 200 megawatts, 130 million capex, an annual production of 12,600 tons per year of green hydrogen. We are willing to exploit 300 megawatts of renewables, wind farms. You can see energy consumption there, and 80,500 tons per year are avoided. Why should we introduce and establish it there, where no refinery is near, where no infrastructure is near? Look at the competitive advantage. We make use of a lignite plant that was phased out years ago. We have the connection plan, water industry, industrial siting, so we have an expedited licensing procedure, installed RAS capacity, 3,500 megawatts in the region, along with other players that will be sited along this region. We have a great RES capacity, proximity to the DESFA and TAP grid, existing infrastructure. There is experienced staff in place and infrastructure that will be used. I will not. I will just touch upon the setup of the project, electrolyzer. In terms of storage, storage will be rather constrained. Then our storage will be the pipeline injecting hydrogen into the DESFA, the transmission operator grid. So the pipeline itself is the storage mean and the off-takers. We have a short video here we'd like to show.
Κάντε μια παύση εδώ. Όπα, παύση, πάμε. πιο μετά, λίγο πιο μετά, λίγο πιο μετά. Εδώ είμαστε. Η κόκκινη γραμμή, όπως βλέπετε, είναι ο αγός του Δέσπο, ο οποίος ήδη δημιουργείται. Ήδη χτίζεται αυτή τη στιγμή που μιλάμε. Η κίτρινη γραμμή...
The yellow line is the existing TAP pipeline. DESFA is currently designing an interconnection to the TAP. The Mindeo side, 7.5 kilometers of pipeline to connect to the offtake point. And exactly, you can understand that injecting the produced hydrogen in that point provides following options: 20% greener hydrogen and a greener CHP. Better export, injecting hydrogen into the TAP pipeline and injecting it into the transmission operator of DESFA, where virtually everyone can offtake it, can be an offtaker. So, if you consider that this energy transition region is available for a player that wants to become green, then you can site them next to us, giving this region an opportunity to grow. We consider it a critical site, this one as well as the sites of the other two projects. For all these reasons, as the Minister stated and Ms. Spiraki stated, they serve the national targets in terms of the natural gas mix. Let's move on with the video.
Αυτός είναι ο σταθμός του Αΐσα Μιντέου, ο οποίος έχει πάρει στη λειτουργία του. Ο χώρος που θα εγκατασταθεί είναι η μονάδα. Και από εκεί θα φύγει 7,2 χιλιόμετρα για να συνδεθεί. Αυτή είναι εικόνα έτσι όπως είναι τώρα. Εδώ το νερό έρχεται από τη λίμνη.
Water comes from the Polyphytos lake. There is another option to get water from other lakes as well in the context of the circular economy. You see the high voltage substation, this large area just needs to be demolished, and then you can start off with a clean slate. You can see here the capabilities of off-takers, what we say in practice, because you can't assume that we'll be able to sell to the cement industry. If our stakeholders, if the stockholders of PPC and motor oil serve as off-takers, then that's enough. The Hydrogen Valley, Hellenic Hydrogen, is the coordinator within the H2 hub, and I guess I've run out of time. Well, let's move on. There is a large number of off-takers. Our project is fully aligned with the Repowering EU project, and synergies in the area between North 1 and H2 Innovation Hub. There are benefits for the society and the economy based on a large-scale global study on the multiplier effects. The benefits for the Greek economy will be 292 million per year. 467 jobs will be established during the construction period, and 560, 28 per year during the operation. To date, we have completed the pre-feasibility study. We have held the discussions with energy suppliers to structure the PPAs. We are looking into the utilization of various funding instruments. We're at a point in time where the technical maturity of the project will evolve. Environmental impact assessment will be carried out over the next in the next period. And of course, we are participating in consultation and discussions for setting up the necessary regulatory framework. And let me close by saying this. Right. So we really want to realize these projects. Obtaining competitive PPA prices means we have to look at competition. If Spain manages to sell at 20, Africa at 20, and the new project at 15, 25, I don't know what, prices in Greece are not structured like that. And in addition to that, one should consider that the ROI in RES should be there. The societal and economic benefit is larger than the economic benefit. We need to gap this difference, and financial instruments, funding instruments, should accommodate for that. Setting up long-term purchase agreements requires a regulatory framework, and I would like to share the following idea that might be irritating Europeans. We will bid for a price at the EIB. Shouldn't the degree of dependence from foreign fuel be indicative? Some years ago, we were dependent on gas flowing through Turkey. If one wants to consider national dependency, then we couldn't regard Greece the same way as Germany, as other countries, in order to reduce national dependency. This is a European regulatory framework that will come to us, and we have to keep it in mind. To keep the cost and bring the cost down for the off-takers and the Greek citizens. The so-called funding gap is a contribution of things, CapEx, OpEx. It is certain that during the first years of the investment, it is important to cover it. When the market is mature, we might not need it anymore. To summarize, we don't want to be seen as just thinkers, but as doers, provided that Greece moves towards this direction as well. Thank you.
Although we are lagging behind in our schedule, and this is the last session, I would like to thank you, all those who are still in the room, plus the several thousands of people who are following our works virtually, online. We expect Mr. Vasilis Grigoriou, CEO of Advent Technologies, to be also very interesting in his presentation about the project in Western Macedonia. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to be brief because I understand that it's quite late.
Λοιπόν, λίγα για την Advent. Η Advent είναι μια εταιρεία που ξεκίνησε από ένα εργαστήριο.
Let me talk a little bit about Advent. It's a company that started off in a lab at Patras. The co-founder and the CEO and managing director can say that it is a very great success for Greece, as well as for the technological capacity that Greece can bring in. Talking about construction, talking about issues where the risk factor, the uncertainty factor is high. We have demonstrated our will to do better. Started with the fuel cell technology. When we started off, and Nikos Vliberopoulos knows that, existing technologies at the time were not sufficient to drive technology to the next level. Hydrogen, easily available, was not there, and fuel cells were there to exploit, to utilize hydrogen. Fuel cell is an electrochemical assembly, like a battery. Instead of loading and unloading, it is fed with fuel and provides clean energy. We collaborated with our partners at the time in Patras, and together with our partners abroad through acquisitions and onboarding, we set up a high temperature and fuel cell technology that provides many options. It was very important that we got the license from the US Department of Energy, 200 million investment over 10 years, to bring this new technology into the market that will enable us to shift into the e-mobility and build things that will make it affordable in terms of cost. Since 2018, we have noticed that green hydrogen will play an important role. Many of you come from the refinery business. I know that Mr. Tridiafilopoulos is an individual, a visionary, looking forward. No one wishes grey hydrogen. And with great certainty I can say that, although it might seem radical. We don't have green hydrogen through the efforts that you're doing, you're putting in the construction business. We're trying to make green hydrogen easily available. We have to reduce carbon share, 200, 300, 400. That's not an easy job to do. These are cutting-edge technologies. If you look at an electrolyzer like the one you will build in Kozani, and hopefully we will all be there to inaugurate it, it will be a large plant. It's not like 100 megawatts are as large as a box in the room. There are technologies, and we really attempted to build an interim technology, alkaline electrolyzer and PEM electrolyzer, using them to build something intermediate. In terms of scale-up and production, well, there we will have to work together with big companies. Then these markets are consolidated. It's not like it's not like 100 players can be active. There will be 2 or 3 players in the market. We know who these are, and all together we will try to step up this transition. Europe has a REPowerEU. The US are running this IRA project scheme. And I really believe in this radical change. You know, in many sectors, nothing has done for many years, and at some point, a breakthrough happens, and you have this exponential growth. And let me just say that in 5 years, we will reach a point we would not imagine, and sometimes we achieve more than we are expecting because of the dynamic, the potential that is being generated. In terms of our project, we have the Green Hippo ratified in July 2022 from the EU. We have obtained the area, the site outside Kozani. We're ready to build the place. Advent employs more than 170 people worldwide. I wished we were more consolidated in Kozani. We will be able to bring many of the operations currently in the US, in Denmark and Germany. We'll, of course, keep our centers of excellence in the US and Denmark. However, the Kozani unit will be both construction and innovative unit, bringing together and consolidating these 20 years of effort, and we will be very proud to build it. In terms of the key markets, the technologies, the self-fuel technologies are stationary power ones, and many of those and many of the things said here, let me comment on what has been said already. You know, many of the decisions made in the sector are not business-oriented. They are a product of politics, and not in the sense of politics, rather the sense of policies. If, say, I don't want to have petroleum generators, and these are very of low cost, I want to be able to transition to move forward to a new technology. It will not be affordable for the community. I want to build something. So actually what happens is that I block selling diesel generators. Diesel fueled cars are phased out. Batteries are not strong enough to do that, so fuel cells will be the next big thing. In those stationary power applications, where we actually want to move diesel generators out of the place, as well as in the shipping industry, not only the seagoing industry, but also with super yachts and smaller vessels. Methanol is to us, wouldn't say the transition fuel. Hydrogen would be that. Hydrogen has the compression-decompression problems. Methanol, well, we said that e-methanol is not available. Well, it's available, but it's rather expensive. It's double the price that one has to pay. Biomethanol, we are using bioethanol from Denmark, providing it, delivering it to the world. And there's no need to produce it locally.
What is needed is to create an audience for these better fuels. I have covered electrolyzers. Now let us look at some key customers. Stationary power can be provided, for example, on diesel generation on a roof in the Philippines, or in Asia, in Africa. There, methanol is even cheaper than diesel. Also in Europe, where we need very good applications, for example, 72 hours of backup power in the state of Brandenburg. Another aspect that for me is quite sexy is yachts and super yachts. There, 90% of these time the vessels are immobile in some port. So together with Siemens Energy and San Lorenzo, you can have a good business case, and also Alfa Laval. Now Hyundai, we have, and this is a manufacturer of fuel cells, but you cannot manufacture a large truck or a battery with that. So you need a battery charger that will work on liquid fuels so as for large vehicles to move with low emissions. In the aerospace industry, defense industry, equally, you can have key customers. Now, we cover this whole value chain from membranes and electrodes to electrode membrane, which is the heart of the mechanism. Then you have the reformer, because you have from methanol, you have to convert it to hydrogen. So in the end, you have the end product, which may be stationary power, a generator, mobile, or portable. I will conclude very soon. The project here is the largest IPCI in the technological stream. The white dragon, or you have the characteristics of the white dragon here. You can create the fuel cells or buy them from abroad, but I think that we were quite successful in this venture. And there was a reward. I wouldn't call it a funding or subsidy. We are creating new technology and also these technological facilities that are addressing global clients. All this will be in West Macedonia. I hope that the project will be kickstarted very soon, and I will be very pleased to talk to all those present here. Hydrogen will be used more efficiently in machine. I think that Europe, you said that, is not only the issue for Europe is not only decarbonization, but also energy safety. And for that, there is 100% support. Thank you very much, Mr. Grigoriou. I do not want to pressure you, but unfortunately we are lagging behind in our time schedule, and we still have three speakers, Mr. Panopoulos, Mrs. Tiriakidou, and Mr. Ifandis. I will try to be as brief as possible. Thank you for the invitation to this very interesting event, and it is an honor to be joining this panel because all these presentations have been extremely interesting. Now, I come from the research sector, and our team that has a title Artemis from the National Center for Research and Technological Development has been dealing for some years now, has been acting as an avant-garde, studying and dealing with projects that are actually paving the way for what is to come. So they are small-scale pilot projects. They can be visited and seen at real conditions. And some of these issues dealt with in these projects will be of concern to us in the future. Now, let me start by saying that clean hydrogen pipe is our source of funding, the European Union, that is. And one of the projects that is about to close in this month is the remote project. Here we have a real energy storage installation where hydrogen is reused in fuel cells. It is fully connected to the grid. It has the license of the network operator, together with Horizon, a company, or Horizon, a company that is involved in RES. You have this pilot project for power to gas, gas to power, energy storage in a remote area that may face problems due to the fact that it is not close to electricity networks. 100 megawatt hours is the capacity, and here one should consider that installations to come are much larger. On the other hand, all hydrogen technologies have the beauty of being modular, which means that to make them more affordable, you need to increase the scale of production through funding, as we heard earlier. But the technical problems that units are facing can be solved through small pilots. We had the opportunity to work together with several manufacturers over Europe. So such projects are extremely useful because for everything that is to come in future, we need human resources. We here are a team of 50 people. These 50 persons may spread the knowledge gained here in further projects, in further applications. The problem is you may not have enough people that are experts in these new technologies. I would move now to the next project. 24/7 Zen is the name of the project. The vision of this project is a system of reversible fuel cells, reversible COEC SOFC system for zero emissions network. This system has a much higher efficiency based on with regard to electrolysis at lower temperatures. So you could have here a system that is fitting when you want to make use of the heat. In this project, UNIS is participating, as well as DESFA, the natural gas system operator, and there will be some tests by injecting hydrogen in the natural gas network. The fuel cell may function as an electrolyte for a certain period, and at the same time it can store hydrogen or the mixture that is available in the natural gas network, that is a methane mix and hydrogen mixture. This is very important because, as we heard in the previous presentations, we actually are making use of the network as a storage unit for hydrogen. And this is also a way to reduce our dependence from imported natural gas. But this project too is relatively small. One more project I would like to showcase is the Crete Aegean Hydrogen Valley. This is a project that started early this month in parallel with the other hydrogen valley projects of Corinth. This is a project with the vision of storing hydrogen and using the Cretan capacities, connection capacities with the UNIS or with the interconnection of Crete and Egypt. So by using affordable electricity from renewables, we want to produce hydrogen in Crete for the purpose of long-term storage and use in transport, but also in future applications, such as shipping. We heard several interesting presentations in this regard, but also it can have industrial applications. Atherinolakos is the place where this project is sited. The consortium includes UNIS as leader, Denora, an Italian that is involved in mega factory, CERT, Ballard, Politecnico di Torino, the region of Crete. It is important in hydrogen projects to also have the local community on your side. We also have union as partners, and of course, HEDNO that will be involved in the integration of the hydrogen in the system of Crete. Of course, without the European Union, without the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, all this would not have been possible. And we hope that in some time all the valley projects will have progressed. And in the third forum, we hope that we will have online data to show from all around Greece. I hope that I was brief. Thank you for listening. You were indeed very concise, I would say, Mr. Panopoulos. I will give the floor to Mrs. Thomais Kyriakidou right away. She will present one more project that is an IPCEI project. Good evening. I'd like to thank the Energy Press for the invitation to present our project. B&T Composites is a company based in Florina. Our activities include initial design, integration. B&T Composites focuses on state-of-the-art technologies such as filament winding, and it uses very modern equipment. In this short video, you can see the filament winding technique we use. The company has a long-standing experience in a host of applications regarding industry, shipping, infrastructure, and energy. Especially with regards to energy, BNT has an important contribution in renewables by manufacturing composite materials, components for the equipment used in renewable manufacture. And these materials are much lighter. BNT has also started to be active in hydrogen storage. The production of hydrogen and its application is being supported by the European Union in view of the European Green Deal and the Paris agreements. So until 2050, the goals have to be fulfilled. So Greece is focusing on hydrogen in line with the rise of demand for hydrogen. There will be also a development of storage demand. Storage of hydrogen in gaseous form will be especially efficient. Usually, hydrogen is stored in a cylindrical pressure vessel, so-called liner. These vessels have a storage capacity of up to 13 kilograms. The project Novel Carbon Fiber Composite Vessels for Hydrogen Storage involves pressurized hydrogen storage tanks for stationary and transportation-related hydrogen storage. The overall timeline of the project will be divided in the first stage of fundamental research on nanocomposite materials, the second stage installation, then design and testing, and BNT is envisaging the installation of hydrogen storage tanks, mobile designs on motor oil trucks for hydrogen shipments via roadways. And to reach this goal, the project involves two research and development stages. So there will be also stages of pilot application and evaluation. The innovations of the program can be summarized as follows. The company will develop optimal designs of Type 4 and 5 hydrogen storage tanks for stationary and mobile applications through analytical and microscale modeling activities of the microstructure, stress distributions, and anisotropies of the carbon fiber reinforced composites. Then there will be an optimization of matrix material fracture toughness and resistance to hydrogen permeability through dispersion with suitable nanostructures. The will be the development and integration of an optical fiber monitoring system in both types of tanks for monitoring the stress state and the hydrogen permeability of the vessels during their lifetime. Manufacturing of type 4 and 5 high-pressure hydrogen storage tanks that will meet safety specifications. I am about to finish. The design of the tanks will aim at meeting stress specifications, and therefore there will be several stages of certification. Of course, there will be a certification of the new tanks by appropriate European institutions. We are working very hard to meet the new challenges, and I would like to focus on one aspect which is optical fibers. We have created a photonic laboratory, and our vision is to become industry leaders in photonic segments. Think about it. How would your body work without the nervous system? In the same way, you have sensors that sense the changes in temperature. In the modern photonic laboratory, we have fiber gratings that we use and sensors, or we manufacture our own sensors, and they are we have this image in tanks. With these sensors, we can bring our products into life. I am about to finish. Altogether, we have state-of-the-art digital technologies. They are combined with experimental lab technologies through Edge-to-Cut program. B&T is interested in entering the market of hydrogen technologies. All this is the result of tedious work and innovation through which we want to develop our footprint. Today we are standing in front of a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. Thank you, Mrs. Tyriakidou. I am sorry that I am putting so much pressure. Mr. Ifandis, for the second time today, he will present the last he will make the last presentation today, Bioenergy Crete. Biomethane and biogas will be the topic of this presentation of mine. As I said before, biomethane and hydrogen can be seen as brothers and can play a role in decarbonization. You can see the facilities in Heraklion, Crete. It's the only unit, 1 megawatt, that is situated on an island. It is a closed type station. It has been received an award twice. It has solar panels, as you can see. Right now, there is no institutional framework, but there is cogeneration. Power is being fed into the network, but in the future, it can create biomethane from hydrogen to be used in transport without needing any off-taker, because the off-taker will be the biomethane systems. I don't want to go into the details of biomethane. Biomethane is in the heart of bioenergy, and this is why the World Health Association has rewarded this facility. We produce liquid fertilizer that is rich in amino acids. So we are at the heart of the circular economy. One more thing. Bioenergy Crete belongs to the Psychem group. All the technologies used in the facility have been designed in Greece. And in September, we are about to create a second unit in Megara with the same technologies in partnership with Polyeco. Now, what do we use? Whatever you can think of. Fish and meat byproducts, leftovers from supermarkets, and also from hotels and from tourism, which is our heavy industry. Expired food stuffs from the refrigerators, they come directly to our unit. Here you can see it is a closed type facility. It looks like a food factory. Everything is clean, there is no odor. It is not what you might think of when you think of a biogas plant with huge piles of organic waste, etc. Let me say now, what do we produce? Electricity, heating. This is a real cogeneration. We have pasteurized fertilizers coming out of the unit, and the surplus heating is used as district heating. So for me, this is a biorefinery. This is the future of biogas plants. I will explain what I mean. We produce solid and liquid fertilizers, and we can actually produce ammonia water, pure ammonia. So with all these organic materials, we can actually make use of the digestate. And we also have pure water that is being reused afterwards. You can see the leftovers from the supermarket. So the reception system is one more innovation of ours. Odor control is achieved through biofilters. Now, you see this facility that looks like a nuclear reactor. No odors, as I said, because of the biofilters that have been designed by ourselves and used on the roof. And you have here the liquid digestate management and the fertilizer production. When you have large quantities, in order to have large quantities of production, then you need more digestate and fermented material. From Creta Farm, we have a lot of leftovers and byproducts that are supplied to us. One of the problems is all the big quantities of expired foods from supermarkets and the leftovers from hotels and restaurants. But other than that, you also have poultry, pig manure, whey, whatever there is in terms of byproducts and leftovers, we use it, we manage it. And we provide or we supply 100 companies with fertilizer. Here you can see the packaged products, Biosphere. Now, what is our vision? There is a law on biomethane, so our vision is to create the first bio microgrid. There is a site near the port of Heraklion, in the urban fabric, near Chersonissos, which is a location. Crete alone receives 7 million tourists, so we're talking about 15 to 20 megawatts of biomethane. So we would like to carry out a pilot program so as for the garbage trucks to convert on biomethane. And secondly, to combine this with hydrogen, because the technology is mature and gas, that is the carbon dioxide in the reactor, with no energy, no catalyst, can be converted into methane. So you can have biomethane, exactly what we need. We're looking for ways to utilize hydrogen, and this is already available. Hydrogen and biomethane are therefore brothers and sisters. Biomethane is readily available, and I will close with this video. It's 10 seconds, not 5 minutes. Excuse me, says the speaker. A few seconds. You can see how the production is carried out. And as I said, last year we received an award, global award. We had Denmark and Sweden competing. And these refrigerator trucks exit the facility. So they supply the raw material, and they then you can see here all the expired foodstuffs, chocolate, etc. And this is the system, the digestate coming out of the reactor, and we can purify it into pure water. With this, I will conclude in a few seconds. Just one more picture to show you. This is one more video of 10 seconds because it's quite interesting. You can see the product You have it in solid form. It has been used for and piloted for 3 years now. This is usual fertilizer. Thank you for your patience.
Λοιπόν, φτάσαμε στο τέλος μιας ημέρας η οποία μπορεί να ήταν κουραστική. Αν κρίνουμε από τις πολλές ώρες, προφανώς ήταν κουραστική, αλλά νομίζω ότι ήταν χρήσιμη για όλους όσοι ήταν σήμερα παρόντες στην αίθουσα και ήταν μεγάλος αριθμός. Το λέγαν όλοι, το λέμε και εμείς, ήταν μια θετική έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι τόσο πολλοί άνθρωποι ενδιαφέρθηκαν και έκατσαν όλες αυτές τις ώρες παρακολουθώντας τις εργασίες του συνεδρίου. Ήταν πολλές χιλιάδες επίσης οι άνθρωποι που παρακολούθησαν τις εργασίες του συνεδρίου διαδικτυακά μέσα από την ηλεκτρονική μετάδοση που γινόταν από τον ENG και τα social media. Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους. Ευχαριστούμε τους ομιλητές πρώτα απ' όλα, ευχαριστούμε τις εταιρείες χορηγούς και δίνουμε ραντεβού. Αφενός μεν στο καθημερινό μας ραντεβού μέσα από το Energy Press, αφετέρου δε στην επόμενη διοργάνωση, η οποία θα γίνει στις 2 και 3 Νοεμβρίου του 2023, με αντικείμενο είναι το μεγάλο συνέδριο που κάνουμε για τις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας και την αποθήκευση ενέργειας. Να είστε καλά. Γεια σας.